Is it time? Is it time?
I think it is time to rumble. Not gonna lie.
Kill comes off. Yeah, I think it is time. It is. I don't really know which maps we're gonna roll.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Just as we're gonna go, we're gonna see which maps, and we're gonna open with non-alcoholics and Gallia, which is gonna be probably we're just gonna call them non-alcoholics for short.
Yeah, their
Or
abbreviation is NAAG, so NAG, I suppose.
yeah, I guess NAG can work. And Bold and Brash, led by Dallas.
Yeah, and you know where
What?
Bold and Brash belongs?
Wait, what did I say?
Bold and Brash. That's the
Yeah,
correct name.
yeah.
But you know where that belongs?
Tell me.
In the trash.
In the trash, Bold and Brash.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, we'll get to these teams shortly.
Yeah, so far a little bit of a confusion when it comes to the maps, which is, I guess, let's start with King of the Hill of your choosing.
Yes, we'll start with King of the Hill, followed by a payload map, and then or hybrid first, then payload, then King of the Hill. Sorry for the confusion. But we might also start with King of the Hill. I don't see that big of an issue.
First is hybrid. Okay.
Yeah.
Then this RV. Okay.
Then we're not gonna get back to Havana, not to Lijiang Tower either, but we're gonna have a little something anyways.
Yeah, but I like that there is no limit on the maps. It's not like you only have 3 maps in rotation. It's
Indeed.
all maps are available, which is cool because you can be cheeky and be like, okay, guys, we're gonna play Paris now.
Paris? Did someone say Horizon Lunar Colony?
No.
No.
All right, so these two teams, we got a little bit of a subbing in issue, and we're gonna have Emperor subbing, formerly known as Tyrant, subbing in for Iridium Miner for NAAG.
We also have Case Flanders filling in for Xardal, which is also a nice little thing. I believe that's Huckleberry, if I'm not mistaken. But it seems like one side is ready. Bold and Brash is ready to get in there. Whether they get into the trash, we'll see in a second. But let's see how that pans out. There's still a lot of familiar names. Like we've seen Tyrant. He's played in other editions of the cup, of like the Overstudent Cup Tournament, Puck Tournament. Sorry. Seen Gallia by now, a relatively well-known name.
Yeah, I think she played in every single one.
Yep, every single one. I think Strong Pig was in there as well. Cake is also someone that's seen every puck tournament. I think Dallas joined by the second, so did Altidum. So.
And Strong Pig, it is worth reminding everybody that he was one of the MVPs. We had 2 MVPs last time around, and Piggy was one of them. His play as Baptiste was stellar. Now he's gonna be playing tank in this edition, at least supposedly.
He's gonna play main tank.
Yeah, he's gonna flex these muscles, and we're gonna have a huge disclaimer right now: no Orisa throughout the whole tournament.
Indeed, there's been a little bit of discussion about what type of compositions people wanted to play, what things they didn't really like, and among the things that people didn't really like was Orisa. Surprise, surprise. And so people decided that they would not be playing Orisa. So I think it's also disabled in the lobby. So
yeah, it's gonna be
so Winston, some Hammond.
Yeah, because you know what? I think just removing Orisa, like Orisa is such a centerpiece right now of every composition, and she herself just denies a lot of other compositions. Because if you wanna play Winston Diva into Orisa, she's just gonna fortify, she's gonna hold you away, she's gonna destroy Winston's shield in like 1 second, and there's not really much you can do against this oppressive Orisa. On top of that, Pool being probably definitely one of the best abilities in the game, just that you can use like that. And Bongo, obviously, very powerful ultimate as well. So Orisa became such a powerful force on the scene. So not having her here is gonna be very nice to finally see some different comps.
Definitely, because we're going to King's Row for our first map. We spoke to Emperor early today, and he said he was quite adamant about really liking to play some Zarya today, and That might just be quite well. We're going to have a quick test of the pause button. Seems to be working as intended. Yeah, what we're going to see from these two comps, because I could imagine a double Ryan Zarya, but then again, I could also maybe imagine people playing some Sigma Zarya, perhaps, because Sigma, even though he's quite powerful in the bunker, he may be able to fit into some other comps as well. It hasn't been tried a lot yet, but maybe people will give it a shot.
Yeah, I remember on ladder, especially, there was a lot of confusion when Sigma was first introduced, and actually one of the first comps that emerged, and a lot of people like insisted it's good, was Sigma Zarya.
Yeah.
Simply because, you know, your damage output goes through the roof. If Zarya's fully charged, huge DPS. Sigma, huge DPS. So you just go like a brawly style of composition. You still have a shield, but you just go all in and you have huge damage.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to roll with it.
Yeah, we're going to see Bold and Brash playing the double sniper, but still sticking to the Lucia more. They're looking to play quite aggressively with the Ryan Zarya and then making a lot of space for the snipers, it seems. On the other hand, we've got the defending team, non-Alcoholics and Gallia, looking for a bit more of a defensive setup. So mid-range DPS with Mercy being played by Gallia and Jet on the Baptiste. So definitely looking to shield up a little bit more.
Yeah, but worth remembering is, you know, with Mercy Bap, they won't have any defensive ultimates. Sure, they're going to have the emo field, but, you know, that might not be enough against the grab.
Indeed, and they have a lot of general healing, but will it be enough against double sniper? That's the big question right now. We see the first contact being made. Strong Piggy holding strong by the point, but has to back off a little bit. Now it seems that it's going to be Dallas looking for a quick engagement here together with his Lucio. First damage from addition, and Gallia is the first to fall. Ooh, that's a rough start for that team, and now the snipers have all the space. I think it's going to be a very difficult retake, because Bold and Brash is looking quite strong.
I mean, non-alcoholics and Gallia, which means Gallia is a little bit of an alcoholic maybe. Yeah. And, you know, that play wasn't really good. She got hammered by Rain in the front line. You know, Mercy shouldn't really be on the front line getting hammered by Rain.
Yeah, I still remember last edition we had Team Solo ult Gallia, but in this case it wasn't even an ult needed for this. It was just a good old hammer swing. Dallas is definitely ecstatic to get back into that Reinhardt. Already 80% up to his Earth Shatter. In the meantime, Jet and Avernus both have their flex support ultimates, if you will. If you can call Baptiste a flex support, he's kind of in the middle. Key once again flexing his muscle with a key pick onto Bokai, no pun intended. But it gets taken out by Emperor, sadly. Dallas, absolute mad lad, off into the old cafe. In a little bit of trouble, he's got a little bit of help from his Lucian, trying to keep Emperor at bay.
Yeah, in the meantime, Payload is being slowly pushed by Lone Hanzo, Alginum.
Indeed. Well, the thing is, Alginum is like just pushing up with his dragon, kind of building up to it. Oh, that's a good shadow by Dallas. It's like 4 if I'm not mistaken, and that entire amplification mate is just denied if everyone's stunned on the ground.
Yeah, it was massive. And, you know, I like the play because you saw the window and you're just like, okay, we're gonna speed past it. And that's what they did. They speed past it, huge shatter, and, you know, fight's over.
By now, Dallas also finds the last kill to Bokai. Fun fact, the only reason that it was only a 5k by Dallas is because Bokai was spawned after Key picked him off. Right now, it seems like Bold and Brash is definitely not going into the trash. They're going to quite an idyllic scene if this keeps up.
Yeah, so far, there's 6 minutes, you know, they don't seed it off and on the King's Row on the last point.
Strong Piggy and Emperor both have those tank ults, and those can be quite impactful, and that's a key pick onto Algin.
Finally.
Building up to that Graviton combo. Double kill there, it's quite nice.
And yeah, it's, you know, it's a good turnaround for NAAG to kind of just, you know, reclaim some space and set up defensively for the next push, because, you know, third point on King's Road can be really difficult to push.
Indeed.
Like first you push really easily through the streets and the first point, but then the third point is often, you know, all the corners and stuff. It's really tough sometimes.
Indeed. However, now Emperor does have that Graviton Surge, and there it comes. Same goes for the other side, but they want to be able to get a Graph Dragon out first. 3 kills from that quite quickly. But now, Scruty, the problem that you mentioned is about to arise. Huckleberry has that ultimate on Zarya. Algin has that ultimate on Hanzo, and there's no real Transcendence or Big Drop to be through from either Jet or Gallia from NAAG.
Oh, but Jet's dead now. Oh, he's right. He's right.
Gallia gets to resurrect, luckily.
Yeah, and that's the upside of playing Mercy. You know, someone gets picked. Someone. Oh, big shatter again.
4-man shatter, but I think they can't quite follow up on it immediately.
Good.
The Immortality he'll drop in, and Bokai with double kill on the McCree, taking down both snipers. That's a great kill there by Dallas. What a way to go. I think he got stunned just at the last second, if I'm not mistaken.
Very good emo field by Jet to save Strong Piggy. He was in a bit of a pickle, but, you know, emo field baited him out.
And Bokai got the double kill on both snipers. You don't see that very often. McCree just getting a Deadeye off in the first place, and then even against double sniper and killing both, that's quite impressive. Key has now swapped onto the Ashe, looking for a bit more durability and general frontline damage. And Strong Piggy does what he has to do, just take the solo ult, and See where we go from Dallas looking to go in bold and brash, but he has to pay the price for Jet.
That was a bit too bold and too brash.
Definitely, and you know, I won't say he belongs in the trash, but maybe he does. We'll see. Right now, Alduin has taken up another kill onto someone whose name I can barely identify. Bokai's doing a good job on the front line of As McCree, and Emperor finds another kill on the Zarya. It's been quite solid for his team. He's building up to a Grav again.
Right. Oh, definitely. You know, he is. You know, I'm sure he's their leader. You know, Emperor is very vocal. You know, very knowledgeable about the game, and I'm sure he's gonna fill Iridium Miner's shoes and then some. Because you know, just having Emperor Tyrant on the team is always a boon.
Yeah, definitely. Right now we're looking at Avernus and Cake, who have had those support options for some time. Algium's now swapping over to the mate, which he did last time around as well, and he did quite well in that. And that's the Shatter from Starkbeam, but doesn't quite find anything on the other end of the shield. In fact, he's going to be the first to fall. Cake, please recognize this as the moment to shine, but then immediately the Graviton comes in with the Dragon Strike. Will it be enough to burn through it? Will hold them back a little bit. It finds one kill onto Huckleberry. Dallas now with a big Shatter coming back. It's a free man. Immortality Field comes in just a little bit too late, and 2 kills off the back, and make it a third. Dallas is going wild. He is, he's feeling it alright. Gallia coming up the rest. She actually gets it off onto Emperor to stall a little bit of time. Gets out a little bit with a bubble. At least they managed to get some stall going for now.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good res because you know then Piggy came in as Reinhardt and the card didn't move at all.
Now immediately Adobe is getting into the field trying to get some extra stall time, and an Immortality Field and an Amplification Matrix on Bokai as he gets that Deadeye. Finds somewhere which is a good kill to start off with. In the meantime, Aldim is looking to build up to the last bit of percentage on that May ultimate. And Huckleberry quick with a reset. Bokai falls to keep it. Once again, Gallia coming over us to help that out a little bit.
Hey, but you know, still very good high noon, even though a lot of resources put into it. But you get Moira, the main source of healing is gone, you can't really push. The spawns are coming in, you just don't have sustain.
Indeed, it looks pretty grim, but Gallia has been getting some very crucial resurrects off, especially in this last point so far. In particular, Bokai seems to benefit from it quite a lot, so I guess he can be happy with his little bit of support there. Right. Seems going to happen here, because they do have Algim's mail, and Dalt's pushing up to another Shatter. In fact, he has it instantly pushed up there from the side. Bokai is the first to follow, but the Immortality Field is going to help Strongpig out a little bit, but for how long? Not for long, it seems. 4 kills coming in, and Dallas just takes down Gallia. Team soloed Gallia, it's back, boys. Not the same player on that team.
But you know what? Let me tell you something. Bokai was so close to stunning Algernon out of the May ult. It was just a split second too late. If it was a bit earlier, the May ult would be cancelled. And it's unfortunate because, you know, the May ult is very powerful in last points.
Yeah. And they don't really have any mobility or matrix to mitigate the damage. And like I said, no real transcendence to help it out. But still, the last point looked pretty solid from Team NAAG. So I'm going to be curious to see what they will be able to do on their offense. Because their defense was sort of entrenched one another, like McCree and Baptiste all playing together around the Rhine Zarya without speed boost. We'll see if they go for a relatively conservative attempt again, or whether they want to try something different, because Team NAAG was looking pretty aggressive on their play.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. They were really decisive in their attacks, you know, speed on Lucio, just going all in, everybody, you know, Dallas heading the charge, being the first, and, you know, just getting in the face of Piggy all the time. And, you know, that's their play style.
Indeed. It seems like we are seeing some different things now. Team NAAG is playing a bit more reserved. He got Alginum on the main, which is quite well known to play for, and he has done so quite well also in previous editions of the Overstudent Cup Tournament. And we do see Cake on the Baptiste now, looking to get just a little bit more solidity there. In the meantime, Lucio and Mora is now being played by Gallia, and are being played by Gallia and Jetsitter, looking to get the aggressive engagement going. We're going to see a Reaper Widow composition. I haven't seen those in quite a while, but we're going to be curious to see how it pans out.
Yeah, I think it's a fairly good call, because Widow is still, you know, you have the pick potential, and with Reaper, you kind of mitigate the aggressiveness of Dallas.
Indeed, you can definitely keep Dallas in check. And on top of that, if you have a long sideline with Widow and a Reaper in the backline, like, yeah, where do you turn to? Speaking of Dallas, he's behind there. The wall does help to split off a little bit, and Dallas is in a bit of trouble. The Immortality Field helps him out, but not for long. Bokai doing exactly what we wanted to see of them, really, I would say. Ooh, Strongpig takes one big clip, but immediately another good wall there. That's quite impressive. Not a Widowmaker, but a May, but the May has gotten 3 or 4 kills, so not complaining there. And once again, a very quick first point cap.
Well, very bold play by Dallas to just kind of hide behind and go for the pin, but also huge recognition by our Chinese lady with Chinese characters in the name.
Yeah, not sure what type of characters these are, but interesting.
To ice block and, you know, just basically mitigate this whole charge.
Bokai takes down Key, but in the meantime, Mei does fall. Huckleberry takes the kill there. And then it's Galley looking to push forward. Two Colossus being pushed now. They're kind of zoning each other out in that sense, but Dal's shield is broken down, and Strong Pig is almost mirroring him in ultimate charge. That's until he falls, of course, and Jet is going to be the next one. I think.
And, you know, NAAG, they just have to be careful because this can be a very tricky place to pass through when you play against the Mei.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if blue team's Mei will be able to wall off their Mei so she doesn't have line of sight. It will be a clever play. I'm going to be curious to see how these teams set up and how they want to push for this little archway. It's quite devastating. We remember it from the last edition.
Yeah, exactly.
Big shatter coming in and a grab, kind of mitigating, but there's still everyone on the ground. It's quite a peculiar combo, but it works out decently well. Strong Pig and Emperor first of all. It was a Shatter Dragon combo. You don't see those that often. It does mean that Huckleberry can use Graviton for other purposes.
Yeah, I mean, it's still kind of okay. It's Shatter and Dragon against just a Graviton from the NAAG.
Indeed.
And, you know, they have 5 big ults coming in, so...
Indeed, and Cake is not quite there off the beat drop yet, so they might be able to just push through this. However, Huckleberry might be going for a more aggressive place. You guys have the Mei ult and the Graviton coming up. That could be a good strategy to halt the progress a little bit and have Cake farm up the last little bit of beat drop percentage. Right, immediately a drop coming in, a Graviton comes in as well, and immediately Strawberry was in trouble, but the beat drop from Jet saving him just in time. Mei ult comes in from Bokai and from a Chinese lady, and that's a lot of damage from Reaper with a 4K. Bokai has been doing quite well in this Reaper so far.
Yeah, he was doing fine as McCree. Now he's doing fine as a Reaper. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from Bokai so far.
Definitely. Cake is going to be able to retake with that beat drop now. It might have been difficult to push through all that damage, like the Reaper ult and the Mei ult with just a beat drop, but they might be able to get a good recontest going now. Bokai is the first to fall now, so that will be a little bit problematic. And Gallia is not on Mercy, so he cannot res it this time around. He wants to zone off the team and does so wonderfully well. Strong Piggy and Gallia both just in such a hard place, and that's a very effective retake. He's using the Dragon to split the team, get 2 kills or 3 kills, and then see how we go from there.
Very good play by Keen. Now he's getting some additional picks. But, you know, that's how you want to use your Dragon. You just zone, you know, split a team in half.
Yeah.
Kill the first half, and then just, you know, it's over.
Yeah, because even if Gallia and Strong Piggy wouldn't have stood in those Dragons, they would have been killed by the rest of the team. So you don't even always need to get kills with those Dragons. If you set your team up to get kills, that's very good. Unless you're using Grav Dragon combo, then you definitely want those
Obviously.
kills.
Then you don't want to miss it.
Gallia has the only ult on her side with Team NAAG, and ooh, that's quite the nice one. Good Graviton coming in, but Dallas gets saved by Cake Please, who now has that beat up. Just that Strong Piggy on the back with a double shatter. But it gets pinned out. Yet does take down some enemies. Ooh, that's a good one. Strong Piggy manages to keep Dallas at bay for quite a while. Just a Hanzo and a lonely Moira. Moira's taken down, so now Bokai's gonna go for another one. I want to point out though, it was a good shatter from Strong Piggy with a double, shatter. He got pinned out, but he manages to counter pin Dallas. And I just bought so much time for his team to clean it up. Like Jets and Bokai both got a couple kills, and that really swung the fight in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes as a main tank, your job is to just sacrifice your body. Just go in, draw attention, let your team do the work, and even though you're gonna die, you're still gonna win the fight.
Indeed, definitely. Now, Dallas does have his shatter, and there's an immediate Mei ult coming in. Dallas in a bit of trouble here. He gets out just in time, but he has to pay with it for his life. Bokai falls, but in the meantime, Huckleberry Osmos there's no front line at all, and Strong Pig with another Fire Strike kill. They're looking pretty solid now, and he wants more. Alginum gets pinned to the wall. Nice synergy there between NAAG's Mei and Reinhardt. Lovely.
And you know what's beautiful? That was just Mei ultimate, executed really well. First the wall, then kind of dropping the wall, throwing the ultimate. And you know, they just used, and still they're gonna have 3 ultimates, almost 4 pretty much.
Indeed. However, Key immediately with a dragon and immediately the response as well. 3 ultimates coming in the back line. It's Bokai who draws the first blood, but then again, it's still an equal fighter with spawns massively in favor of Bold and Brash. However, can they help this here? No, they cannot quite yet. Immediately a grab comes in. They want to finish it right here, right now. The bubbles and sustain will help them out. Huckleberry's down, and it's Alginum on the front line. He gets the kill onto Emperor, and then Key comes over with another kill as well. I think Bold and Brash will be able to stabilize here.
I think so too. It was a risky play from Emperor, but at the same time, he drew the ultimate of Alginum, of Mei. So he kind of traded 1 for 1. Both very powerful ultimates, but
indeed,
maybe it's going to be easier to attack for NAAG without Mei having ultimate.
Especially, definitely, I'm looking at Huckleberry right now to see if he can farm up the last bit of ultimate charge, because he's the one in his team is probably going to get his ultimate the soonest. In the meantime, Jet and Strongpick can just rush in there with the bait trap and potentially a shatter. Let's see how this fight's going to unfold. In the meantime, Key and Alginum building up their last bit of percentage. Dallas gets isolated relatively quickly, and he's going to be in a little bit of trouble unless a big boop there from Cake onto our Chinese lady having a bit of issues. And it's Bold and Brash once again looking to hold, and they're basically on the same time back now, so they're making a good case for themselves.
Yeah, but you know what? After like the disappointing showing on the first 2 points from NAAG, I'm liking what I'm seeing. This can be a very competitive series.
Definitely. Right. In the meantime, Huckleberry and Key have their ultimates up, and the same goes for Avernus, so this is a very crucial fight to win for Bold and Brash, because in the meantime, there's only a Mailed and a Coalescence coming up from the other side. It's going to be a bit rough, I think. The cards are definitely in favor of Bold and Brash now. Shadow tries to come in, but it doesn't quite hit anything. A lot of walls and dragons being pushed in. Jet does find that extra bit of healing from the bait drop, and so far Strongpick has been able to live for everything. In fact, Alginum falls to Bokai, and Gallia takes down Dallas. All that sustain kicking in. Ooh, another fire strike kill from Strongpick. He's got his aim on. He's still playing Baptiste, I'm sure of it. Right. Ooh, Dallas on the left-hand side. This is rough, and
very good.
Get a chance to retake it again. That's quite a nice round. I didn't expect that, but it's looking pretty good.
Was very nice. I gotta say, very nice shatter block from Dallas. Like he read Strong Piggy very well, but it wasn't enough. Great sustain from NAAG to keep Piggy alive, and that's what happened. Piggy was left alive, and then they kind of initiated the counter push, for which Bold and Brash they just weren't ready.
Yeah, because Bold and Brash used, I think, 3 ultimates in that, but Jets with the bait drop was able to keep Strong Piggy up. Same goes for Gala, who was building the last bit of ultimates, like percentage off of Strong Piggy's weak body, who was probably like below 100 HP even, and then luckily they managed to live through everything, and in that case, Boka was just off on the flank, taking down Alginum, and then the counter push began. Gallia popped the Coalescence, immediately took down Dallas, and then the kills just kept flowing.
And you know what's worse than fighting a Reaper up close? A Reaper that's being sped boost and has a beat on him.
And maybe even a nano boost.
Oh yeah, nano boost, that would be nice. But you know, still gotta give props to Jet. Great sound barrier to keep his team alive, to kind of then initiate the push. Because it was on the backs, to be honest. Keeping the Strong Piggy alive, that was imperative. And then the beat to push into them, and they secured the point.
Definitely, Jet has had some very clutch moments so far with either Baptiste or Alicia. They're going to stick to the same composition now. We're not swapping sides here due to the difference in time bank. So we're going to see very similar compositions. What am I saying? The exact same composition. So they should know what to expect of one another. However, Dallas has decided to not go for the flank this time around. All right, taking for the long rotation around the objective. It's going to be a bit difficult to find a bit of space, but luckily Alginum doesn't quite get the fire out of his wall. So this is the chance for Team NAAG to get it going strong with a wonderful kill onto Huckleberry, and they have the advantage to push now only 1 minute on the time bank, and Bokai is going to get in there, but Strong Piggy falls, and Bokai is also in a bit of trouble there. Equal fight now, and Bokai falls. That's crucial. Dallas does get destroyed, but now they need to find some very quick kills, Team NAAG. Ooh, Key coming
there
up
you go.
crucially.
That's the pick.
Now they have to go for a quick retake. Huckleberry's going to come back on the hammer and just look at the stall, and then immediately Dallas has to be dealt with somehow. Both Coalescence used. Nothing really dying quite yet, but Strongpick is able to find Key, and then immediately pin onto Dallas. What a way to return from spawn! And the shatter, having none of it. Was it needed? I'm not sure. But was it stylish? Absolutely.
Look, let me tell you this. It's overtime.
Yeah,
they may lose it. You have a shatter, you use it. Like, you know.
Indeed. I understand if there once. It's just secure it.
Exactly. He's gonna build it in, like, you know, one fight is gonna pass and he's gonna have it back.
Indeed. Luckily for Team Bold and Brash, they all spawn very close, so they can go for a very quick fight, but damn, that was one way to exit out of spawn. In the meantime, Emperor has that grab done. I think he might want to use a quick move before Dallas or Key find those key picks with their ultimates. Let's see how this is going to unfold, because there's nothing to really combo with unless May is able to get the last bit of Blizzard. Bokai, in the meantime, also looking to build up to the last bit of percentage on his rebuild, so...
Oh, huge block.
It's the backline, it's only a partial block, but now all the hooks come in back and forth, and Alginum also has that mail by now. One pick onto Strong Piggy, but the rest is trying to stall on point. Bokai takes down Key, and then a mail comes in from the other side from Team NAAG, and the wall keeps them all there. Reaper ult to the backline from Bokai, doesn't quite find a finger, but then he finds 2 kills on both supports. Team NAAG is pushing this.
Big plays from everybody. You know, that mail getting it, you know, in the clutches of moments, disrupting the whole defense, and then, you know, Bokai could do work.
Shout out to Emperor and Gallia. Emperor managed to Sony team out with his Graph Tournament, but Gallia was able to keep everyone alive besides Strongpiggy, and that bought just enough time for Mei to get her ult. Emperor managed to get the bubble onto his Mei, and that got the ultimate off cleanly and secured, and then all the games just flew. Wonderful little clutch play under such pressure.
Yeah, it was a nice chain of events.
Definitely, definitely. In the meantime, we have Jet with another Lucio ult. Cakeblade's gonna engage with hers, maybe Jet can use hers as well. Ooh, Bokai's first of all, that's rough, that's very rough. In the meantime, a lot of stalling going in back and forth. Beatrop comes in just too late to save Strongpiggy, so now it's just a 4v6 on the payload, looking to stall, looking for anything to get in there, but in the meantime, Emperor also falls. I think this is the last we're gonna see on attack from Team NAAG.
Definitely. You know, big beat, it's hard to play against the beat if you don't have your own beat. Oh, I think Jet actually had it, but you know, Reaper died.
Maybe the timing was a bit off, yeah. It was maybe just a little bit unfortunate in timing, but then again, with 1 minute, they almost got it to the second checkpoint. That's quite respectable.
But you know, I mean, as soon as Dallas saw Reaper die, he was like, okay, we just pressing W till our fingers hurt.
There are basically 2 chains that keep Dallas from wrecking the entire world, one of which is having to play Orisa, the other one is Reaper. And Orisa's already been chained off, and he was just stuck in the ground with one ankle, and Reaper died. And he just like, yeah, it's go time.
But there is a third one that is not present in these matches, and that is Sombrero.
Oh yeah, Sombrero. He definitely doesn't like that one either. But yeah, enough about heroes that we do or don't like. But still, a very good push from Team NAAG, and with
very
a little
good
under
push.
2 minutes to push.
In 1 minute, that was a great push.
Indeed. I do want to actually see that Strongpiggy play. Like, he got out of spawn, killed Key, who was playing Hanzo, pinned Dallas, killed him, and get like a double or a triple shatter, and then you just cap the point. Like, that's how you want to return.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna take this moment to give a shout out to the DPS duo from NAAG. I think they're playing really well. They like,
Definitely.
you know, it's nothing like super flashy or anything. They not really like make huge carries, but they do their job really well. And this is what you want to see.
Their ultimates at the right moment.
Yeah, and same for their support line. Jet and Gallia have been pretty good so far. You know.
Yeah.
Pretty clutch.
It's a timing that's really working for them right now, and the Emperor is just leading them quite well. We are going to see, I think, mirror compositions from both sides, so we're not going to see the classic bunker, but we're still going to see Mei, Reaper, Moira, Lucio. Ooh, that's a very quick kill. Key and Dallas were the first picks, and I think the hotel rotation wasn't communicated as clear, and now that's going to be trouble. Quite a lot of trouble for them up ahead. Yeah, Team NAAG, I like the idea, but I think it wasn't executed as...
oh yeah, the execution was... Yeah, they weren't on the same page. You know, obviously Bold and Brash, they're gonna rush into you, so you have to be really crisp on this rotation. No one can stay behind because they're just gonna die immediately.
Yeah. Luckily, they all get the close spawn, so they can look for a retake relatively quickly, which might be able to push them out for 2 fights.
But
well,
still,
actually, one of them is in the far spawn, it's the Lucio, but Gallia is the first to fall, that's not favorable.
But the truth is, it's still before the payload gets to the point where it's like, you know, the end, it's still the 50 seconds that are left, they're gonna pass. So it's still gonna be an overtime kind of affair.
True. It does mean the kill that Algernon got onto Gallia does mean that they can push it under the guard, like the archway, without any issues. That will definitely help them out a fair bit. There's going to be a one-fight territory. However, they do not really have any ults on the Team NAAG side. I think the closest one is going to be Gallia and Emperor even. Whereas Dallas has a Shatter and Avernus has a Moira ult. Both walls don't really quite manage to find anything yet, so we're going to have to see some quick kills coming in from Team NAAG. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for them. Okay. They're just going to rotate around the last corner. They want to make it an actual last fight territory. Wall's been used by Case Flanders, but doesn't really quite find anything quite yet. Reaper teleporting in the backline. Bokai is looking for his moment. Strongpiggy is in a lot of trouble, but they managed to get a bubble and a Moira just in time, and Dallas gets frozen out of the Shatter. That's crucial.
That is crucial.
Reaper in the backline again, but nothing gets of it quite yet. Strongpiggy is still trying to hold that front, but it's going to be rough against all that damage. Bokai falls, and Key with a triple kill. Dallas with the kill on Strongpiggy. I think this might be the first map going to Bold and Brash.
It is unfortunate. Emperor had Graviton Surge, he just got it. You know, Mei was so close to the ultimate.
Indeed.
But, you know, very good first, like, you know, as for an appetizer, this is great.
Yeah, seeing King's Row, it's generally just quite appetizing. Seeing Reinhardt and Zarya, I'm not going to complain there. I'm going to watch Dallas' play the game, speaking of Reinhardt. See how this one pans out. Ah, yes, the Shatter. Pushing past this little thing, he checks to see where the Reinhardt is and just brings down everything on the floor. I've missed the sound of that hammer clashing with everyone.
It's pretty crunchy.
Indeed. In the meantime, Emperor has definitely been helping his team out a fair bit. 36 high energy kills out of 47, which is.
But you know, oh my goodness, we didn't really speak about awareness much, but almost 50% of team damage healed. That is insane. That is insane. Almost 48%. Holy smokes.
Indeed. Now I'm wondering what payload map we'll get, because we'll have quite a lot of material, if you will. But yeah, I'm curious to see what map they'll choose. The double sniper composition was played a little bit, so I'm wondering if we're going to see something like Havana, although that is more Orisa favored. Maybe even Gibraltar. Maybe people want to play some dive.
I think, to be honest, if I'm NAAG, I wanna not play maps on which Mei is strong, because I feel like Algenum's Mei is low key strong, and you know, he makes good decisions. You know, his walls are good, his ultimates are good. You don't really want to play against Mei, especially in a Reinhardt heavy composition.
Yeah,
it's just gonna be hard.
It's gonna be quite challenging indeed, and then maybe Gibraltar would be an option, but it's gonna be curious to see. But definitely, it is true. Algena's played a lot of Mei, I think, from the early days on as well, so he's quite experienced on the hero, and he's not just playing it as like a fashion statement, if you will, almost. But yeah. Let's see, we're going to see a Dorado. That's actually quite nice. The first point is good for me, but other than that, it might be a bit more challenging.
Yeah.
See how it pans
out. The first point's only good till the first choke. Once it's like over the choke, Mei's kind of starting to get a little bit useless. And I doubt they're going to pick Mei. You know, I think casters are ready indeed. But you know, I am very curious to see how this series unfolds, because I think we're definitely going to go to 3 games. And who knows how this is gonna end? Maybe we're gonna need a sort of, you know. Wait, what's the last map? It's gonna be
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill. Yeah. You cannot draw that, so okay.
Yeah, we always keep that in mind, and people don't mind playing King of the Hill in general, so that's not too bad, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna be curious to see. I would like to see some more from Case Finals and Bokai, because on their Mei and Reaper, they definitely did their jobs very well, and they always had those crucial ultimate timings. It might still be good on first point, but I would be curious to see if they play the likes of Genji or maybe even Junkrat for first point, maybe some snipers. Because I feel they definitely have it in them. Key and Algenum are definitely going for this mechanical plays. They're going Widowmaker and Doofus respectively. It's going to be quite interesting. We have McCree from Case Flanders and Bokai on the Junkrat, so yeah, that's definitely a little bit of variety there. For the old school gamers among us, Junkrat was actually good on first point when he still had one shift, one concussion mine. Just to show just how popular the hero was back then, even on this map, because he was so good at it. And we're going to be curious to see how he does now.
And you know, the thing is, once that shield is down, and it's going to be down, because you have Baptiste, who has a low-key great shield busting capabilities. You're going to have Junk, who's just going to destroy shields. And then it opens up the playing field for both BAP, for both McCree to just get the free headshots and confirm kills.
Indeed, because they do have Algenum, of course, but maybe Case Flanders will be able to keep that in check a little bit. So there's going to be a lot of pressure, I think, on Key and on Cake, actually, to get those long-range picks and to speed past all the Junkrat spam. Because there's one thing that Jet cannot do as Baptiste, and that's speed boost the team out or into position. So it's going to be curious to see how that one pans out.
Key is on a very long flank to start shooting from behind.
Trading back and forth, but immediately the rest from Gallia onto Bokai. They seem to be working together quite well. Key is now on the flank, and he's behind the enemy fountain. Ooh, and he has to pay for a Jet.
I mean, he did get a pick, and you know, he's gonna be quicker back into the fight than McCree.
True. Maybe Case Flanders will be swapping to a different area, or maybe it will stick to it. Bokai is working up to a lot of percentage, and it seems like the McCree is staying for now. Key is going onto the Hunter now.
I think they want to keep McCree just to have something to deal with Doom.
Well, there's a trap to deal with Doom.
There's a trap.
That works
exactly.
well.
I mean, I think, in my opinion, oh, that's a huge shatter. That's a huge shatter. That's a 5-man.
Yeah, strong picky kicking back here, and immediately the Riptide as well. Bokai quite well. Maybe that Riptide wasn't quite needed, but it was only one up, and one person was still getting out of spawn. So
yeah, not a fan of. He didn't even get a kill with the Riptide. Not a fan, because they already want to fight. You should save it for another push.
Yeah.
But you know, we'll see how they stabilize. They're gonna have Graviton. They're gonna have the window. Oh, there's go. Okay.
Well, maybe Gallia can
there
it again. I think it's the 5th or 6th time I've seen Bokai get dressed by Gallia. These two are working together quite well, and they
definitely
kind of need that cooperation there. Alright, Bokai with an immediate quick clue onto Avengers. They do not have that Mercy, so that's going to be rough for Bold and Brash. And a lot of damage coming in from Bokai. And also Algenum and Key both falling. There's also very low Zarya. There we go. Huckleberry finally falls.
I was actually watching, you know, as the main fight was unfolding, I was watching Algenum flank and attack the Jet. But Jet was just, he used his super jump ability, he used his shift, and, he survived a full-on Doomfist onslaught with his full ability rotation. So just, I think it's going to be tough for Algenum. Obviously, he's going to have the ultimate right now, but I think it's going to be tough for Algenum to get any value out of Doomfist against like Bap, McCree, and Junkrat. Because even if you get a kill, it's going to be rezzed.
Bokai and Case Flanders are definitely kicking up with those DPS here and there. The meantime, got a hiding coming up from behind. Doesn't quite find anything. The bubble comes in to help him a little bit, and immediately Strongpig pushes up to help him out a little bit more. And there's a decently good shatter, and this is the time for Algenum to shine. He gets a double kill with that seismic slam. Kills are coming in back for immediately Doomfist will follow up on things, and it's only Emperor, I think, now on the payload together with Gallia. Immediately the Immortality Field comes in and an extra res.
That's a huge res.
The Immortality Field and the bubbles so nicely rotated.
That's a huge res, man.
I have to say,
I mean, the bubble was great, but
yeah,
the balls.
Indeed, the balls are definitely there. I'm very proud of Gallia for having those balls. It was a good play by Jet as well, who helped very well to keep the team alive. In the meantime, struggling with another shatter, and immediately the dislodge onto Dallas by the Junkrat mine. Book, however, immediately at the first kill again. And he's got the Riptire again, he's had it for a while now. Kills coming in back and forth. It's going to be difficult to res this one, and Gallia falls well. Definitely no res on this one. Ooh, Overstays is welcome. This will be the moment to push for Bold and Brash.
Yeah. They got a bit too excited.
They got a little bit too trigger happy. However, they might be able to still retake this even without Alicia. They have the Riptire to deal with some things. Strong Piggy is back in the fight. Gallia pops up, but someone's got a touch, and they're not in time. Once again, a communication not coming in, and the Emperor was stuck behind enemy lines, it seems. Gallia has to be very careful not to fall to the Moira there, but she manages to dance around it just in time. Kills coming back and forth, and Strong Piggy does get the little bit of support that he needs.
I think a missed opportunity. I think you should go with a tire and kind of create pressure on the card, and then...
There's the tire, the grab tire that gets a free K.
There we go.
Nicely executed. And Gallia also with the res onto Emperor, just keeping him, well, without charge, was keeping him up in the fight. Meantime, Key is in a lot of trouble on the top right side there, but he manages to escape with just a sliver of HP.
Yeah, and still only 2 minutes to push through the street space. That's not really much.
Indeed. However, they do have what's called Team Bold and Brash do have the Graviton combo.
They do.
Yeah, they've got 5 ults essentially, but I think the Grav combo will be a strong one. Jet wants to push it quickly. And the Shatter coming in on 2 kills there from Case Flanders, which is a nice start to the fight here. That's just what they need, just 1 or 2 relatively expendable ultimates and just a very quick and deadly execution.
Very good team play with Jet and Flanders, the window plus Hanzo and his storm arrow thingy. Yeah. It kills everything, let's be honest, nothing can withstand that onslaught.
Yeah, I think Hanzo might have even been a top, so I'm not sure if he actually got to profit from it, but definitely the fire structure dropping and all the damage to burst the shields and the wall. That definitely helped. Algenum first to fall again, he keeps poking a little bit behind that shield. Dallas is flying, he's thinking of the shadow, but he's not quite using it yet. 6 ults online almost for Team Bold and Brash, and you're wondering, when will they start pushing them? There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. And Gallia pops the ult to help, and then Jet with the Immortality Field helps him a little bit, but not for long. A lot of kills now coming in, but that's a big investment. Key gets taken down, so it's 2 kills for a good retake. Both Gallia managed to find
that is a big investment, but you don't want to be denied yet again,
True.
You just really want to push a little bit, at least. I mean, sure, there's going to be another fight.
Ooh, Jet is in trouble there with the Immortality Field saves it from Algenum's wrath just in time. Algenum's actually first of all, so this will be the chance to retake.
And he had the ultimate.
Again. He had the ultimate, the only trump card for Bold and Brash, and now it seems quite difficult. Dallas coming up the charge actually finds Strong Piggy on the way out, just getting him dislodged, but I think it will be still a
but the fight suddenly turned around. But
there comes a Riptire. Dallas is a bit disorganized as to where it is, but it finds a double kill onto Key and onto Cake. It's just what they need, and then immediately Bokai following up on Huckleberry. His Junkrat's been chilling.
And we're in the last fight territory, and someone's actually gonna be hard pressed to push, to touch.
Indeed, and they still have Algenum's Mail, and they have Cake's Sandbearer, so that will definitely help out. However, Jet does have that amplification because an Emperor has the Graviton Surgeon that can destroy a lot of things. Algenum coming in hard with the Mails, and he immediately manages to touch the point just at the last second. They need to touch very soon, though. There it is. The amplification meter comes in. Huckleberry now on the hamster. Immediately a shatter onto Dallas. They want him done with, and he falls quickly. Strong Piggy with a crucial kill there. Now it's just an extra zoning ult on a payload. It seems like Bold and Brash will have a lot of trouble here pushing through. Huckleberry now the only one on the point with a little bit of mercy healing from Avernus, but that's a solid hold.
That's a very solid hold. And let me tell you this. I think on King's Row, Dallas got the better of the best of Piggy, but now the tables have turned, and Piggy's been actually outplaying Dallas. But I'm not taking any away from Piggy. He's been playing really well this map, but the pressure like on Dallas's shield and on his character, like Junkrat and then Hanzo and then Baptiste, is just so hard to push into it. Even if you have a Lucio, it's still just so difficult.
The damage is just so intense, yeah. I would want to do a specific shout out to Bokai and to Case Planners because they've been doing such a great job on the DPS. Like, the last map they didn't really get shot in terms of individual plays, but if you look at the kill feed, it's just these guys are flooding the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, I still think on King's Road they did an okay job together. But now they definitely shown, and especially Bokai with the Junkrat, he was a constant, just a thorn in the side of Bold and Brash. And and Flanders was just doing his thing as Hanzo, just getting a pick here, and getting a pick there. Yeah, and that's McCree.
We're gonna see Bokai play Mystery Heroes once again. He's been playing Reaper, he's been playing all sorts of things, and he's now on the Pharah. So gonna be curious to see because there's no hit scan actually on Bold and Brash. They have Alginum on May and they have Key on the Junkrat, so it might be difficult to reach a fair, although you never want to say never, I suppose.
You know what I really like about this? That Bold and Brash, they kind of try to replicate what NAAG did with Junkrat, but NAAG knows they're gonna go Junkrat, so let's go Pharah. That's next level mind games.
Yeah, indeed. Reinhardt and Zarya might struggle a little bit, but how is May going to do any meaningful damage against Junkrat and Hanzo? Or
that's already an ammo field baited.
Falling out quickly. I'll see how well they can keep this up. Immediately, Dallas realizes that he has to push somewhere else. The high ground is not for the taking this time around. So we're going to be curious to see how this works out. Key is in a lot of trouble. He's taking a little bit of damage himself, but then again, he's also already close to halfway on his ultimate, so that's definitely some good damage there. In the meantime, Bokai and Case Planners are just working around these little flank angles to get as much spam as they can. The Maywall use it, that's a good sign for a strong pick. They can actually push relatively peacefully, and Key's the first one to fall. Dallas without a shield. Over there with the damage out.
Yeah, and they need to give up ground.
Indeed, and they've actually pushed past the most difficult point. Once again, the Immortality has been forced to use quickly by Cake. However, she is pushing up close to the ultimate, so that might help. Bokai, the nice little thing there. And then immediately a Zoning Dragon coming in hot from Case Planners, and now Bokai is going to be possibly the next one to farm the last little bit of damage. Currently not a lot of people fighting for there, but now it is coming in both amplification matrixes used, which is quite nice. And then another kill from Case Planners. It seems like Bold and Brash is struggling here. Strong people with an extra kill to the chart there.
Yeah, I think just the pressure from all sides, Pharah and Hanzo, and then they're just, you only have one ammo field, right, to save you.
Yeah. Indeed. It was a bit difficult. I do want to say Gallia's doing a very nice job at amplifying the damage of those DPS, and they set themselves up so nice. Like Strongpink was able to bait the wall, and he just created so much security for his team. Like he didn't have to worry about May, and his team just took all the angles, and Gallia was just flying in and out wherever needed, and all the damage just came together quite nicely. We're gonna see Case Planners with his ultimate yet again, and Bokai has the barrage right now. There comes a lot of ults being thrown back and forth. Bokai looking to come in from the back line. It takes down the lamp, but there's a lot of damage being thrown back and forth. Dallas falls immediately, and then Jet takes down Huckleberry as well. A relatively big investment, but then again, you secure the point.
And one fight territory.
Indeed, and Dallas also used his shadow a little bit to make amends, but Key with 2 crucial kills, one of which on Gala, make it 3. Key isn't ready to gift this one up quite yet.
Nope. Oh.
Make it 4.
He's smoking.
Key, can you stop Key? Like, yeah, make the right hand go away. Thank you.
I think he's not. I mean, he's headshotting the shield right now. That's how good he is.
Yeah, just extra damage on the shield. Right.
No,
so
but he's this sort of player. He's he's just gonna flip the switch at some point and he's gonna get 4 kills just like that.
Yeah, indeed. Just countering the dragon combos, no problem. Where Alginum is the first one, so Double Sniper isn't quite working out for Bold and Brash quite yet, and they had a good first hold, but they have to hold it for 4 minutes here now. In the meantime, just onto the Diva, just looking to maybe eat a Graviton or somehow to alter it. In this case, some McCree flashbangs. Strongpink is in a lot of trouble, but they managed to heal him just in time. And once an Algin or a Case Planners with a kill onto Key.
Very nice flank by Flanders.
Indeed. Immortality Field and Amplification Matrix used by Cake, and Dallas is taking a lot of damage, but he gets all the healing for the Amplification. Kills coming in back and forth, but a crucial fight from Dallas finds 2. Bokai and Gallia down.
I like the pick to Hanzo Widow because now Gallia isn't so free anymore. She cannot just fly around like she. Oh, that's a
Dallas,
big
he wants to pick on
shatter.
Emperor, and Jet manages to get out just in time.
I think there was a bug on Emperor, and he just wanted to squish it.
Yeah, fair point. Emperor did already have the Graviton, but I guess it's always just nice to reset the charge. In the meantime, K-Sans with another kill. This flying Hanzo is just causing so many issues. In the meantime, there's only 1% left. Not David, like Huckleberry falls down very quickly, and there's no health back to take quite yet, but luckily K-Sans with another crucial kill. Bokai also finds a nice Deadeye onto Avernus. Bokai with another kill. It seems like this might be rough, although Algin does find a crucial kill onto Bokai. Dallas in a lot of issues there. Does he get the solo up? No, he does not. Emperor still has a Graviton search, but doesn't need it quite yet. He just wait for the last second.
Big res.
They're gonna get
the window.
Then it's Graviton time. Just zone him off the payload if he wants. Works, and that's the 1-1 tie in this series. NAAG with a good turnaround there.
Good turnaround, pretty convincing. They struggled a little bit on the streets phase, but other than that, very solid. Very solid, solid defense, especially.
Definitely. One thing we do want to point out that is staying the same. It's Dallas getting played again. Let's see if he gets in the last round as well. Getting both played against, but then again, it was a very nice fire strike, a double kill onto Bokai and Gallia, if I remember correctly.
Oh, big amplified fire strike.
Indeed, those are the best.
As a support player, I disagree. These are definitely not the best.
For me, they are the best. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Still, King of the Hill. Looking forward to it because Escort and what's the other one called? Hybrid. Escort and Hybrid. They're really similar in how they play, right? You just push something. But King of the Hill is a whole different animal. So you can be very good at Hybrid, at Escort, but then comes King of the Hill, and all of a sudden you struggle or you excel. So it's gonna be. I'm very curious to see which of these teams is a better King of the Hill team, because King of the Hill is a whole different beast.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm curious to see. We're going to see Lijiang Tower. Definitely a lot of potential for Mei Reinhardt compositions, especially on a map like Control Center. It's quite well known for it. Then again, Gardens is a strong for it, and I'm wondering if we're going to see some Hammond play on the Night Market. Like the point is right besides the Abyss. It just
definitely. I also think that Bokai showed us some Pharah. He was pretty good on it. Yeah. And there are 2 maps in Lijiang that definitely you can play Pharah with great success. So, but you know what? I mean, obviously everyone is really happy to play Rain again, but I just didn't see Winston yet. Well, where's Winston?
Yeah, I'm hoping to see him on Gardens. Also, haven't seen much Hammond. He was just like basically a stall pick. So yeah, this will be maybe a good moment to whip out some dive competitions, because King of the Hill is of course a game where you don't have to worry about like ultimate combinations and I don't know, like payload pushing through certain map angles. You can play a bit more freely. Sometimes it feels you just have the good map control and then you just play quite aggressively. It might work for dive, and this is definitely one of the maps where I can see it working. Widowmaker compositions, Pharah compositions. I would love to see some of it.
I mean, this is a map. I feel I've seen way more Winstons on this map than Reinhardt, so maybe this is the time. Oh, so I guess not.
No, it's not the time quite yet. Sadly, we're gonna see the Mei replant, but we're gonna see.
But actually, yeah, Huckleberry is actually gonna play DPS right now. Key supposedly on Zarya, at least so far.
Okay. I mean, Huckleberry and Key are both very flexible players, so it doesn't quite surprise me. Strong Picky is also a very flexible player, flex DPS at heart, playing Baptiste in another tournament and now playing Reinhardt, so definitely coming in hot there. But yeah, we're going to see a symmetric composition from, what's it called? From NAAG, which is going to be quite interesting. They'll have very quick point control.
I'm very convinced this is Tyrant's idea.
Quite well, because I remember playing a lot myself as well, and only the big Rain players can do that. They are immediately on the point with the TP up the top.
And the turrets.
Indeed. Mei's gonna get in there, but cannot quite find the wall that she was looking for because, well, Team NAAG was just already set up and now they have to push into all these turrets. And Reaper's also there. Emperor takes down Dallas instantly. He was bursted down so quickly. Strong Pig in a bit of trouble because he got wall up. Team has to walk around. He has no shield, and both sides getting one guy. Taking down Huckleberry is just the little turn that they needed. Someone has the cap point. Great.
Yeah, but again, that's why I wouldn't really play Rain into this, because Symmetra's is gonna feed off your shield.
Yeah.
And there's the turrets that just keep on slowing you down, so it's definitely not ideal.
Indeed, it's quite a nice way to work around Algerno's main in this case. However, they did get a pick onto Emperor instantly. A lot of slowing turrets, but they managed to push through with the Starry Bubbles and with the speed boost from Lucio. Cake definitely helping our team out on strong because the next one to fall. So it seems like, despite that, Bold and Brash were able to push through this. I really did like this engagement though. Like they let Dallas go in first to the turrets with focus onto him. Then he got the team bubble, so he wasn't slowed down or damaged. Then they got the speed boost through, and then Zarya was just beaming the turrets from the other side, bringing them all down. And then they already had one kill on the enemy Zarya.
Yeah,
Brash,
he, very potent on Zarya. Already has a Graviton. Emperor only at 70.
Indeed, Emperor has been taken out quickly twice. That's a bit rough, but still, props to Key for keeping up that well and holding that pace. Question is, when will he use it? This seems like a good moment. In the meantime, Algem is the first one to use it. They get a shatter off onto the shield, not much else, but luckily they do get the first kill to Strong again. Now it's another kill that they're being that they're chasing. Emperor is the next one to fall. Dallas gets the kill credit for that one.
No, maybe the shatter wasn't really necessary. I mean, the enemy Rain was in May ultimate anyway, so.
Indeed. Then again, they do still have a Moira ult and Key's Graviton, so maybe they'll just be able to farm it back up again.
Yeah, exactly.
Emperor now has a Graviton as well, so I'm gonna be curious to see how they use those ultimates, because there's no May ults online to ruin anyone's plans.
I feel we're gonna see both Gravitons this fight.
I think so too, but then in that case, Jet has the support ult. Cakeleys doesn't quite have it yet, and they need to stick very quickly. The Shadow gets cancelled, and immediately Huckleberry with a double kill.
Oh, Bokai.
There's Bokai, and then Cake with a little bit of extra confirmation power, just getting in that beat drop, confirming the last kill, so now looking to push forward for staggers. And I think they might get it. The wall coming in there just in time to wall off Jet, who did also use the beat drop there, so now it's just 20 more seconds to go before they actually have to flip it.
Very rough fight. Rough fight for NAAG. They used 4 ultimates, and they didn't get anything out of that.
True, however, they do still have the Mail and the Graviton. They have 8 more seconds to get in there. The walls come in there, there's immediately the Blizzard to split people off and force some issue, but there's only
someone has to touch.
I think Lucius is going to go around the backside. Jet managed to get the overtime touch just in time. In the meantime, Case Flanders does fall in the Graviton from Emperor, doesn't quite find anything, but they might be able to get a C9 cap. 2 down, now they just have to hold. Dallas going in, Bold and Brash, alright. Dallas manages to stay alive and then immediately follow up the Reaper.
And a Huckleberry.
It was a brave attempt, but
it was unfortunate because as Jet rushed to touch, a lot of people kind of moved with him, and both Tyrant and Bokai were like kind of separated from their team because of that, and they died as a consequence, which is very unfortunate because it was basically a 6v4 at this point.
Indeed, and it basically mitigated the effect from Emperor's Graviton Surge, which makes it quite difficult. However, we are going to see probably the Orion Zarya Madness, so I'm very much afraid that we won't see any Winston on this series yet. Maybe for the next one, I hope.
Maybe for the next one, because this is definitely a Reinhardt map.
Yeah, even in the Mercy meta, this was a Reinhardt map.
And I think Bold and Brash, they're gonna stick to their guns. May and Reaper, it's been working pretty well for them.
Yeah, like Dallas and Alden are definitely able to push up quite well.
I do like
Junkrat again.
I do like the Junkrat. It's not Bokai. It's Flanders on it this time around, but Junkrat is Junkrat. You just press left click into the Junkrat. There you go.
That's key gone. No charge on that one. Doesn't mean that Alger will have a bit of easier time walling things off, but then again, if you draw the blood before the wall comes in, then you circumnavigate it quite well. Meantime, Dallas' shield is still pushing very low, and May Alger is now also in a bit of trouble using all cooldowns. Managed to get a bit of a freeze onto Emperor, but doesn't quite find the kill, and it's a lot of damage. No further kills on Bold and Brash until that happens.
That's rough.
Yeah, kills coming in back and forth, but I think Team NAAG will be able to capitalize quite well. And we're going to see Case Flanders already with a Riptide, essentially. Just one more little grenade and he's got it.
Exactly.
When it's a lot of damage being pushed onto Key, Overstayed is welcome. That's rough.
And that the tables have turned again. Now Key is on the receiving end of dying as Zarya, which means, we have a pause.
We have a quick pause. Maybe
probably
someone has a disconnect issue. At least we know how the pause button works, so we should be able to unpause when needed. But definitely, immediately Case Flanders with the first kill onto Key. You can see the difference right now.
Yeah, it's 70 to 25.
No, it's 69, Scruty.
Okay.
Emperor's on the 69%, so
I apologize.
Whereas Key is only on 26. He's been having a rough time. He basically got killed quite quickly twice. Algernon is also on the 69%, by the way. Good to know. Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see what Case Flanders manages to do with this Riptide. It's gotten it quite early.
I think if Emperor uses his Graviton early, then by the time Key has his Graviton, Emperor is gonna have another one. So you
Yeah,
have
or
this.
close to it.
Yeah, you have this just right now this inherent advantage of always being one grab ahead, and that's a huge
Indeed.
advantage.
And because the Emperor hasn't died yet, he's probably going to maintain a little bit of higher charge. The Riptide is going to kick in there from Case Flanders. Just rotating around, spinning back and forth, and doing the old debate. Is he going to find anything? He does find Dallas. Very nice first kill.
And pretty big debating on that tire.
What is good though, he used it very close to the enemy spawn, so they actually could move. Like, even if it didn't kill anything, it would have just delayed time, and now it delayed a little bit of time and forced Dallas back into spawn. No, Junkrat Trap was circumnavigate. The wall comes in strong, but he has to get out of it because he's in a bit of trouble. That's a big shatter. That's a free man. And immediately the kills. There we go. 3 kills from Junkrat on Case Flanders. Strong Piggy getting the little reward for his work there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look, Key is at 50. Emperor just used his graph. So if the trend continues, Emperor is gonna have the graph as soon as Key has his.
Indeed, because Emperor is still on the high charge now. It's up to Alginum, I think, to break the play there, because they have to push for this little chokehold, and Emperor's high charge, and if they get the mail to work just well, Derek comes in, does it find a couple things? It definitely finds it, but I think they might be able to just escape.
Ooh,
yeah, they got out. Yeah, it was a very nice use of speed boost, Zarya bubbles, and just a Reinhardt charge to get out of there. Now, in the meantime, Dallas wanted to go for a sneaky charge, but didn't quite get it. Immediately a kill from the Junkrat. Case Plan is definitely working with another Riptire. Finds the Zarya, but just ignores it for now, and it gets broken down, but luckily Key is also dealt with, so still 2 kills up there. In the meantime, Huckleberry on the flank as Reaper, got a kill onto Emperor. It's just what they needed to stabilize, and then Alginum with another kill as well. Is
Huckleberry on the flank?
It's a 1-for-1 right now, so equal fights. Dallas with a shatter on the backline, finds a couple, and Nadia's want to secure it. And it's gonna
a little bit eager on the Reaper, although.
True, but do keep in mind, Bold and Brash will now be able to defend with their May wall. It's going to make it quite significant. Then they also have Keys Grafton coming up, and they have Cakes Sambar. So if they use those well, you might be able to live through 3 fights, and then you're looking at like 75%. So then it's just almost 1-fight territory again.
But let me tell you, I think Bold and Brash, they don't really handle Junkrat too well. I mean, Junkrat is big. Yeah, that's a lot of trouble.
Jet also has the beat up, but they live through all these ultimates. And in the meantime, it's Emperor also pushing up to his part, if you will. No kills have fallen back as coming yet, and immediately a shatter on the backline from Strong Piggy. That's a 4-man again. They get 3 kills off the back of that Strong Piggy. He has to sacrifice himself, but trust me, 4 kills for Reinhardt, I'll take it any day of the week.
No doubt.
Stellar performance here from Team NAAG.
And again, you know,
clean it now.
Oh, but still Dallas coming back.
Yeah, and he finds Shatter. He also finds Shatter. They might be able to retake. Case Flanders with the Riptide finds one, but it's not going to be enough, I fear. When it looked so well, but then Algin was able to sell out so well with Avernus, and then Jet.
Yeah, that was a very decisive retake.
Yeah. The trade just kept coming in back and forth. It seemed to be in favor of Team NAAG, but then again, never say never. Alginum has another mailed, however, Bokai and Emperor have the Graviton and the Reaper. It's going to be quite interesting to see if they can get some fight out. That's going to be 1 or 2 more fights. If we're kicking up long, dreaded fights with all the beat drops and whatnot, then it might be 1 fight. 70% on the board now, and they have to win it right now. Immediately the Grav comes in, I think. The Grav Reaper, sorry. He's going to live through something, and he's going to get frozen in it, and no kills. Alginum with a very nice defensive mailed. Case Flanders has to escape, and the rest of the team has to get out of there as well. And Gallia used the ultimate there. That's very rough. It's 15 more seconds to touch. Are we going to see some very mobile here? Strong Pick is going to get onto that Hammond. Oh, and Case Flanders takes down the Reaper. Huckleberry. It's going to be rough. Can he actually get out? No. That was within the last 5 strikes there.
He's going to have grab, so whoever's coming to touch, he can get grabbed.
And Hammond, he's going to get frozen and boomed. And Grab on the front line actually to just keep people at bay, and it completely isolates Strong Pick. An extra shadow comes in onto Bokai, just not having any issues there. Bokai doesn't even get a teleporter rate from out there, where Gallia's now the only one on point. He's trying to ball a little bit of time, but then immediately Case Flanders with a double kill, and it's Emperor coming back on the Zarya. Can they actually get there in time? No, it's Case who gets the beat drop.
Yeah.
That 1 fight was looking very much in the favor. We can do a B2 because that's GG's. But it was looking like the 1 fight with NAAG was looking in their favor. They managed to live through all the ultimate combinations there, but then just a stall on point for Alginum and Dallas, and Avernus coming back and surviving was just so crucial.
Yeah, and a huge. It was a very nice opener. Definitely, very happy from what we've seen so far. Very closely contested. I mean, it was 100 to 97 in the end, in the last map.
Yeah, and a 2-1.
2-1.
Yeah.
But I like what I've seen. Maybe I would like to see a little bit more Winston, especially on a map like Dorado. Second point is kind of favors Winston a lot. And I was a little bit surprised not to see our friendly monkey.
Yeah, I was sad to not see a friendly monkey.
But now we're gonna have Team Baby Yodas coming in. Maybe they favor a little bit
Indeed.
more
I mean, they have a
monkey
very
play.
cute meme, so they might just. But yeah, we'll be back in a couple minutes, hopefully with some wincing gameplay, if I may say so myself. But definitely we've started off quite strong with a lot of Reinhardt gameplay, just a lot of very nice plays in general. It was sort of the individual talents that Team Bold and Brash had to offer versus the very nicely set up team play from Team
NAAG,
NAAG.
yeah.
And it seemed like for now it was the individual pride and talent of Dallas and co taking the plate. But then again, we'll see how things are going to be in the next series. See you in a few minutes, guys.
Yep. Alrighty. I think because we have everybody's in the lobby already,
Yeah,
so I think we can.
Technically, I think
Yeah, we can pick it up, and maybe what? Because now it's Team Baby Yoda. They played against Room Temperature Water, and they won 2-1, which is something that really pleases me because we had no sweeps in the first round. It was always 2-1. It just means we had some very nice competitive close matches, and that bodes very well for the future and the next games.
Indeed, I hope they can keep up such close series because it looked at first in our series as if Bold and Brash was going to win it with Sunnies, but then Team NAAG has managed to make quite a nice turnaround, and I'm hoping that they can continue doing this. In the meantime, let's have a look at Team Baby Yodas, which is probably one of my more favorite recent memes. We've got Avoli, who played main tank last time for, I think it was Team Solil Gallia with Sheldars. We've got Spilneinsch, aka Pedro, aka Splash, or P9dro. We've got Laser Turtle, who has been in the server for quite a while. He's been playing quite a few pugs just in general, and I think he's been present for most pug tournaments as well. Nerabos, our good old hamster. Hercules, I'm not too familiar with Hercules, but maybe do you know him, Scruty?
Wait, let me see who it is.
Yeah, I'm curious now.
It's Zach.
Zach, it is a support player, it seems, so it's always good to have a little bit of a Lucia speed boost by our side and some beat drops. We've seen in the last round how some beat drops were just able to turn entire team fights.
Oh yeah, both speeds, especially because obviously when you play with Reinhardt, speed is very important. Without speed, Rain can seem kind of sluggish, maybe not really having as much impact as he would have if you had a Lucio.
Yeah.
But yeah, and rounding up the roster is Ritter, arguably the best player in the tournament. Just judging from like the SR kind of perspective. He's not gonna play his main role, which is DPS. He's gonna play tank, which is something which is good because it's gonna equalize a little bit, the playing field maybe.
Yeah. We've seen his making abilities last tournament, and that was definitely quite strong. So I think right on the flex DPS there will be a bit difficult, I think, for some.
Yeah, but I'm really interested to see Baby Yodas in action because they may not really have your traditional Reign Zarya setup. We know Nerabas, he really favors ball. Ritter likes to play Hog a lot. So, this can be a potentially very interesting combo with Nerebas just going YOLO and slamming in. People are in the air and then Ritter hooks them. Or even Ritter goes on the like lone flanks and picks off supports every fight.
Yeah.
Because these are the kind of X Factor plays. You don't expect them. You never expect a flanking Hog until it happens.
Yeah, until you suddenly feel see the word stunned on your screen. But
Yeah.
who needs halt hook when you have pile drive? Let's be real.
Yeah, let's be real. And then you can just roll out.
Rolling out.
Yeah, and get 1k HP and just roll out.
Yeah, we do also have Pedro, who's quite a versatile support player. Like he plays like Ana, Baptiste, Lucio, and so he can play both the flex support and the main support decently well. And we have what's it called? Hercules playing, I think, mostly Lucio. So we might just see a little bit of Pedro Ana or Pedro Zen. I would love to see some Zen Lucio dive.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I'm actually surprised that we didn't see any Zen Baptiste compositions. Maybe just the players, maybe the player pools weren't really, favorable towards Zen Baptiste because, I know that Dallas, he definitely favors some Zen Baptiste right now. But I guess his team maybe just wasn't really comfortable playing Zen and Bap. But it's just, again, if you play Rain, it's just such a huge amount of damage on the shield just from the supports.
Definitely, and then we're not even talking about Junkrat or Hanzo yet.
Yeah, exactly, and then you have like arguably the best defensive ultimate in the game in Transcendence, and then you have the Amp field and Matrix and the emo field from BAP. So this is a very potent support line, and maybe Baby Yodas are gonna experiment with it a little bit.
Yeah, because I remember back when Baptiste just got released, it was still Goatsmith, and people obviously sometimes swapped out a Brigitte for a Baptiste, and then you saw the likes of like Discord Orb headshot through Amplification Matrix from Zen was like 260 damage, so that can be a pretty scary prospect when there's no armor from Brig and there's no abundance of tanks.
Yeah. So, but I mean, it's gonna be. Because I feel like we haven't seen them play, but I feel like Baby Yodas are gonna be that's my prediction. They're gonna be like a chaotic team. They're gonna thrive in chaos that they create. Definitely. Whereas we've already seen that NAAG is they play more structured. They try to get a nice team play going. So it's gonna be like this immovable object against an unstoppable force kind of thingy.
Indeed, definitely if Nerebos is rolling out there with Hammond. So it's going to be curious to see that, because you have these almost stellar opposites as teams, and I'm curious to see how it will work out. I remember Avoli also played a pretty solid Reinhardt last time around. We're going to get into the game. Once again, King's Row is our starting point. I think they've missed it a little bit, Rein Zarya, King's Row.
Oh, definitely. It's a flagship map for Rein Zarya, so I think every series we're going to see it, unless someone gets cheeky and they're going to pick Blizzard World.
Yes, in Blizzard World, first point, Reinhardt's actually pretty good on Blizzard point, especially on defense.
Yeah. The second point, he's kind of garbage.
Yeah, as for many haps with Hagan. I'm wondering if we're going to see Eichenwalde. If people like Reinhardt so much, why not return to his home and to his master ball?
Definitely, and Eichenwalde is a pretty great map. It allows for a lot of flexibility in your compositions, playstyles. So, and there we go.
Hey, Winston Hammond. Oh, I love to see this. I love to see this so much.
I love it. But you know what? I like the Lucio, but actually, what's the Lucio for? Who he's gonna speed boost? I mean, unless he just speed boosts out of the spawn and then he may switch to like accommodate Pharah, maybe.
We'll see. Like maybe Laser Turtle's just going in for a sneak peek, if you will. Okay, we're gonna see a little change.
No. Are they baiting us? No, don't bait us.
For Hammond Zarya. Hammond Zarya is still. It's not top tier, but it's alright.
It's alright. I mean, you know that when ball comes in, it's a guaranteed 40 charge. It's guaranteed.
Oh, we've been debated, Scruty.
Debated.
We've been debated.
But we're gonna have a break.
I'm not too happy with that, Scruty. I mean, I had to break it to you, but that's not what I wanted. Alright, when you see a very tank composition with Hercules on the Baptiste with Splash or Pedro on the breaks, it's going to be difficult to dislodge that Reinhardt with his Mayhem Reaper by his side.
But still, worth noting, that's the first Maywell.
Indeed, and Laser Turtle immediately takes on Strong Piggy, and he also has the Immortality Field just back him up there, so it's two very quick kills from Lazy Turtle, and The chaotic side hasn't been as true yet, it seems. So we would have loved to see it. I would have loved to see some Winston and some Hammond, but you know, maybe we'll do it some other times. Maybe we will.
Maybe.
Maybe we will.
But you know, an interesting thing to note that Baby Yodas, they don't have defensive ult. Like they kind of have Brig, but it's more like a sustain ultimate rather than a defensive one. So you know, again, those gravitons can be pretty devastating to them.
True. And they do already have Case Planners already has 75% on that mail, pretty strong. I think Emperor is also pushing up to a little over 50 as well. So it might not even take long for them to get immediately Hercules with the amplification ranges. Reinhardt yeets that fire strike through there, just what they needed.
I like the field because it just gives you like a kind of free push through the choke.
Strong Pig is the first to fall. Hercules with a very quick kill there, and in the meantime it's Reinhardt being isolated with the wall, but immediately the immortality deal thrown over just buys a lot of time. And it helps Baby Yoda just secure his little first archway push, and it just helps him so much. First Maywall from Avoli not really quite finding what they had hoped for.
You know, so far I really like Hercules' play because you know he's been really quick on emo fields, and you can argue that you know maybe he could have saved it for some other time, but you know that's the way you want to use emo field. It's a prevention kind of thingy. So anytime you see an opportunity, you use it.
Yeah, definitely with the Maywall, you always want to help your Reinhardt out immediately. The immortality field there in the in the Graviton and the Mail. It might not be enough, I fear, but still, immortality field was there, and it's going to be a good stabilization from Team NAAG.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they needed. They just needed to stabilize.
Indeed, and it's a good way to do it because now they can set up their May again by the archway. Let's see if Hercules will be able to save Neroboss and Reinhardt again with that immortality field as the wall come through. You can just cheek it, like toss it over the May one just onto the ceiling of the archway, and then
and still. Good discipline to just use two ultimates. That was the plan. They executed nothing more. They still have beat. They're gonna have Reaper ult. They're gonna have Coalescence and Shatter.
Indeed. Have a Reaper ult and what's it called? And it's a big Shatter here. And Strong Piggy doesn't quite find it when he's hoping for it. The Graviton, I think that might be a fat finger. Immediately bait drop to save both Kyle and Reaper just to help him out, but still Splash and Laser Turtle. Splash with a nice Briggle there and the Laser Turtle extra kill. I think this might still be Team Baby Yoda's best chance to push.
It's a little bit unfortunate. It was a great Shatter, but the team just wasn't ready to follow up.
Yeah, and Splash was not shattered, so he managed to get the stun in onto Strong Piggy just as he charged in. He played from the brick there. And immediately Graviton coming in there.
I mean, there's...
Once again, next Reaper ult comes in. Both Reaper ults use Laser Turtle and Bokai get 5 kills between them, so there's a little bit of an advantage there for Laser Turtle, it seems.
I mean, I gotta say, Lazy Turtle has been just doing his job as a Reaper, you know? He's been shredding people, getting picks every fight. That's what you want to see from your Reaper player.
Yeah, I remember when Lazy Turtle was actually still new to the game and he played a lot of Puck with us. He was initially a Genji main, but one of the heroes they could always flex to was Reaper, among also Junkrat and McCree. So he's been playing this hero for a bit longer than most people, I would say. So he's definitely showing his aptness at the hero.
His edginess, you mean?
His edginess. He's very edgy, I can tell you that. Ooh, the wall there. Strumping is now gonna take the fruit there. Bokai gets down, takes down there.
That's a little bit of a friendly fire kind of wall, because, you know, Nerebos wanted to go out, but Avoli put his wall up.
It's like, no, you're not going out, you stay in there, hold the front line. Right, we do see Ritter with the Grapsol Search on the ready, and Splash is going to be close to another Briggle, so that's going to be quite a nice rotation. In the meantime, Bokai has to get out there quickly before things turn sour for him. In the meantime, Emperor isn't quite up to that Grapsol Search quite yet. It will be Ritter's best chance to push 3.5 minutes, still on the time bank for Team Baby Yodas. Look, for now they'll just retreat a little bit to safety, and
Galleon, that's a big pick.
Takes Laser Turtle, that's a nice first kill there. Gonna see a quick reset, however, I do still think that Team BBS has a bit of an advantage here. Like, they have the males coming up, the Reaper ult coming up, they have the Briggle.
Grav, yeah, the Briggle. And again, they're pretty much approaching the big 6, so it's always tough.
Yeah, they only need that last fight. In the meantime, Jet does have that beat drop by now, and we do see Case Lance with his male, and Strumpy has a good Earth Shatter coming up, I hope. That will definitely help out his team there. It's going to be a crucial fight here, because if they can draw out some ultimates, the defensive side can draw some ultimates, that'll be very helpful. Splash opens up the fight, and Ritter comes in with the ground, and the Shadow comes in with Strumpy, he finds 3 or 4. Immortality just helps him out for now, but it's only going to last so long. Hercules with another nice application when he can just find 2 kills on Strumpy and onto Emperor. Emperor does have that grab, but he is in spawn right now, so this might be do or die for NAAG. The male comes in from Case Finds a lucky
that's a huge wall.
Shatter.
Huge wall.
a lot of people on the edge. Bokai there, and then the boop comes in from Jet, finds Hercules. Which when it turned on, immediately the recoil coming in from Laser, just keeping people. Laser got grabbed. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna reroll there. No worries, man. We do see a little bit of hammer to stall now, but it's prolonged. He is very quick to fall, and then Gallia also falls quickly. Immediately teleportation on the point, and it finds Laser actually. Bokai with a crucial pick there.
I mean, I think they might stabilize.
It seems like they will. Splash doesn't want to have any of it. He just wants to get in there, but luckily they get the kill. And it seems like Tuka's coming in quick. Another graviton from Ritter, I think, onto the Winston there. And onto Strong Piggy as well. So it's two tanks in there who cannot. These mobile tanks cannot escape. And it seems like, despite that, Baby Yoda's capturing his opponent with a very similar timeline as we saw in the first round.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it's actually the exact same, but it's very close.
It was 146 the first round. This one is A1.
Okay.
But yeah, it's very similar. If we get another 5-4 similarity, then I'm not dissatisfied if that happens.
You know what? I think the biggest factor in the last stretch was when Baby Yoda's pushed in with those 6 ultimates. Yeah. I think your only hope is a great May ultimate to just stop them. But it didn't happen, you know. Flanders didn't pull the trigger on that May ult, which I think is a little bit unfortunate because, again, I think the only way you can stop it, like this sort of an aggressive, overwhelming push, there's no better ultimate than May ult.
Definitely just stops people dead in their tracks, if you will. Big shout out to Hercules as well for actually staying out of that shatter from Strong Piggy. And then when all the damage came in from their own May ult, from Avali, it was just Amplification Matrix and the Immortality Field to keep his team alive, and all the damage just came in. 2 quick kills. It was just
you know,
out of the way.
Piggy has had some very nice shatters this round, but you know they are nice from like an individual standpoint. But you know these are shatters that don't really kind of aren't converted into picks, into kills.
Yeah.
They don't secure fights. Like people are on the ground, but no one dies.
And it is very tough to get a good shatter against a team like you have to do with Brig, Reaper, Immortality Field.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest factor. Like you know everybody's on the ground and then the Immo Field, and nice.
I would like to see maybe a bit of a different composition here from Team NAAG. Actually, we're going to see a quick Widow pick. Hopefully that will stay for a bit because it's so difficult to like actually push into that Break Reaper May. Like, how are you going to take that down? Maybe we just take some long range damage. Is what I'm thinking. That might help because they don't have a big sustaining ult. So if you have a Grab Dragon, that could be very successful. Maybe though, Avali's May doesn't quite find the split that they were looking for. So this might be a good chance to push through. May is lacking behind just a little bit, so maybe Avali will get that May wall back again. But we'll see how this turns out. First presence on the point, and immediately the whale comes in. Strong is very low. Actually, a lot of people are low on the Immortality.
Oh, that's an Immo Field.
A lot of people were low, like kind of understanding it. Only 80% for that amplification makes, and Blade Turtle's the first to fall, and Emperor takes down Ritter. The start they were looking for. This is history repeating itself once again. Just very quick pushes on first point with a little under 2 minutes time back. Oh, there comes the amplification mate looking to get some extra damage and extra healing.
Oh, he's walled off. That's a great wall.
It's a great wall, and they managed to keep their team alive for a little bit. How long is it gonna last? An extra Immortality Field. Hercules keeping strong Nerabos up for so long. Blade Turtle now takes down Strong because that's the turnaround that they were looking for. And they're not willing to give up this point quite yet. Emperor takes down Avali once again, and then Splash is now back on the break, but gets taken out by Jet very quickly. Blade Turtle takes down Bokai, but is then taken down by Case Flanders. Now just one lonely Zarya on the point. I think that might be Ritter.
There's still very convincing push by NAAG. And they were patient. They were just patient. You know, they waited out the Immortality Field. They waited out all the cooldowns, and when the time was right, they pushed in. They got picks. And even though there was a long stall going in, you know, it was kind of a desperation attempt just to buy a few more seconds.
And they only used the coalescence there, so that's an okay investment to just cap the point really. And Emperor is quite a while ahead of Ritter now on this Zarya chart, so they might just be able to get in that Graviton Surge before any meaningful reply can come in from Team Baby Yodas.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside of just kind of desperation stalling, because you just give an ultimate charge to the enemy team.
We see Bokai in on the backline immediately. Oh, that's such a nice play, and Strong Piggy falls down quite quickly, but that play was so nice from Strong Piggy.
Oh, Nerabot's frozen.
Yeah, he couldn't get out into it, but the bubbles help him out just in time, and now I think Blade Turtle in a bit of trouble there. His fan takes a nice kill, but Bokai also falls, and now Nerabos is able to clean up. I just want to point out what happened there. Bokai was flanking from behind, and as soon as he, flanked the backline with his shotguns, Splash was forced to pop the rally, and immediately Nerabos turned around, and at that moment, the shatter came in from Strong Piggy. That was such a nice combo there.
Yeah, that's they have a really nice team play.
Let's see what happens this fight. Ooh, nice grab there. Ritter now has his own true Retaliate, but that Immortality Field once again taking away so much damage. Hercules with a crucial immortality field. They do get 2 kills onto a volley and onto an Erebos, but not much Hercules can really do about that one, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, the way I see Immortality Field is like a dam, right? It's gonna stop the flow for a while, but once it breaks, it's just gonna be, you know, people are gonna die.
Yeah, you're still gonna be in trouble if it breaks. It buys a little bit extra time, and it maybe forces a little bit extra investment, because if we look at the rest team right now, at Baby Yodas, they have a lot of powerful ultimates. They have the Shatter, have Amplification Matrix, Grav, and Reproc. There's not really much to deal with it. You do have Gallias and Jet supportals, but will it be enough?
I mean,
that's gonna be the question.
Jed's beats have been on point so far.
Stellar, yeah. Shatter comes in, but doesn't quite find anything. Then a Reproc onto the backline. Laser Turtle doesn't quite find it. Was looking for him. Both headers are
1-for-1.
Reapers in play right now. Ritter gets into extra grab time now.
Huge beat.
With the beat drop. Loves trouble still for us. Dropping you. Managed to get the pin back actually. That bubbles came in just in time. Still a 1-for-1 fight, but the Shatter doesn't quite find it. If he gets frozen up, there's a cruel word, and then the rally's gonna come in. Emperor's gonna fall, and now it's just only one lonely Moira.
I mean, it was a great fight, but it was just an issue that Baby Yodas had more ultimates. That's the bottom line.
Indeed, and to be fair, they did at least force out 4 ultimates, so yes, you did use a lot of ultimates if you were Team NAAG, however, one of them is a Reinhardt, which you can get back quite quickly. You still have your own Graviton, and you still have your own Mail. That's going to be quite decisive.
These are the game changers.
Definitely. So I'm going to be curious to see if they can get them in there quickly. It's going to be Case Plans, I think, to open up this fight with the Mail. That's what I would like to see at least. Or just a Graviton there.
Oh, both Mails?
Both Mails being used, and Bokai is now forced to go onto an awkward angle as the first to fall. Both teams frozen up into the ground, but Stromberg is the first one to fall. Hercules is once again keeping the team alive together with Splash. And that's quite detrimental, because now Team NAAG used both the Mails and the Zarya ult, and they weren't able to get any kills or progress from it. Yeah,
and you know, the counter was only my ultimate from Avoli. That was the only counter that stopped it.
Hercules now does have the amplification mix, and there's nothing really else on the table quite yet. Maybe Ritter will get another grab on there. I'll also get another shadow, but I think it's time for Baptiste to shine again. We get a little bit of first Maywall to cover some ground, and then the Avoli also uses his Maywall, so they can't really quite get anything out of it quite yet. These teams can now really push without too many. Ritter gets in the Graviton, an extra Moira comes in.
Oh, that's a good wall.
The wall takes down the application mix, but for how long is the question, of course. But he's managed to stay alive for now. Avoli takes down Boken, and that's a good shatter onto the back line.
But no follow-up?
Indeed, the wall to stop Nerelos, but then there's another wall keeping the other team back. Just one game of very peculiar chesty application. Ooh, and Strong Piggy falls. There's only 1 more minute to go. Bokai is going to be close to rebuild, but I think he will save it for another day. Or for not another day, I hope, but for another fight.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at, by the time there's overtime, NAAG, they're gonna have 6 ultimates.
Probably, and that's gonna be a question of how they can use them. Immediately, Avoli takes down Bokai once again, coming up with stagger kills.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because that's a pure stagger kill. They have to wait now more than 10 seconds till he gets back.
In the meantime, Lazy Turtle has taken that little spot on the arch when he's gonna see the enemy Reaper probably teleporting in there. It's gonna be a 1v1 for the Reapers, but more than that's scary. Immediately the free drop comes from Jet, and a lot of ultimates being popped, but it's Strong Piggy once again the first to fall. All the damage is so much, it's only 15 more seconds, and all the kills are coming in the favor of Baby Yodas. Extra ult there being popped from Gallia on the payload, but it's not going to be enough. I hope she gets the overtime stall, but no. Someone has to touch now. In a matter of seconds, it's going to be very difficult to do so. The first map going up. Someone's on point. Someone is seen behind this. Jet sneaking little spotted out. At least he gets the overtime. You gotta do what you gotta do, Scruty.
Definitely.
Very valiant effort from Jet. He's going to go in.
Hey, still stolen.
Oh yeah, he got the touch again. 3 touches from Jet there on the overtime push. It wasn't to be, but I like the commitment to the overtime.
Okay, so we're gonna have Baby Yoda's taking the King's Row, but you know what? My observation here is the difference maker, and you know, it made it so difficult for NAAG to push. It was Baptiste.
Yeah.
The Immo fields, the amp matrices, huge healing, huge damage. It's just, I think, you know, Moira in this meta, she's just not, I mean, in this meta, like without double shield, Moira and you know, Doom and Reaper, Moira's value drastically goes down.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I want to point out as well is that Baby Yoda's composition with Brig, May, Reaper, Reinhardt, Zarya, and then Baptiste all plays relatively closely together. Like, maybe the Reaper and the Baptiste take a little bit of awkward angles, but that's really it. But it's going to be very difficult to actually push into that with your own like May Reaper Reinhardt. Like imagine if you're playing Reinhardt or Zarya and you don't have like all the support from your team, then suddenly like a Brick Stun and a May Wall and Freeze and Reaper come in. Yeah. I would actually like to see some more long range compositions come in because we know that Bokai and Case Flanders are very like capable of playing these other heroes.
Yeah, and we're gonna see Escort next. I'm curious which one they're gonna pick. Payload, yeah. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna go blow my nose. Yeah, boy.
Yes, get it. I wish you the best of luck. Right, so I'm gonna be curious to see what the payload map will be, because if it is Team NAAG's choice, then obviously I would recommend one that has a bit longer sidelines to the Baptiste, and the Brig may struggle a little bit. And it's gonna be Junkertown. Seems like I'm relatively right in that. Let's see, we have a little bit of a weight come in from both Scruty and from Team Baby Yodas, so that's no problem there. But yeah, I'm going to be curious to see what happens here, because Nerabos might have to play something other than Hammond or Reinhardt Zarya. There is no Orisa in this tournament, so obviously it will be difficult to pirate chip onto the payload. Maybe we'll see some Winston Reinhardt Bastion, who knows, but yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Right, but let's have a look at some of the players that we've had. One of the people that really stood out to me was Hercules, who was stellar on the Baptiste. He's always getting those amplification matrices before anyone else even remotely had their ultimate. And was always getting those immortality fields just at the right time to stall the fight out a little bit or stabilize the team. Other than that, Splash was helping out quite well. I'm not personally too big of a fan of Brick, but he was doing his job very aptly and got the rallies quite quickly and got his team armored up nicely, and the stuns were kicking in hard as well. In the meantime, Jet was once again very consistent with the beat drops, just 21 people sound barred out of 4, so that's quite impressive. It means only 3 people in the entire series from her team did get the beat drop at some point, and that's she always got it off on at least 5 people. That's quite nice.
Okay, I am back.
Nice. Seems the other team is also, or both players are getting some food or going to the toilet real quick, so we'll see how that one turns out. But yeah, I spoke about how Hercules, Pedro, and Jet were playing. Are there any people that you want to point out?
I think Piggy was playing well. It was just a matter of Baptiste denying his advances and stuff. And that's a shout out to Hercules, to Zach, because his emo field's been really good, on point, and in general his back play, just nothing to kind of say that, hey, you're doing something wrong or whatever. His back play's been very, very solid. And I think also Lazy Turtle, maybe not super flashy. He's just capitalizing on what his team is doing, but this is very much needed. Reaper in this composition, and he's the one that once your team creates, then Reaper just reaps the rewards, and he gets all the kills. And that's what Lazy's been doing. His Reaper play's been very solid. But again, a huge shout out to Jet. His beat's been tremendous.
Yeah.
Piggy and Emperor, they're doing all they can. I think really what hurt their chances in King's Row was just not playing BAP. That was it in my opinion.
Now we're going to see if we're going to get debated again. We do see a little bit of long range coming out with Bokai on the McCree and Case Flanders on the Hanzo. We do see some Mercy Baptiste, so a lot of amplification and a lot of healing as well.
And a res. And Mercy and Bap, they work well, because even if somebody dies further afield, you can throw Immo field and allow your Mercy to go for a risky res.
Indeed, we're going to see Hercules off on the Zenyatta, so we're going to see Mercy Zen, Lazy Turtle on the Genji. We're going to see maybe Roadhog Hammond. I'm holding my breath. I hope we don't get debated a second time. But
no, I think I saw them talking about this composition, like Ridders on Hog and Nerabos on Hammond, so I think they're going to go with it.
Right, yeah, it seems like for now they're going to go with it, so I want to see the Pile Hook combo. Oh, that's going to be a bit nasty, because Reinhardt's going to have a lot of trouble against all that shield break and all that crowd control. Right, let's see how this one Panda Laser Turtles. You're not pushing the payload, doing the one thing that Genji players are not commonly associated with, pushing the payload and immediately fully capitalize on the pile drive.
Yeah, exactly, and that's another combo. That's 2 picks from a volley, big picks.
However, there was a quick res coming in, but now there's so much damage being dished out back and forth and a lot of space being taken. Only one Zarya on the payload, and he's going to have a lot of issues here, I think. Emperor completely isolated, but Bokai finds 2 kills in the meantime. And actually, Emperor is still alive somehow. Can he keep it up?
Yeah.
The Immortality comes in
Very
again.
nice immo field.
Oh, Bokai got hooked out and dragged outside of that little Immortality field by Jet. And then Strumpy is next one to fall. So, like, despite the little haphazard issues, maybe Yodas is going to capitalize on the payload again. Ritter with another kill. I think that's 3 kills from Ritter there. Not even per se having a lot of hook kills, just walking forward with a left click and a right click.
Hey, but all this time we didn't see any like confirmed elimination by Zen, but almost having a trance right now, it's pretty impressive, you know, like Ritter's 65, Nerbus 70, Lazy Turtle 40, and you know, there you go, Hercules has a trance, so that's pretty big.
Yeah, definitely, and Jet has been getting the Immortality field up. There we go, just the first little push. Gonna see a little bit of extra sustain and damage there. Hunter's in a lot of trouble there. Narrowball together with Hercules get a lot of crucial kills there. Heino comes in from up top as well in the luxury of the Immortality field. He gets taken down quickly when it falls. Gallia gets arrested, but is very quick to fall. And then another rest comes in from Splash in this case. And it seems like Raider is going to be able to capitalize on 2 kills from him and then evolve the last couple of Strong Piggy.
Yeah, they invested 2 ultimates, but you know, they just needed to confirm the point.
Indeed, the first point is always difficult to hold with a Reinhardt composition. This point is a little bit more favorable, but still not stellar. Neryl's coming over his favorite. Gallia being dragged through the minefield. Somehow doesn't get killed by the mines, but there's a shotgun winning at the other end of that hook, and that's never a pleasant thing. Jet's gonna be in a little bit of trouble.
But you know, also what I want to say is that Avoli's been giving him trouble. You know, that Widow's been pretty troublesome because now look, you have to mind the ball just being, you know, an annoyance. You have to watch for hooks all the time, and then you have to kind of not play in Widow's sightlines. So all of a sudden, like, your playing field is kind of small because wherever you go, it's dangerous.
And you never know where the playing field is exactly. Like, if you don't see Widow and Ham and then Roadhog, then who knows what you're in for. Right now, Roadhog is in the enemy's backline, and Nerobos just got in there with the pile drive. It's a very quick first kill onto Emperor with a lot of assists from the support of this case. Laser wants to get that blade going, he takes down the Immortality field, and Bokai falls as well, and then immediately Jet falls after, and Laser takes down Strong Pig as well. They're going for a very aggressive push. Who was even capping the payload there? Was it Hercules?
I think it was Hercules, yeah. I mean, that's a smart choice. He has his trance, so just leave him on card.
He just he got a little bit of like Discord damage and a little bit of kill assist, but other than that, he's just watching his team go very deep for enemy. In the meantime, Case Flanders does take 2 kills there, and he's very low on HP, just dancing with the last bit, but Splash is able to get the last thing out. And Gallia props the Valkyrie. Maybe that was a misclick, or they're hunting something actually. They want to get a resurrect onto Emperor, and Ritter has used his hook by now. It's a very nice pin onto Ritter, and immediately separated. Narrowboss with his mines there. We're going to see Minesweeper being played again, boys. Bokai takes down Narrowboss, and now it will be potentially a little bit of stabilization for Team NAAG.
Okay, interesting dragon.
Zoning them out, but everyone just got to the high ground. Such a mobile team, but for once again, Case Flanders gets the better of Evolu. He's been doing quite well in the hunts so far to deal with this Widowmaker. Now we're going to go for a difficult part, because if Rana can hold this little top stairway, it might be quite challenging to actually deal with all that. Ritter tries to get a hook, but Strumpig was able to block it quite nicely. And he has his ultimate, but a lot of ultimates up for Team NAAG now. They just need to find the right place to use them.
You know what? I think what they would, I mean, NAAG, they would benefit from Mei, because Mei's very good against Ball. Mei's very good against Roadhog, yeah. So, you know, I think that's kind of a missed opportunity right now. And maybe they kind of hampering themselves by playing McCree. It's difficult to play McCree against so many threats.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job, I must say, Bokai stunning the Hammond. Just got a nice couple kills on him. But still, it might be difficult to do it consistently. Maze maybe just a little bit more survival in that sense. In the meantime, the backline's being flanked, both DPS taken down by Laser Turtle together with Ritter. Just flanking the top high ground, and immediately an application matrix and Gallia looking to get the last bit of healing and maybe a resin. But there's only 4 kills on the board from Baby Yodas, so it's going to be a difficult stall. Another Hammond ult from Nerobos, trying to keep people in, but luckily they all got out in time. The hook was blocked by Emperor, which is quite nice. But it's going to be last 5 turrets around like a 3-minute time bank.
That's a nice pick to get out of spawn.
Indeed, indeed. Now, I'm running up, we're going to see a res. I think we might Splash does get onto the top high ground, just behind the wall, a little bit of safety. But they have to. Ooh, that's a nasty hook. We've seen it almost happen before, but this time it actually was capitalized on. But we need to see some ults being used. When it hits the point, but there's no one there to capitalize on it, then the dragon comes in. You cannot make this up, just flanking 2 DPS from behind and then solos, and you have that trances for himself in the graph, and then Genji falls. It is just a kill they need. Bokai's in a lot of trouble, it's the first one to fall, and then immediately an extra shatter comes in. Does it find anything? It does find Splash, which is just a kill that they needed. And for now, getting up some extra kills with the amplification made from Jet just to hold out to this last half a meter.
Yeah, but there's still Rodok just guarding one of your spawn doors.
Yeah, and he's in a lot of trouble now. This
he
Flash
died.
Grenade came in just in time, and then Emperor was able to clean up another kill. And which look, Emperor is already 50% onto a new Graviton, and he just used this one to open like their retake.
Yeah, I mean that's the downside of playing Ball and Hog. There's just no shield. There's big bodies that take a lot of damage, and that just is converted into ultimate charge.
Indeed, however, Caseland is the first one to fall. All that mobility makes it very difficult for the DPS from Team NAAG to actually find a good spot for himself, because no one to help him out if Hammond ever comes in. Immediately the Dragon Blade being popped by Laser with the extra damage, which the Immortality Field is being just ignored, just going for a different target. And Jet is the first one to fall there, and then immediately Nervos with the extra ults, and Ritter takes down Gallia in the Valkyrie. Once again, 1 minute 44, very consistent on these time banks.
And it's a pretty good time bank for Junkertown. But you know what I thought to myself? That we also haven't seen any Sigma today. And you know, Sigma is still a very good hero. It's pre-nerf. Their PTR patch is still only on PTR. And even though obviously you play Sigma with Orisa, but I'm kind of surprised nobody is trying the Sigma Reinhardt combo.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Yeah, because I mean, I've been bickering about how I want to see Winston and how I've been how I haven't been traded to my little feast yet, but definitely Sigma has been completely absent as well. And in this case, we have Baby Yodas, who are being quite experimental by playing Roadhog and Hammond, two heroes that we haven't seen much of today yet. It was a lot of Ryan Zarya. We're going to see if they're going to keep it up. For now, it seems, and we're also going to see Ashe, which is a hero I'm always happy to see. Like, fond memories to Bob being nano boosted on the objective.
Wait, is Emperor stream sniping us?
Is he on Sigma? We're going to have sort of double shields with Bastion. So we're going to see a sort of a little bit of a different pirate ship, but this might actually work out quite well. Try to dislodge it off the payload if you're Hammond or Roadhog. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, I mean, and Genji, there's just not enough damage to break those shields. Yeah. And how do you hook the Bastion through two shields, you know?
Yeah, and even if you do, Immortality Field.
I mean, Ritter is taking a cheeky angle, so maybe that's the play. But, there's still Emo Field, and there's still Res, so even if you manage to get him, what's next?
You have to stay there and guard the body. Well, meantime, Nerval's looking for an environment. He finds it instantly onto Jet, so maybe no Immortality Field to worry about quite yet, but Nerval does escape with just a little bit of HP, and he knows of the Bastion by now, rolls around the backline again with very minimal HP now. Ooh, Gallia gets taken down by Ritter. For now, it's working. These tanks are somehow doing it. Nerval. Okay, maybe that's not quite doing it. Ritter's still in the backline, but now 2 kills have come in for them. Reinhardt guarding this Bastion Bokai with his life, and he's not afraid to do so. For now, it's been working quite well, the pirate ship, right? Ritter and Nerval have had their kills, but Bastion and Hanzo were just able to out-damage it. Ritter's still in the backline with a Mercy pocket.
Jet is pretty unlucky right now.
These tanks have not been treating Jet with a great deal of
But you know, bottom line is payload is moving.
Indeed, and Laser does take down another kill tonight. I've got 2 kills, which is going to work out quite nicely. Gets a little bit of deflect, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. But now Boka just gets walked on by Ritter. The Resurrected comes in onto Boka, but there's not really a shield to help him out, and Gallia very quick to fall. For now, this like very chaotic composition is working out quite well for Baby Yodas.
Yeah, but and you know how it's gonna play out now, because you have to get to the payload and set up.
Yeah, against all that damage and a spawn.
Yeah, and all that disruption, you know. So
definitely. Avoli has been swapped onto the McCree, looking to get maybe a flash grenade in there, just a little bit of general damage.
No, Jet, no. Okay.
Yeah, okay. He've learned to side. Ritter.
Wow.
Ritter, you can't do it to him. It's time to stop Ritter. Double kill from him, and then the charge doesn't quite find a mark. Ritter is just absolutely running rampant right now. Doesn't even bother going for Bokai, who swapped off the Bastion, as you mentioned, but Ritter's got to stop this, or someone's got to stop Ritter, maybe.
I think you know what works quite well against Rodok?
Reaper?
Discord and Reaper.
Yes, Discord is generally quite strong. They already have the Mercy, but then again, Jet already has the amplification maybe, so maybe for one fight you can do that. Or just focus him down. That also works apparently.
I mean, Flash also works pretty well, so...
True, especially if you interrupt the healing weapon. Ooh, it's so much damage. Laser going in wild now.
That's a Nano Blade.
That's so much damage. The Valkyrie isn't going to cut it there. Avoli with also 3 kills in that fight, which is quite a nice accomplishment. In the meantime, it's just, I think Gallia trying to get in there. He's being body blocked almost by Nervals. Oh, Gallia gets out just in time, luckily.
Yeah, I think the DPS duo for Baby Yodas are surprisingly efficient. You know, they get a lot of picks, they play solid.
Indeed. Yeah, and they're not even like GM superstars. I think both of them are like Diamond or maybe a low Masters, but they're doing a very good job against a lot of people that maybe even higher rated than they are themselves. Like we've seen Jet as a very solid support in Master. I've seen Emperor on Zarya as also a GM player, so
yeah,
they're doing quite well. Nervos does get taken down, so this might be the chance for Team NAAG to push, and they need to win this map really if they want to stay in this series, because they've already lost the first series and now they're 1-0 down, so they need to get to work very quickly. Ooh, Bokai just a little bit too eager there.
A little bit.
Hercules was able to hit the shots on Lazy Turtle and just help him out a little bit, and then kills coming back and forth. Emperor does take that Nervos, which will alleviate some pressure from his team, but another kill coming onto Lazy, but now once again anyone's game, but Ritter is in the backline, his hook interrupted. A Shatter comes in onto the backline. Oh,
Okay.
McCree's not an issue right now, but still a Roadhog behind. Hope they notice it. There's still a Mercy there.
No, Roadhog is going to spawn cap Gallia. There you go.
Yeah, it's gonna happen again. I think Gallia is not having the time of her life right now. However, there's still a front line being pushed in right now. There's just no one on the payload. It's Strumpig looking to cap. They cannot quite get it. He's very low on HP, Strumpig. In a lot of trouble, a lot of hurt right there. There's a Mercy right on top of him. He tries to take down splashes. He stood on his literal dome.
That was pretty funny.
He was trying to pistol whip, like, to be fair, Splash did a very, like, brave attempt at pistol whipping him, but it wasn't to be.
Ritter's still spawn camping.
I mean, he's got to move spawns now, so maybe he'll actually move from one spawn to another. Oh, Ritter has been having a field day, but maybe the supports, Jet and Gallia haven't quite had it. Maybe someone will go back for him and just deal with Ritter, but then he just
he's sleeping.
That's a sleep dart.
That's a pretty big sleep.
This would be in a moment to shine, and I think it's going to be an attempt to charge. Doesn't quite hit the time mark, but Ritter is now finally taken down. Now they can just push quite adamantly. Bokai gets taken down, but once again, it's still in favor of Team NAAG, and there Neros comes in with the minefield, just to delayed him a little bit. Strumpig is playing Minesweeper, and another sleep dart being hit here. Quite nicely.
I think Anna is a very good pick because she's strong against both Ball and Roadhog. And then you have the anti to stop Road from just getting a jail out of free card because you just anti and he cannot heal back.
And then you have Genji. We all know how Nanoblade works.
It works pretty well.
Yeah. Both teams have or do have the ability to use Nanoblade. Obviously, it seems like Laser has been able to benefit from it just a little bit more. In part because Bokai was, of course, playing a different hero at the start. But yeah, we'll see how this is going to work out. In the meantime, we've got a little bit of a pause now. What would you like to see from Team NAAG if you still want to stay in the series?
I mean, they already made a little bit of an adjustment with Ana, which I think is a good pick because, you know, it gives you like more tools to stop this huge disruption from Roadhog and Ball. So, and it's worked already the first fight with Ana, and it just paid immediately. You know, sleep, debuff, and you confirm the kill, and you just move the payload because they don't have any tanks. But I think maybe NAAG is kind of clutching too tightly to these kind of conventional compositions, and with like Road, every map is they tried with Sigma okay for a little while, but maybe they should also try to like shake it up a little bit because it's just tough. Like also for Reinhardt playing against this much. You know, you have Genji dash in, and then he gets nano, and then there's Nerobos pile driving in, and then there are hooks, and it's just, you know, you can only shield one way.
Definitely, and with all that crowd control coming in, it's going to be pretty difficult to push into it. However, Bokai does have the blade right now. It's only just 30% more for Gallia, so and we're going to see the unpause now. So both teams are ready again. In the meantime, Hercules does have the nanoblade of himself, and then obviously Laserturtle has the blade, so they might be able to pull the trigger first.
And again, neither team.
There it comes.
Big immo field.
Quite nicely, and it's going to save him a little bit of time. Emperor does eventually fall, but it was a good immo field still. Like, it's difficult to counteract Nanoblade with just immortality.
Oh, definitely.
It was a good attempt still. Alright.
But it stops the chain, because Genji has to like focus a few slashes on the immo field instead of just killing somebody and moving on.
Indeed. Bokai gets out alive just in time now, and now they do actually have Nanoblade of their own. 1 more minute on the time bank, and you know, Splash might have that Valkyrie ready, but is it going to be enough? Well, I wonder. It will be a difficult task for Bokai to find, just like the Ana and the McCree will be the most obvious targets. We'll see how it turns out. And ooh, that hook up from Ritter onto the McCree, and then luckily the barrier does go down. They have to push quickly, or Splash wants to open up offensively. They have to make a move here, Team NAAG.
Okay, there's the move.
Matrix. That's a nice punch. He doesn't quite find anything, but they need to get a quick kill. Jet takes the initiative and takes down Apoli. Now an extra Ritter comes over with an extra ultimate and immediately go for the Ana. The bubble from Emperor there onto Boka was just perfect to make sure that he would not get slept there, because I think Hercules would have hit that otherwise. So anyone's game right now, and Gallia does get taken down. Now it's also a pile driver, and Splash gets the resurrect. That is clutch.
But you know, still you use Nanoblade, and the only thing you got was Ana.
Yeah, and McCree, but there were just too many kills. It wasn't in their favor yet. So it's going to be last 10 seconds, and Emperor goes down there. Doesn't quite have the grab yet. That's Trompiki having to carry this team with an Earth Shatter. Hope he can land it quickly. Gets hooked out of his charge. It's such a sad moment now. Just also in minefield on the payload. I think this is all she wrote for this series. 2-0 victory for Team Babies. They've made quite a standing here.
Strong showing.
Strong showing, definitely. So it means that they're on 2 wins now, Team Baby Yodas, and they already had one relatively difficult opponent, I would imagine, so I'm going to be curious to see what's going to happen here. We're going to see Laser Turtle on the Genji, just looking for his little blade. Everyone cramped to a little room, everyone dealing some damage in the immortality field. It helps a little bit, but for how long, really? Get that with, like, a little bit of HP at, like, 15.
Nice bit of damage by Flanders, 33%. That's a lot of damage for
a lot of it as McCree as well. Like, he played Hanzo, I think, in the first part, but so quite respectable. Right.
I mean, I think it was a 2-0, fairly convincing. But I think the issue was it was just a matchup thingy, you know, because we know that NAAG can play really well together. But I think it was just the opponent was very uncomfortable for them. You know, it wasn't necessarily like, oh, they were way better or whatever. I think it was just a matchup issue. It's just an opponent that you're gonna have a hard time against.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Emperor has to go now, so we will see a different tank come in quite soon, I think, because our next series is going to be on the way in just like 5 to 10 minutes. But we'll be back with you shortly. We saw a very good showing from Team Babios, who now have 2 wins and only 1 map loss, so they're definitely looking pretty solid. Probably a top 2 contender, which will bring them to the finals. I hope we see a very strong last showing from Team NAAG.
And we still haven't seen room temperature of water.
And either. I think we're going to see them in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, we should. So what's up? We're taking a little break?
We're taking a little break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, we estimate, but just stay tuned to the stream, and we'll keep you updated.
Alrighty, see you soon.
See you.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
So it seems like Leroy is just enjoying a little bit of a cigarette, but in the meantime, we can build some hype for this last series we're going to see in this like group stage, if you will.
All right, but wait. Before we begin, do you know the score from the room temperature game?
Yeah, they won both their games. I think they won 2-1 in the other series as well. So they're undefeated. I think either with like a 3-1 record or with a 4-2 record or a 4-1 record. So they're looking quite strong for now.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Because that means they won against the Bold and Brash.
Bold and Brash, and against the team that Ritter had, so Baby Yodas. Oh wait, actually, am I mistaken?
No, they lost. They lost against Baby Yodas.
Oh, they lost that, yeah. Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah, Baby Yodas is the one that's undefeated right now, so that's gonna be interesting to see how that one works out.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I also want to point out, though, we see room temperature water, room water temperature, whatever it is. They've got like 4 Swiss flags and 2 Japanese flags. So I'm thinking that it's like a united nation of Swiss cantons being assaulted by 2 weebs. I don't know how you feel about it, but
yeah, there's definitely a message behind it. It's just we have to decipher it, and I think it's just 4 healers being mercilessly assaulted by some anime weebs with katanas. That 2-handed katanas.
2-handed katanas. I've never seen such a scary prospect, Scruty. I wasn't ready for this. And we're going to see Hollywood, actually, which is a nice map to...
So I'm going to give you a little bit of trivia. There is a weapon that's kind of a 2-handed katana, and it's called a dachi.
Nice.
Or no, wait, it's called no dachi. Yes.
Dachi, okay.
I played For Honor, so yeah.
Ah, I see. I know I have a couple of friends of mine also play For Honor, so I'm going to be curious to see if we're going to see it. Maybe Suzu or Chris, they are both known to play a bit of Genji.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Okay, we're asking, people asking ready. And I am pretty hyped to see Hollywood. Hollywood is a cool map. You can, and definitely the second point, because it kind of requires a Winston.
Indeed. Maybe people stubbornly push through it, but we're going to see how that pans out. We do also have Super Kababi on his alternate account known as Booty Hunter.
Booby? It can also be Booby.
Booty. I think it's Booty Hunter. With a T. Yeah, it is T. Booty Hunter. He hunts the booties. Scruty.
Yes, and the boobies as well, to be honest.
He might just.
But yeah, a little bit fresh blood, one thing that I always say, when you're a team that kind of lost a match or lost another match, how's your mental readiness for the next game? And I think they cannot really hope to get to the grand final because they already down 2, but you definitely want to win a game, right?
Yeah.
So it's I'm always interested to see how the teams respond in those situations. Like you lost 2, you're kind of down, but you're still will you just roll over and allow yourself to lose the third one, or will you be like, this one is a must for us and we have to win it?
Indeed, we do see a little bit of swaps here. We see Gallia on the Brigitte looking to just stabilize the team a little bit. In the meantime, with room water temperature, we do see Chris on the McCree. We have a lot of players that are very familiar to us. In particular, Tunex has been climbing the ranks as a tank player, just playing different sorts of things, both main tank and off tank. We do have Suzu playing Pharah this time without a Mercy, but it can still work out quite well in my Season 4 memories when I played. Always get the grenades and an Anubis in.
I think they just... Oh, yeah, they're actually gonna play Pharah without a Mercy? Is that for reals?
I think they're quite for real, yeah.
Okay, I mean, against McCree, it's gonna be tough.
Indeed. It's gonna be up to Bokai to hit his shots. For now, he's been doing. He's already pushing up to his ultimates, and maybe Hunter can also be a threat of its own. So they're just scouting out, seeing where the opportunities may lie, but it might be difficult to actually see if they can get there. It's going to be the first engagement on the front line. Wayne and Chris Creek is a very quick pick onto Jet, who wasn't able to use the Immortality. Crescent 10 gets taken out by Stromp again, and
so is Venus.
Venus. Look like for now, the team is looking to bounce back here, and another kill from Flanders, quite solid.
Very solid. And as we have, the fights are over now. What I also want to say is that room temperature water, they are fighting for a chance to be in a grand finals because they won 1, so they really need to win this game if they want to have a chance at a grand final.
Because I think the map differential is just in favor of room temperature water. I think they just really want to win this one 2-0 and just keep that going, if you will. Suzu now has the Mercy from Venus and immediately gets a kill. Both DPS down now, just Suzu's time to be unleashed, if you will. Splashing out the 2 people there, and Jet also falls. Suzu now has just all the angles that he needs. And now you especially want to see maybe a Winston Diva or just something that isn't Ryan Zarya, to be absolutely fair.
Yeah, and the thing is, for NAAG, you know, once your DPS die, and especially like your McCree, it's gonna be so tough because Farah's just gonna have free reign, and she's just gonna be above you, taking angles, like very risky angles, but there's no punish, so she can do it.
Yeah.
So you know, you really have to protect your McCree. And speaking of, Jet unfortunately dies.
Yeah, because as soon as both of those DPS died, the only thing that could really restrain Suzu was a brick flail whip, or otherwise Jet, who also fell very quickly. So the Ryan Zarya aren't very good there. For now, both teams are sticking to the Ryan Zarya, so for now Suzu will have free reign, and Tunex is also pushing up quite close to that Graviton Surge. So maybe they can get a little bit of a combo going there.
Yeah, I think both teams just want to use the Tang ultimates.
Or you just get free kills with an Anubis there.
And the unfortunate thing is Piggy used Shatter that didn't really trigger.
Yeah, it might have attempted to trigger, but there was just the speed of that like damage boost from Mercy and the extra nano boost. It's very difficult to push through that.
In the meantime, Kebabi is hiding on top of the bank.
Definitely, he's a very sneaky boy.
Sneaky boy with a Graviton Surge.
Coming in from the backline now, coming in hot. Finds two people in there, and then the dragon draws in free. For now, they're able to lift through all of it, but it's a lot of damage still being thrown back and forth. Chris Creek also falls. Bounty Hunter now falls, but he's done his job with the Graviton, really. They need to keep it up. In the meantime, Stormfing is in a lot of trouble. They get rid of Alpha Crescent, there's still anyone's game. Now it's the amplification looking to make the difference. Nice amplified fire strike there for Stormfing. It's going to help out that Bokai falls to Wayne. And nice shots to Bradiana, but then Susan now finally dealt with, and there's no rest to bring.
And there's no rest, yeah.
It's actually hold it right now. Next, nice extra kill from Case Clan. He's not willing to drop this one quite yet. And Venus is in a lot of trouble, very low on HP and anti. The swing finally come through.
Big plays by Venus. I mean, sorry, by Flanders. You know, before he died, he got 3 very crucial picks.
True.
So yeah. And now we have a little Zarya 1v1.
Also props to Stromby. He stayed alive in all that. Definitely with help from his teammate, he was able to just create all the space and demand so much attention that Case Clan was able to get those kills. And he also got a partial on the Mercy at the end and on other people that were also being dealt with. So very good job at staying alive and contributing wherever he could.
I mean, so both teams sticking to their tank duos, and you know, I mean, I'm starting to question whether we'll ever see Winston again.
I'll bring it. I did it today. I'll do it again. Right. We do see a very quick kill onto Bokai by Chris Krieg. Chris Krieg has definitely got his aim on Tunex. Does have the Graviton. Suzu's also in a lot of hurt. He needs the extra.
Another Flanders with a Suzu kill.
Case Flanders was very low himself, and Chris Krieg deals with a nice double kill, and then immediately Venus comes up with the rest, so it's definitely in their favor. Stropy gets the extra help from the Nabos, but it's not gonna maybe help as much. The Immortality Field has to do it for him. Shatter doesn't quite find anything, and I know his help for something that actually dealt with it.
What is
Jet,
happening?
Bounty Hunter, and Bokai all find a kill, so just a very quick turnaround instantly. Also, Tunex falls, and now it's just a very nice...
This fight went from lost to won to lost for room temperature.
Indeed, and the fun thing was room temperature, well, it was looking at like 2 down, and suddenly 3 people all got a kill, just like within the span of half a second, just by themselves almost. That's quite impressive. What a way to turn a fight. And
you know, they kind of, you know, there's still a minute and a half remaining, but you're kind of entering the pressure territory. Because, you know, the time's dwindling down, and you kind of, you know, the payload is being slowly pushed back and back.
Indeed, and there is a graph combo online for Team NAAG, so they can actually get it here.
And you don't have anything against it.
No, just hopefully get some good positioning in bubbles, but it's going to be very difficult to deal with it. Well, there goes your potential for a resurrect, and maybe this will be a good moment to push for them. Team NAAG is definitely looking to get it going here. The Shadow doesn't quite Flanders comes in. There's going to be a kill on the Strumping. The Immortality comes in just too late, but in the meantime, Flanders gets 3 kills and just deals with all that.
4? Hello?
So Flanders is like, yeah, I'm going to flank if you don't mind me. And then President's like,
I mean,
where's my team?
You know, I was actually watching, and first off, it was him fighting against Suzu, who actually swaps to Hanzo. And now we have Chris Krieg and Genji. And you know, he dueled Suzu, he won, and then there was Chris, he killed Chris, then he killed Mercy, then he killed Waynen, and it's like, what is happening? Flanders, contain yourself. But you know, he's been stellar so far. On the second point,
in the series in general, he's been very consistently doing quite well. And still, like, they went into the fight with a Graviton, but it still happened for the last 30 seconds there. And like, yeah, the Nanobus was used, so that's not going to help anyone. Venus does have the Valkyrie lineup, but they just really want to look to get this nice Graviton going. There it is, 2 tanks in, extra Dragon comes in, and now it's just so much damage in the front line. They use They get 3 kills there. Anna wasn't able to get out of the way quite in time. But a couple kills coming from Suzu and Chris respectively. The strong play takes down Suzu. Arrest comes in as a Chris 10, but he doesn't quite have his ultimate. He's immediately anti-nated. Galley takes down Chris Krieg.
There's still Chris Krieg in play.
Someone has to touch his card now. Chris Krieg not allowed to touch that card. No. Oh, someone did get to touch it now. It's Hama there. Oh, Chris. Why are you playing? Why are you playing Genji in season 18 or 17? Yeah, definitely. Chris doesn't have to worry about any bugs on his shoulder anymore. I think Strong Piggy took care of the bug.
Hey, but you know, after kind of quickly getting dislodged of the first point, I was kind of worried that I'm afraid this might be a stomp again, because you know, after the streets phase began, room temperature water had a decisive fight that they won. And I was like, it's not looking good for NAAG, but you know, they turned it around tremendously, and you know, huge shout out to Flanders, because these fights were won on top of his shoulders. Definitely. And you know, obviously, I don't want to take away anything from the very solid support play in Strong Piggy Tankin and being very good as a frontliner, and you know, a Kebabi Booty Hunter subbing in, playing really well, you know, very smart. But you know, in the end, you need picks during a fight, and even if things were looking grim, all of a sudden Flanders came in, got 3 kills, and yeah, that's a GG, guys. Go next.
Okay, we're gonna go for a quick pause, it seems. Crusader needs a little bit of pause. Okay, body pause, yes. Right, well, we'll look at a quick pause.
Wait, who's the owner?
It's a Booty Hunter.
Oh, why is he the owner?
He got it instead of what's it called? Tyrant, because Tyrant was the previous owner, but it's fine. We got the pause with 20 seconds still too. So
yeah, which is solid, yeah.
Yeah. We found the keybind, which is always good to know. But let's see what we're gonna have here, because Team NAAG got a very good hold in there, sticking to this McCree Hunter, which has been working quite well. They do have a little bit of a different support lineup. In the meantime, we see Chris on the Reaper and Suzu on the Mei. Now I know Suzu is very capable of playing Mei. He picked it up quite quickly when it started to become very strong. So they're maybe looking for a very aggressive rush. If they can get onto perhaps Bokai or the front line, that might work. I'm still wondering how they're going to deal with Case Flanders, because it's going to be difficult to outpace in terms of kills.
I mean, basically, this is just Orisa Sigma, but instead of Orisa Sigma composition, we have Rain Zarya. But the rest remains the same. You have Mei, you just speed into them, you hopefully wall somebody off, Reaper cleans it in a matter of 1 second or even less, and then you just move on from there. So this is like your classic Orisa Sigma brawl, hyper aggression composition, but you know, with just obviously Zarya and Rain, which are also by default a very aggressive combo.
Indeed. So I remember the times when Mei was still very much paired with Reinhardt, but those days are long gone now. So I'm gonna be curious to see how it pans out. On the positive side, they will be able to farm up some good Graviton combos maybe, because there's no real Transcendence to deal with quite yet. Obviously, there's a lot of sustain with Chris and Suzu just pressing shift and getting out of the way. Wayne can do the same. And if there's a good like bubble usage and just a good beat drop, you might be able to just live through all of it. So it's gonna be.
But you know, still the thing is, if Flanders is still smoking hot, it won't really matter, because he's just gonna click your head, and no shift will save you from that.
Indeed, and that's always it's difficult to do. The game is underway again around, so just 20 seconds until we get to the juice.
But I'm afraid that they just, I mean, NAAG, they just, with McCree, they're not gonna have enough like counter pressure. You know, they're gonna get rushed, and you know, McCree's not really good in those situations. McCree excels at, you know, he can take his time, take his position, shoot some people, get some heads, kill somebody, and you know, that's where he excels. But in those brawly compositions, he's not really the pick. So, but
I mean, he has one flashbang. Like, if he can hit all 3 of them, then it would be nice, but it might be challenging. But we'll see how it turns out. First, bubbles and just poke being traded. They want to keep a little bit of distance, Team NAAG, to set their McCree up and have him get some space. They do get some chip damage away onto Chris Krieg, who isn't quite able to push aggressively yet. And for now, it just seems to be a little bit of a barrel stuff into this little security room. Crusader and Strong Piggy both take a little damage, but also both are looking pretty strong on their ultimate charts. So they've definitely swung a bit as well.
Speed boost.
Yeah, I see engagement. Suzu and Wayne and both use the shift to get out of the way for a little bit. Suzu does get the wall, mostly for self-protection, but now they find a nice pin there on the back line. Now it is a lot of
is still alive though.
He got out alive. Now it's Reaper in the back line. Bokai gets taken out by Chris, and immediately a teleport out, I think. Suzu once again using both his ability to sustain himself. Wayne takes down Booty Hunter as well, so now it's a 1-up here for room temperature water. Suzu now finally finds a kill onto Strumping and 2next with another kill onto Gallia in this case. It's a very strong first hold.
Yeah, and Suzu's already almost has my ultimate, which is gonna be tough to deal with. You know, one thing, you know, coming back to this DPS duel from NAAG, you have very good burst damage because if you click heads, you know, people are gonna melt.
That's so sad.
It is very sad. And you know, that Moira orb killing you, it's always sad. It's just sad.
Yeah. Especially because he was on his way out, essentially. Like, you know, don't chase me, orb, don't chase me, don't do it. Alright, Boboka's gonna join the break, and shortly we do see 2next already pushing ahead on the Graviton Surcharge, which is quite impressive, to be quite frank. And they also have the Earth Shatter and the Mail, so it's looking like a pretty solid hold, potentially halfway here already for Team Room Water Championship. The first Shatter doesn't quite land anything. Counter Shatter comes in, nothing is being found quite yet. A lot of ults being tossed back and forth. And for now, it seems like Room Water Championship is able to capitalize. A lot of ults being used there, but they win.
Who's used? Oh, Venus with a. Oh, that's a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, at the same time though, Case Finance did also use his Dragon in an attempt to zone out the team.
Yes.
It is okay, but I'm hoping he can get his ultimate in time before the Graviton comes in, otherwise it might be difficult to get to the
I guess they're gonna count on just, actually a swap.
May Reaper.
And it's interesting because they had Deadeye, and you know, potentially it could have worked with Grav.
Potentially, but then again, there's also still Maywall and and Reaper Shift.
Yeah.
First wall comes in, and now Rafa got walled over just as it happened. He does get the beat drop here, and then is the first to fall. Suzu gets an extra bubble to deal with Strompier, who is now frozen and in a lot of hurt. Finally, he stays alive, and a Graf comes in, an extra kill there. 2 kills from them now, free. Team NAAG is going to cap this point, and they're looking to go for now. I think all they needed was just that little bit of stability on the point with the May and the Reaper.
Oh,
nice
what's up, kid?
When it's like, I'm gonna AD straight with this one, and I'm like, no man, I'm gonna charge you.
But you know what I'm gonna say? You know what I'm gonna say? You know what temperature water could have used? A beat.
A beat drop, potentially, yeah.
Yeah, because, but they used it last fight just for like, for curious reasons. But still, that's the game, you know? You misuse your ultimates, you're gonna get punished.
Yep, that's the name of the game right there. However, it is a very quick retake again, with people struggling to find a doorway and the gates opening, and 4 kills very quickly.
Very aggressive.
Also, Case Plans was just taking a little bit too long, and that's also going to be Bokai being staggered out and frozen. Chris Krieg is now looking to push the enemy spawn. He's feeling it.
He is feeling it. I mean, Reaper is a very a hero that allows you to do a lot. You can just press W and click, and it's okay.
It works out quite well for him. In the meantime, it's going to be Case Finance with his ultimate. He got it quite quickly, and the payload stopping Cresta 10 there. He's the first one to fall. Now it's also Suzu with the counter, but it's not going to be enough. Everyone gets out of the way in time, and there's already been so many kills. Now it's just going to be a quick payload push. And Team NAAG, it's going to be one fight territory by the time the next fight happens. So this might be their chance to get 1-0 up in this series, which is just what they could really use.
Yeah, Suzu with a little bit of a desperation May ult to stabilize, but very good response from NAAG to just avoid it, you know, confirm kills.
Get out of the way in time and get all the kills going.
Shadow
doesn't find anything, but the Reaper does find that if he can land on top of the head of Brian, it takes down the Lucia, and then immediately Cresta 10 falls as well. Immediately 2 kills coming back as well, and that's going to be a third with the freeze coming in, and 2next getting the last bit of damage in. And the 4th, it's going to be a very decisive take here, or retake I should say, sorry, from Team Room Temperature Water.
And only
a Moira ult and that one.
Only coalescence used from Wayne.
Indeed, and now we're going to look at a pretty solid focus. It's 1 minute 45, and we have a Graviton Surge coming in, a Shatter, and a beat drop from Venus. Jets and Gallia are pushing up close to their supporters, but they don't really have any punching power quite yet, so it might just be one of those overtime fights again. Unless someone gets a lot of clicks, of course, we'll see how that is going to happen. Get a very quick early fight, and there's going to be 2 people wall off. Instantly, the Shatter comes in, it does fight on, but the wall isn't quite there. Cresta is still in a lot of trouble. Is he going to fall? He does fall. Beat drop comes in from Venus, just as Cresta 10 falls, and then immediately the counter beat drop just to keep him alive. An extra Graviton. Suzu's in a lot of trouble there, a lot of healing coming in from the side as well. But now Suzu is finally fallen, and Chris Creek doesn't quite have anything. It's 3 kills up now, I think. And Strompier, he wants to go in there, he wants to cap this last pit. He's definitely leading the charge right now. It's also Jet on the jailhouse, and it's an extra kill.
Cresta is back.
Cresta is back, but there's nothing to support him there. It's going to be Team NAAG taking the lead in this series, and it's just what they needed. And this is interesting, because depending on what is happening in the other lobby, even if Team Room Water Temperature wins it now, if the other team manages to win 2-0, there might just be like a decision being made by the direct result against one another, because they had the chance to just go to the finals on their own powers, but for now they are dependent on what the other teams do, and firstly, of course, on whether they can still win this series. Very
Hey,
nice
but you know what? It was so clutch because Jet got his beat the exact moment that they needed it. Because they were in a graph, Jet was at 98, and then it just got 99 beat. He beat it immediately. Nobody died, and again, his beats, they are amazing. They save so many lives.
Definitely. So yeah, we saw a lot of Reaper, or sorry, yeah, we saw a lot of May plays and a lot of May Reaper plays. I'm curious to see if we'll see something very mobile, because I know Suzu, of course, can play Genji and Summer quite well, and Chris was traditionally a Genji main, turned into a bit more of a hit scan, so he fancies Tracer, fancies Widowmaker, fancies McCree. So maybe we'll see some Gibraltar. Indeed. So we're just going to see what the map pick will be for Team Room Temperature Water. And yeah, I'm going to be curious to see what they'll go for. I think Gibraltar might be a pretty solid option. But Dorado might not be too bad, actually. I think. Maybe we'll see that again.
Well, we see Rialto. We haven't seen it.
Yeah, Rialto. Nice. I'm quite happy to see this. We probably will see some Reinhardt combos again, but Rialto's a fine map, so no problem there. If we don't have King Zero, we'll get Reinhardt on Rialto, which is basically King Zero in a different skin, it seems. Maybe we'll see Farah as well on the first point. I could imagine Susan in that. Maybe Bokai also tried his hand at it. So
yeah, even the second point, she's still strong throughout.
Yeah.
The third point a little bit meh, because you're just gonna you move inside, you fight inside. She's not that strong anymore, but you can play her for pretty much 2.5 points.
Yeah,
and have great value.
Indeed, and in that case, like, yeah, okay, I captured 2 points in a little bit. I'm just gonna swap off now. I think I did my job as Farah. So yeah. Going to see when Team Room Temperature Water is going to be done with their maybe tactical discussion, I suppose, because they know that they definitely want to stay in this tournament. And they're going to have to win 2 maps for it.
Yeah, now they have to reverse sweep. I mean, it's obviously a best of 3 series. But, they find themselves down. They have to win 2 in a row now. And they're capable. Well, definitely they're capable. We've seen some very nice things. But, I have the feeling like the fights, they are really not obvious. You see, tech, for instance, you see a team having an ultimate advantage, but they somehow don't win a fight. And that's so far what I've noticed this series. Like the conventional kind of ideas, the Overwatch ideas, don't really work in this series. Like, okay, we have a Graven and a Dragon combo, and then you use it, no one dies, and like, what happened? And then you lose the fight. So.
Yeah, a couple things are really noticeable. Like generally, the team play outside of ultimate usage is pretty strong, and that's definitely a deciding factor. But we see some very decisive plays being made by people individually on different roles. Like we've seen Jet getting in some Jet and Hercules, for instance, have very good Baptiste plays. We've seen some very stellar DPS plays from the likes of King Planet, and we've seen the likes of Ritter and Nerval just terrorizing backlines with pile drives and hooks. So obviously with the Ryan Zarya, it's a bit more challenging to get all that individual value out of your tanks, but then again, they've been doing a very solid job so far. Same goes for Strong Piggy, who just refuses to die. He just always stays alive long enough for his DPS.
Yeah, I forgot to mention it. The amount of time Strong Piggy was at legit just balancing the entire fight on 100 HP or less was insane.
Yeah. For now, it seems like we're going to see a little bit of a sneaky push. I think Suzu has spotted out. Yeah, Suzu's definitely spotted out now. He gets his shift off just in time. A lot of bubbles being used back and forth, and the wall just kind of makes sure that they cannot really push through. We do see a bit of a difference again. Once again, Suzu gets taken out by Jet. That's a crucial first pick. Jet going to get out alive? That's kind of the question now. It seems like he will.
Cheeky Lucio play.
Indeed, and we do see the Reaper Lucio coming in from Team Room Temperature Water, but they're not having it. The long range with McCree and with Hanzo's working out quite well so far.
Yeah, because the thing is, the only player that can contest Hanzo is May. We actually see a kill from Suzu on
on
Flanders.
And then takes down an extra charge.
In theory, Hanzo should be pretty uncontested in this comp.
What a crucial kill there to turn around. She's gonna fall herself now, but it's done its work. It's gonna be a nice first point hold for about a minute. Just right outside the spawn, basically. We'll have a good retake still.
Like, if you retake the next fight, you're still stretching it to a 2-fight territory.
Definitely.
For, like, the whole point, right? But they have to come out strong, they have to win this fight, and they have to hold for a little while to make the payload move back.
The ultimate Jet. Ooh, was a little bit too ambitious there. Now it's going to be a 1-fight territory, essentially. Insane aim definitely there, so it's gonna be Strong Piggy pushed in. I'm not sure if he's gonna live for this unless he gets a free man shatter, of course. President is the first to fall. Now the Hunter ult does. Oh, there was no Hunter ult used, sorry. just does get cancelled. Suzu does get a little bit of a freeze, but it seems like for now, Team NAAG will be able to hold it. Extra kill for them, and once again, Strong Piggy in a bit of trouble, but I think his team will be able to get to him just in time. Definitely, and a very convincing hold. Strong Piggy not afraid to pull the trigger there.
He finally got his vengeance because, you know, Suzu blocked his shatter with the ice block, and then he froze him twice. So, you know, Strong Piggy was probably like, this May, bro, this May. But he finally killed her, so that's a little bit of a revenge.
I think Strong Piggy's shatter did end up hitting 2 or 3, and just
just Suzu kind of blocked it for himself.
Yeah, just saving himself, always good to do. Now we see a lot of ultimate from both sides. Booty Hunter's not afraid to put it in there. Dragon and both DPS ults being used, and oh, that shield is breaking. All right, yeah, that's gonna be a rough one. Suzu holding on to the Blizzard, of course. However, a lot of ults being used by Team NAAG. It's both DPS ults, so the High Noon and the Dragon Strike together with the grab.
But wait, what happened to Lucio ultimate for room temperature?
It was used, and then the Dragon Strike came through with a High Noon, and it was gone again. I think Coalescence was also used. It's actually not too bad for him. They will have to deal with a lot of ults now coming in, like the likes of Shatter, Grapple later, Mail, and Reaper. There's the Mail from Suzu.
Oh, that's a big Mail.
Right now. It's a very nice pin on the Strong Pig as well, so they do have a little bit of an edge now. However, they do not have the Reaper to capitalize, but 2next finds another kill. It's now 3 kills for them. They should be able to cap it here. Gallia also falls. And there it goes, Booty Hunter's also falling, so this might be a good chance here to push for a room temperature water.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna cap it, but you know, that's the May ult. It's so powerful if you use it well, you know? It's just pretty much guarantees you're gonna win a fight, you know? It's really strong.
Jet's just leaping back, but gets a shot at from. I saw her hopping from boat to boat. But
Me too. It was a cool sight, but you know, he just got dinked.
An ice scope to the back of the head.
Hey, calm down, buddy.
Yeah, stop right there, criminal scum. Alright, we do have 2next as grapple search, maybe in combination with Chris Creek's Reaper ult. For now, he's just gonna pin him to the backline. He could not get out of time. Boatguy finds a crucial first pick there. It might be a very good window of opportunity for them to retake. Dragonstrike comes in, just separate them, and Kristen is a lot of hurt right now. Boatguy with another kill. Managed to get a nice turnout for his team, and it was just one zoning Dragonstrike. They managed to just retake here.
Oh, 2next, okay.
Yeah, it was just a tactical reason. He was going to get rushed otherwise, I think, so it's alright. But yeah, props to Bokai and to Case Flanders there. Like, Bokai with 2 kills in part enabled by the Dragon Strike. So that was just a very efficient way to retake, and now once again you have to push into that McCree setup. The Reaper is going to go for the top. Immediately gets taken down. I think Chris maybe didn't see Case Flanders there.
Probably not. And it's always so funny when you see that Reaper teleport in front of you. It's like...
Yeah.
Okay,
wait, I have an arrow drawn. Wait, I have an arrow drawn. Wonderful. Right, despite that, Chris Creek has been holding on to his ultimate for a while, but there should be a good chance to use it soon. Like, they've got 2 support ults, they've got the Blizzard to ride out ult. They're gonna walk up to the big 6. Gallia's gonna use a little bit of a preemptive measure there. Reaper ult to get rid of that. The Reaper with the big crit ult from the top.
But the beat
2 kills. The beat once again from Venus. It did help him a little bit, but not enough. Extra Shatter and Maelstrom, and they want to capitalize right here, right now. And I think together with the Shatter, just keeping people on the ground and being frozen, that will be enough.
I mean, they had to commit a lot. They had to commit pretty much every ultimate, yeah.
The full 6.
But you know, the beat from Jet yet again, you know, it required these additional ultimates that they didn't plan to use. But you know, one beat causing this much, like, you know, sustain and
you know, Case Flanders might be able to get his dragon up just in time, but Strong Piggy falls first. There will not be a retake here, so once again, I think a little bit to capitalize on it here. No grabs not coming quite yet. It can be kind of a bit more difficult when Strong Piggy fell. If they could just stall the cart out and then come in with the grabs combo, but sadly the kills already came the way of Team Room Temperature Water, who are looking pretty solid right now. Had a bit of a hiccup, but other than that, they've been quite consistent.
Yeah, that's true. However, 2 minutes and a half, it's not really that much to...
Indeed. You could take 45 seconds away from that because there's one grab combo.
Yeah.
Unless you immediately take on Bokai, maybe it was a bit of an awkward angle. Chris Creek has now swapped onto the McCree as well, so he's going to just be able to deal with those aggressive plays a little bit better. There comes the first grab. Thomas finds 2, and oh, the bubbles have already been used, and that's not going to help too much. He's coming back over from Suzu, managed to stay alive.
And still, it's just 1 for 1. Okay.
1 for 1. Yeah, it's still 1 for 1. Their spawns will be closer, but yeah, okay. Team NAAG will be able to survive here. It was quite nice. Suzu once again using that May shift, like the Ice Cube, to just stay alive in the Grafton, and in this case Strong Piggy kind of missed him, I think, because he immediately got frozen as he was about to push. But still, just Dragon Strike combo is doing well. Immediately Case Flanders 75% on a new ultimate. That's That's a bit rough. It's a bit disgusting.
Yeah, you know, he got a lot of kills and a lot of hits on Rain, like after the dragon. So yeah,
Indeed.
you know, Flanders on Hanzo is really tough to stop and very dangerous.
Ooh, strong piggy. Is he gonna be able to get out this one? It's gonna be rough. They managed to get him out. That's a nice shatter, and they take that case Flanders. The Graviton's gonna permit That's a big shatter. They need to get some kills quickly. They find one on the Reinhardt, which is just what they needed. Suzu comes in with an ultimate. Isn't gonna be able to find anything. It might find just two, and that's just what they needed. A lot of potential hurt here, and Suzu eventually managed to get it. And now Jet is only 86% onto that beta, whereas Tunex has that ultimate. Case Flanders with a crucial first pick there to maybe ease his retake a little bit, just a little under a minute. And Team NAAG, I think they really just want to win out the series right here, right now. But
that's a big kill.
The Dragon split the team off. Crusader's in a lot of trouble right now.
You know, that's a big kill because your Graviton is gone.
Indeed, and this will give Jet a little bit of extra time to maybe push up to the beat drop again.
Oh, definitely. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have it by the time that Zarya respawns and there's a fight.
Jet has been on this high percentage for a while now, and
that hurts. That hurts.
Staggering this out. Alright, but yeah, it's a lot of this fight is going to be in the hands of Jet if you can get the ultimate off in time. For now, it's just a one-man grab.
Okay.
Hunter is in a lot of trouble. The Jet came in just to it, but they get the enemy illusion. That's still a decent pick, because Phoenix now going to have to get out of spawn with that little ultimate. Wokai's in a lot of trouble, and he eventually falls, and also Case Flanders gets taken down. This might be the chance to push for Team Room Temperature Water. Strong Puggy is getting frozen in a lot of hurt, gets all the healing they can give him, but it's simply not enough against all the damage. Jet now on the payload as the only sole survivor, and Phoenix is going to come out again soon. It's just Buddy Hunter trying to contest it for a little bit, but it's not going to be much. Phoenix now gets an extra little bit of stall, but Chris Creek takes down. Finally, and it's the overtime push this time.
Yep.
Still, it keeps Room Temperature Water with the results of the series in their own hands. If they just manage to keep like drawing out fights and manage to stop it before the very end, they can get back into the series. But then again, it was a very solid showing still by Team NAAG, and maybe they can keep confirming this. Maybe they can keep capitalizing.
I agree. I think the momentum is actually, even though they kind of lost and they gave up 3 points, I still think the momentum kind of is, and like the confidence is on the side of NAAG. I feel like they kind of playing better. I mean, a big part of that is their DPS duo doing pretty good. And again, Strong Piggy and Booty Hunter being a pretty good tank duo. And just kind of being able to stay alive a lot. We've seen, like, you know, Tunex requested, they sometimes die in those critical situations that you would really want them to stay alive, and it's possible for them to stay alive, but they just find themselves in a position that, you know, they get punished, and all of a sudden you're without one of your tanks. But, you know, I want to also note that pretty much every fight that Room Temperature Water won was after they picked Flanders off.
Yeah.
So without Flanders, all of a sudden, then they moving in, they win in the fight. But, you know, and usually it's Suzu who kills them on Might, just by you know, by the means of a headshot. Yeah, but, you know, if Flanders is alive, they having a really tough time pushing.
Yeah, and it seems like Team NAAG is recognizing this, because they're going for the far burst. So it's up in the air, and B, there might be a res. So a lot of pressure is going to be on Chris Creek, maybe, with the Ash to get some nice headshots, and maybe Suzu can do it as well, but it's always a little bit more challenging if the distance is quite big. For now, the red team has hidden up in the top right. I'm curious to see when they will be spotted out. They will be spotted out now. Immediately a little bit of disruption, and the wall comes in there from Suzu. He's looking to get some quick kills. Strong Piggy once again in a bit of trouble, but the Immortality field is going to be able to help him push back just a little bit. Jet with a nice big time Immortality field there. Immediately, he just Flanders wreaking havoc from above. He wants to go for a little bit of flank now. Strong Piggy in a lot of hurt right there. The charge doesn't connect. That's always rough. And 2 kills down. Gala is gonna try to res that. I hope. She is. She got the bubble off as well. Nice play there, but still a lot of damage there. Meanwhile, Flanders does take an extra kill, but Gala is eventually taken down. Very quick shot, but luckily Jet is able to keep the team alive with that little Immortality field. Flanders is still
very nice
as well. Then immediately the amplification makes just to get more damage and more healing in there.
Oh, huge boop.
Huge boop, but
like,
yeah.
Rain got out of position because of the boop, and yeah, they just confirmed the kill.
Yeah, one thing we see happen a lot, though, we saw it in Hollywood as well, is Strong Piggy pushes up aggressively, and then Jet places an Immortality field between himself, the Baptiste, and the Reinhardt, so he can amplify the heal on the Reinhardt. Now they finally get the kill onto Flanders, but as you can see, he just gets resurrected. That's going to work quite well for them. He has a barrage by now, and it's his moment to shine, perhaps. This will be a good moment to pop it. Yeah, there he goes. Gets the shield down, pushing it back a lot. It's not everything, but they get a 3-man shatter as a consequence, and they get 3-4 kills after it, so...
Big shatter. That was a bit of a long-range Farah barrage.
Got down all the shields.
But yeah, you know, you get rid of the shield, so it's all good.
Yeah. Curious to see what they'll do with the Graviton from Booty Hunter, because Venus is going to have that beat drop online, so it's going to be difficult to get all the damage in there without a barrage. It's maybe a bit more difficult to find a combo.
I mean, to be honest, you just grab, put the amp matrix, and rain fire strikes.
Yeah.
And all squishies are dead.
Well, depends if the beat drop comes in line, but yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage still, yeah. Also, can we just amplify Reinhardt's charge? Just please, just do it, please. There comes
there it is. There it is.
And the mail comes in defensively from Suzu with the Bokai with the double kill on the Reaper. People just standing by idly, taking the damage as it goes, but they might be able to just get the res off here, Gallia. And that's just what they needed. 2nex. This is a rough fight because it was free ult being used by but
I'd argue
well
three of the best ultimates beat, Grav, and May ult.
Indeed, but then once again there was also Graviton being used by the other side, but still it's very consistently that they're able to push for that, and Chris is looking like a potential winner with his bomb, but would like to see it by now because there's another barrage coming in. He's in a lot of trouble and he needs the extra healing from Wayne right now.
Booty Hunter's already
there
at
comes
50.
Crested. Yeah, there comes Crested with a nice 3-man shatter, finds 1 kill immediately, and then Trumping is going to have to retreat. They do take down Crested, which is a good kill, and the Immortality Field helps him out, but Gallia is sadly out of it, so this will be a good chance for Team NAAG to reset. They kind of have to, and Team Room Temperature Water is able to hold right here.
I mean, Chris finally got some picks. I don't think that Ashe is the right pick. I mean, obviously they have a Pharah, so you need a hit scan, but I mean, Ashe without a Mercy, I don't know about this one.
Like, it's Pharah Mercy diving onto like an Ashe and then
yeah, because you know
consistently.
Exactly, and you know, as an Ashe, as a lone Ashe, you're just one hero, and you're supposed to deal with 2 heroes at once with Pharah and Mercy, so it's a very tough task.
Oh, there comes the barrage coming in from the backline. Immediately, the application makers from the other side, 2 very quick kills, and immediately a 3rd one. As Crescent's Sense Shield is just not able to beat that, and Suzu also next one to fall. So Case Plan is just keeping on the hunt, and in the meantime, the rest of his team is just cleaning up the rest. So it looks like they will cap the second point as well with maybe a little bit better time bank. So, you know, this game is still up for grabs by anyone, if you will.
Oh, definitely. 4 minutes is a lot of time to get the last one.
And we do have a McCree again from Bokai. He's been getting a lot of value from it generally just in this tournament. And he has maybe a right chance to complement it or just a little bit of displacement. Shatter comes in as a 2 for Freeman. Bob comes in defensively, but Zeus is the first one to fall. That's not the hero you want to see go down first. Meantime, Sharping is in a lot of hurt, and they force out an extra Bob. I think this is an okay fight for Team NAAG to lose, really.
Yeah, it is.
Force 3 ultimates with Shatter. That's fine. Gallus is going to go for tactical reset, and Jets is going to help the McCree out.
And yeah, as we saw, as we mentioned, like Pharah was played for 2.5 points. Now we have Flanders switching to Hanzo. But yeah, I want to come back to the point about Bokai. Like his McCree play has been really good, and his ultimate usage. You know, Deadeye is one of the worst ultimates in the game, but he's been getting consistent value out of it, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's basically as if you're just playing Widowmaker for a second with a quick aimbot. You just get 1 free kill or maybe even more. Nothing to complain about that one. Now we see the Graviton coming from 2nex and an extra mail as well, so I think this might be another reset for NAAG, but to be honest, I wouldn't even mind it too much. They do see Stropik getting finished back on, but now there is...
Oh, wait.
Actually managed to turn around with all the displacement going on now. Stropik is going aggressively, another high noon comes in from Bokai. Can he get around it just in time? He is going to get down to
there you go.
I think it's still an equal fight, maybe a little bit in the advantage of the red side here, but still they have a correspondent. They managed to live through all that. Case Flanders takes down 2 people once again, and despite all that, they managed to push through it.
Yeah, but this is what but this is what I was talking about. You know, it is against all like laws. They used mail, they used Graviton, and somehow they still lost the fight.
Yeah, what happened was Jet managed to stay behind the wall and just wasn't really affected by the blizzard, and got the immortality, and then Crescent charged in deep, and then there was the punishment was there. Speaking of punishment, that's a 3-man shatter to open.
And that's an
once again,
field.
Jet immortality field just on the right side. Now the kills do come in. But once again, you force some ultimates, and it's well enough in its own. And we're gonna see a graph come in quite soon, so it's gonna be crucial for Team Room Temperature Water, support to stay out of this because they want to get the beat drop and maybe the Moira healing to just deal with that Graph Dragon.
Yeah.
So, otherwise, it will be quite tough.
I mean, the beat has to be timed pretty well. Lucio cannot die mid-cast because that would be catastrophic. So all eyes on Venus, because you know she's the one that's gonna save the fight.
Same goes for Wayne, and obviously once out, but Bokai's the first one to fall. Got the first splash move, but not much after that. Shadow doesn't quite land anything, and then immediately the Bob to retaliate. That's going to be another one fight for Team Room Temperature Water, who are now down to basically 1 minute, and they still have their own 2 support ults and 2 Nexus grabs on, and Suzu's pushing up to that mail ult as well, so they seem to have really kind of grasped with this very nasty team competition and team play from Team NAAG.
Yeah, and once Farah is gone, like, it paradoxically, Chris been getting way more value out of Ash than when he played, than when he played against Farah.
It's a lot less pressure on the shoulders. So now we do have the Graph Dragon finally on. Woody Hunter had the Graph for a while, but is obviously waiting for Case Plan versus.
Oh, they're being sneaky.
That's right, they're being sneaky, and they get onto this little high perch, and it's a nice one there. 2 supporters being used, and they need to get some extra damage in there. Is it going to be enough? No, everyone stays alive now at the cost of every single support ult in the game. Basically, Scruty is the first one to fall. Immortality was just a second late now. They want to try to get the res off, and it's going to be difficult. Bokai once again with the High Noon gets the kill, and then the Shadow from in the backline from Crescent who's very low, but gets 1 kill on the Jet just as they needed, and then another kill on the Case Planners. Make it free. Only Suzu's on the payload now, but they've gotten all the kills back and forth from room water temperature to stabilize it. Suzu does eventually fall to Strumping, but maybe the damage has been done already. So much stalling and so much picks back and so many picks back and forth.
Oh, that was a huge bubble. Oh, but Chris falls anyway.
Anyway, and now it's going to be Gally flying back from spawn with the Valkyrie. They need to get back quickly. The team is completely split 3 and 3. Suzu has the mail to maybe close out this fight. There it comes right on the payload. Someone has to go in there. It's going to be an immortality field maybe for someone. Just tries to place it over. Gally comes in with the rest, swoops it from above, and Strong Piggy now finally falls. But once again, Room Temperature Water is able to win the fight here. And even though it was looking pretty dire for the first 2 stages, they get their kills.
Oh,
and it's 1-1 in the series. Yeah, we saw some pretty cool things here. Like, we saw some different compositions, different play styles, and we saw a bit of a map variety. So, it'll be interesting to see what we'll get in this King of the Hill.
Oh, definitely. And I'm curious to see which map is gonna be picked, because last time we had Lijiang.
True.
And you have a lot of options. Oh, that's a nice punch-in.
Yeah, I like this one because it was the Fire Brush coming in from Clay's fans, just ridding all the shields, and then after that you just saw the Shatter come forth, and then it was just easy cleanup from there on.
All right, that's gonna be a make or break game for Room Temperature Water.
Definitely.
Because if they wanna still have a shot at the finals, they have to win the King of the Hill map. But I still feel, even though they equalized and it's 1-1, I still feel like NAAG is the stronger team.
Definitely, and it seems like Baby Yodas won their last series as well, so they're going through with like only wins. So now, I think Bold and Brash, I think it might be difficult for them to get through. Maybe Room Temperature Water just wants to win this series here and just be sure. Then again, NAAG wants to end this on a high note. We're going to see Ilios. Casters are definitely ready. No Orisa, so maybe we're just going to go for some regular Roadhog, or maybe we're going to see some dive. And we're going to take a quick 30-second pause, seeing as some of the players are on the toilet. We'll
Wait, so that means Bold and Brash are 1-2?
I think so, yeah. And there was a 2-0 win as well, so.
So that means, wait, because look, if
that means that probably, almost certainly, actually, Room Temperature Water is going to go through to the finals, yeah.
I mean, no, but look, if NAAG wins this one, we have 3 teams that are 1-2.
Then we're going to go for a good old King of the Hill tiebreakers at 3 series.
I mean, I guess we can just look at the map differentials and stuff.
Map differential always goes first, yeah.
And then like a head-to-head if this is not good enough.
Yeah,
but
and if it's 3 mirrors, then it will be King of the Hill tiebreakers.
It's an interesting proposition because, still maybe, I don't know exactly how it is, but maybe there is still a chance for NAAG, who we thought they are just gonna definitely not be in the finals, and all of a sudden they have a chance to be there.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty difficult because Room Temperature Water went into this series with a 1-1, obviously 1 win, 1 loss, and a 3-2 map differential positive. And they also got 1 map here, and Team NAAG was 0-2, so 2 losses and 0 wins, and a 1-4 map differential negative. So even if they manage to equalize a little bit, it will be just a neutral map differential for Room Temperature Water, whereas NAAG doesn't have the potential to get a positive or even a neutral thing.
Fair.
I think that's not going to happen. Bold and Brash, I think it's also not going to be for them. So it seems like Room Temperature Water may just
Yeah, because
get through.
I think room temperature water won against Bold and Brash 2-0, and that's like the big difference maker for everybody involved.
Yeah, and since Bold and Brash had a negative map differential going into the series, like Bold and Brash also had a 1-1, so they had 1 win, 1 loss, but they had a negative map differential, so they were 2-3. And seeing as they lost 2-0, it's just impossible for them to catch up with room temperature water, who were already on a better map differential and also have one game that is occur.
Yeah, okay, so bottom line, whatever happens, room temperature water
is going through for the second place, but
okay.
Do you want to go in with a little bit of confidence and get an extra win under your belt?
I mean, they won the last one. That's like a surge of confidence, maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, maybe like now they feel like, you know, this is our game for the taking, like the reverse sweep. Let's go, guys. You know, and Ilios, interesting map.
Definitely. Potential for a Widowmaker here on Ruins. So, you know, Chris Creek fancies playing it, and Bokai has also played a fair amount of hit scan. I haven't quite seen him on the Widow yet, but okay, we're going to go over for a quick restart, I guess. People didn't want to play Ruins. It's going to be so awkward if we get well. No Orisa, remember?
Yeah, no Orisa. So, like, do you play Reinhardt here? I mean,
to be completely frank, if you're not playing Orisa, you would just play Winston or Hammond. Or both.
Exactly. Like, Rain isn't the pick here. No. I actually don't remember playing a map on Well that had a Rain in it.
If you're very hard stuck goats, then yeah, but even then people still
okay. Sorry, forget about goats. But yeah, to like eradicate
even then
goats.
People still took floats. Like even then people still took floats with Winston.
Okay, there you go, Piggy, there we go. Our savior.
Strong Piggy, don't disappoint me. Don't swap. Please don't do it. I need this. We do see a very similar composition as we've seen before. We see the Roadhog Hammond, the pylon hook. It's going to be interesting to see. We do have a very aggressive support duo, but they could only really have to push with 2-next in that case, whereas it seems a little bit more balanced now. Jet is going to play Brigitte. It's interesting picking. Gala's going to go on the Mercy. Okay, we're going to see Ana Mercy.
Doomfist.
A bit more like it.
And Reaper. How interesting. Who's going to deal with the Pharah?
Well, the thing is, if you kill everything else but the Pharah...
Yes, you win.
Yeah. See how this pans out. We see a lot of mobility from both sides. Actually, we're going to see a Roadhog Winston combination. That's both teams running a Roadhog with one very mobile tank. It's a bit peculiar, but we're going to see how it goes.
I think both teams. I think both teams just took Road to hook people into the well. You know.
Yeah. I mean, I can see like two things happen. Either one team gets very disappointed, or one team gets or both teams stay away.
There it is.
Makes his mark there. I thought maybe both teams would just stay away from the well, but I guess the message fell to deaf ears. Meantime, Venus does fall to case line, but Chris Creek managed to get a good kill on both guys. So right now it is room temperature water just staying in control of the series. Right now it's going to be a retaking Pharah from case line. So he got a good kill.
Oh, that's a nice boop.
That's another good kill, and he's got his barrage because that's a full HP Roadhog.
Yeah.
I feel like Chris Creek is also in a lot of trouble. So his times could be maybe turn this around, if you will. Stormpig is now off the Winston onto the Hammond. And in the meantime, Doofus, who's just taking down his enemy, the Pharah, and then immediately 2-next takes down Gallia. And another hook, just Nana boosting the Roadhog hook as someone falls down. Woody Hunter takes 3 kills there.
Damn!
Nana was definitely kicking it hard for him, and it's going to be a retake. And another hook.
Oh!
And but it's on the edge. Living on the edge, quite literally. Oh, and Case Line takes down Suzu after he takes down Strump again.
Okay, Booty Hunter has enough. Like, okay, buddy.
Booty Hunter's like, yeah, sorry man, I've taken 4 kills. I need to cap this point now, okay? Make it 5? Okay, sure, I'll take 5.
And
I'll sacrifice myself, it's fine.
This is hilarious.
This is gonna be the difficulty of retaking this. Case Line's just like, yeah, sorry. I need to just cap this, I need to be done with this.
Man, Booty, that was crazy.
He got the Nana boost as he hooked someone into the well, so I was like, yeah, this is gonna get extra damage I suppose, and then suddenly 2 left with kills, and then a Rotogold after. It was a very solid take. That does mean Venus did get a boop onto Booty Hunter, so obviously Venus will have a lot of support over time. Gallia does have a Valkyrie, but maybe the beta was able to do just a little bit more. Chris Creek takes down Bokai instantly.
Big.
Very big crucial kill, yeah. Maybe they'll be able to resurrect it, but if the corpse is guarded, it's going to be very difficult to do so. Immediately the hook comes in onto Booty Hunter, who's now on the mat flank, reminding us of Ritter, and Crescent 10 is on the slippery, he gets taken down. And immediately, Booty Hunter hooks the May, and that's not the target.
Oh, he's in trouble. He's in trouble, but he's still alive though. Okay.
Jet does get resurrected, they have a lot of stall here. They need someone else to just touch this point. For now, it's going to be the DPS, and there's a Bokai Hainu coming in and zoning people out the way, which is quite a nice thing to do for now. They managed to dodge all the incoming damage, and for now it's just a Hammond stalling the point in the absence of a Rodok. 2 Hammonds make that. Tunex just get a nice boop there onto Strapigi. Eventually he's allowed to whip his own mind, and now it's Suzu going over to Loomis again. He still has his ult, but Tunex with another nice boop kill, and that's finally the flip there.
Finally a flip, yeah.
And a nice hook, and ooh.
You're not taking me with you. Yeah, that was hook 1.0, that would be both Rodogs into the well.
Yeah, that would be onto Gibraltar, that is. And it's a nice little barrage incoming onto the Lucio, and ooh, the May left again and ulted out. They're gonna put their faith in Booty Hunter again, who gets frozen up quite quickly. But Booty Hunter, ooh, they get the kill onto Strapigi just in time, and now it's just one May in the corner. Booty Hunter, of course, wants to keep him out, but then Suzu, don't do it, please! That Tunex is in a lot of trouble, but he gets the beat drop just in time, and then the action grenade comes in for some additional healing.
Oh man, Crested. That's like a 4th time, man.
No, it's the 2nd time. He got 2 hooks himself, and then it happened to him twice. Now, this is going to work, sadly. Gallia gets the res onto Bokai and immediately a hook onto the next one, and it seems like this will be a potential take for Team NAAG, who were very adamant about actually getting a series winner. They want to end on a high note. Suzu gets taken down, and still anyone's gamer. Also, Case Balance falls to Chris Creek.
Oh, no one's gonna get
falls
caught.
into the well, but it's a mailed on point, so they just have to stall through that mailed. Booty Hunter manages to just
yeah, that was so close.
I think for now it's going to be Team Robot Temperature making the first move in this King of the Hill game here. It's going to be Gallia that has to touch the objective, but it's going to be very rough to do so. That's going to be one lonely Genji on the point who gets sludged very quickly. Bokai through the minefield and still general damage. It was one hell of a ride playing well without Orisa. And still a Roadhog.
It was so funny, man. It was hilarious.
I think we've seen like close to 10 environmental kills. Like we had Venus, we had 2 kills from Case Landers, we had like 2 hooks from both rooks, like 7, maybe 7 or 8 environmental kills.
Man, that was funny. And now it's a Widow map.
Indeed, we know Chris Creek is sticking to the May for now. It seems like we'll see some Widowmaker. Case Flanders does seem to be doing it. We will see some Winston Diva. Please do it. Please stick to it. I want to see this. It's gonna be rough against like Moira, May, and Lucas, but you know it will make me happy a little bit.
I mean, still you have 2 static targets in Zarya, right?
Yeah, potentially.
And yeah, once Rain out of armor, like his HP, they drop pretty fast against like a Winston Diva dive.
Indeed, we do see a slow dive comes this obviously Zenyatta and Ana, which will have a lot of utility, but it may be difficult to take points. But however, if they have control, there's so much utility to keep that point under control.
Yeah.
Case Flanders isn't being pressured right now, so he can take all the shots in the world that he wants. He immediately takes an aggressive angle close to the point. They're gonna go on the strong pick first, but immediately Venus falls. That's just what you need from your Worldmaker. That first pick to break open this fight, and Crescent 10 without armor is very, very vulnerable.
Yeah. And Discorded, you know, it's tough. It's gonna be tough for him.
They take out Bokai, they take out the defense, but still, Suze actually takes down Case Flanders. What a play by him, and now he's gonna be looking to freeze up the enemy. Once they manage to turn around despite all odds against all odds, sorry, Tunex is in a lot of trouble. He gets the healing just in time.
Yeah, it looked really rough for room temperature water for a while, but you know, they stabilized. Some big picks from Chris and Suzu, and they came back.
Yeah, they're gonna go for a different composition. Now we see Bradhard Zarya being played by both teams again now. So I like to see a little bit of a dive experiment. It's gonna be a very slow dive though, so Gallia is still on the Zenyatta, and we do have Jets on the Ana. So it will be difficult to get all the picks here. However, they do have Bokai and Case Flanders who can work relatively independently if need be. Bokai is the first one to drop here to Crescent. There's a big anti landing from Jet though.
Anti.
The Moira ult will keep people up a little bit and force some damage, but ooh, that's a very rough push there from Scruty. Has to pay the price for that. Nanobus comes in onto the Zarya, but will be enough for Booty Hunter, who's just isolated, gets an extra grenade and maybe has a self-level line by now, I think. Tunex just take down Gallia, which is a very nice pick there if you will. Jet takes down Reaper, and Chris gets a nice trade back and forth, and they kind of block Tunex, which is a very nice play by Booty Hunter.
Yeah. I was like, Tunex, I was watching it, Tunex escaping, and then like the wall.
Nope. Luckily we can walk around this wall, which is quite nice, and then it's going to be 2 attacks on the front line. Bokai dashes in, just gets some extra damage. Venus takes down Case Flanders, who's been having a bit of trouble to scale out against all these weird picks there, and Strapigi takes a 3k. Nice one to get out of this fight, and then they're going to stabilize and cap this point. Chris Creek has to back off, obviously, but fair escape, and at 65-64% they managed to retake, and this is going to be NAAG's last opportunity to make something, to get a final win here. They want to get Tunex out of the way, and they get him. Very nice stagger to help them along their way.
Yeah, because they delay, you know, they had 10% for free.
Indeed, and Tunex did have the Graviton, so it's definitely something you want to be aware of. Luckily, Gallia is able to use the Transcendence, and there's no real, like, what's it called, Ana to deny that healing, so yeah, you should be able to survive this, I hope. Then again,
especially,
after.
Especially if you body block damage.
There comes the first one. Immediately, Bobos crack the same time, and there's Gallia. And in the meantime, it's 2 kills coming from the Doofus Case Flanders.
Holy smokes.
Holy smokes, yeah. And actually, was that Graviton deflected? I think it was. I think Bokai deflected that Graviton. Yeah, he did. Bokai deflected the Graviton, or sorry, not the Graviton, the Mailed from Suzu.
Oh, that's pretty big. You just get a free ultimate, you know?
Yeah, just get a free ultimate. You get a free pick and then a free ultimate. Why not? If I was Team Room Temperature, what I would have liked to use the 2 ults separately, so you did not stack 2 crowd control ults against the Zayat, which you could do nothing about. But you know, deflecting it is always a good way to go with it.
Still, Gallia got immense amounts of healing with that trance.
Yeah, definitely. Suzu's the first one falls. Case Collins takes the first pick, but Chris Creek now in the back line. With a Reaper, but 2next takes down the front line. He does manage to just stick the hammer in there with the Navi.
I like how he just didn't give a shit. He was just nanoed and Reaper was ulting and he's like, okay, I'ma just swing.
Yeah. Alright, I'm head out. Kappa. Immediately, it's Stropiki feeling very confident now. They have to get a kill quickly. Booty Hunter does take one down, and sadly, Stropiki does fall. There's no resurrection.
Oh, now, yeah, now it's Booty Hunter kind of overextended.
Yeah, however, he does have the double healing from both the Ana and from the Zaya, so it's a nice way to deal with it. And it's only 10%. He has a grab to keep him off.
And this is the last fight.
The beat comes in, they can just like grab the corner.
Yeah, grab down. There you go.
They'll get some of the touch to point, but they will just get the blade, and that's going to be 1 kill, 2 kill. 3 kills, they get down the Doofus, but it's not going to be enough, and someone still has to touch that point. Doofus trying to touch the last second, and he gets it, but he gets immediately shattered. Strong Piggy, you are my hero. What must be done?
there's a bug on you.
There's a bug on you, and it's a nice antidote onto Wayne, and it seems like it's going to be down to the wire on this one. Venus
still Venus touching? Oh, wait. They coming back.
And Jet
huge block, holy smokes.
Block, yeah, and now Doofus, it's sort of an equal game here. However, Crusader is in a lot of trouble. Strong Piggy is the first one to fall, but then Case Flanders takes down Crusader, which is a crucial kill now. Venus up in the air, suspended. Nice combo there with the Hammond. Still 2 kills and back for back, so no real winner right here yet. Bokai gets stunned up very quickly.
He's the trance.
There's a big anti coming in though. It's going to be crucial to clean this one up. Gallic came down with the trance, and it's going to be a nice little clean up maybe on the Hammond here. Managed to take one down, and Antinate on the Moira, who has to use both of those to get out of this one. It's only just Stropiki trying to stall this now, and Scruty back on the wins. It's a full dive scramble out on the point, and Nanobus comes in
that's
on the Reinhardt. Sleepnap doesn't quite connect, but it's Crescent just up in the air with a sliver of HP. Also, Venus in a lot of trouble. Wayne gets taken out, so it's all the healing gone for them, really. Down goes Crescent, and now the Shatter comes in. It doesn't quite hit anything, but it keeps people out of the way. This crowd control was too big, and Venus and 2next both find some kills. A lot of crowd control happening back on the point here. Galliano back on the Lucia, has to try to stay alive, but it's going to be difficult to keep it up. Nice boot there, and Suzu has to fall now. They finally take out Booty.
The mines, watch for the mines.
Still alive. Not long enough though, and Jet also falls to Chris Creek. Jet has had a very low amount of luck here, and despite all hopes against the odds again, it's a dive scramble to bring it down. There come the mines, and they're going to land into him. However, a very quick kill onto Booty Hunter. Now it's 2 down for them. It's going to be fair now. Case Land is falling. Stropiki is freshly back on once, and he's going to drop very quickly. The respawns are just coming too quick, and it's going to be too late of a touch for Lucio. It's going to be one last retake, but a lot of ultimates for Red Team. My team, room temperature water, was able to scramble back from in the dive.
Yeah, they came back so fast. That was impressive. It looked like a lost cause, but all of a sudden 3 people flooded the point, and it was like tanky people, because Rain, Ball, Doom. So we have a lot of HP between them, and they just managed to stay alive long enough.
And they always took down Jet, who would have had like the potential to maybe shut down a fight with a Sleep Dart and Antinate, or just a lot of healing for a team, but they always took down Jet, and that's going to be last fight territory for them. Team NAAG for the last 10% in the series. The Immortality field dropped instantly, so they can get some progress on the point, or some axes, I should say. Immediately, K-Stan is with an ultimate on the point, takes down Crescent 10. Now it's 1 up here for Team Room Water Temperature. They have to find some kills quickly here, NAAG, if they want to stay in the series, but it's another kill onto Case Flanders. The Team Room Temperature Water is going to take it. Chris Creek with another pulse bomb finds another kill. And it's very lucky, because I would have Team NAAG would have won a series there, but it's not to be for them, sadly. It does mean that Team Room Water Temperature will go into the final with an extra win under their belt, which just helps the cause there.
Yeah, it like makes their claim legitimate, right? They have 2 wins. But you know what? Even though NAAG, we watched all of them, their games, and even though they lost like every single one, they were very competitive, and they were a joy to watch, because they played really fun, that the teamwork was there, the performances were there, so really good showing from them. Even though they don't have the result, they still played really well, and I think they should be happy with themselves. I mean, I know they're not, because it's they lost 3, they down, but the level of gameplay that they shown was really impressive, and I genuinely enjoyed watching them play. So
Yeah, we'll be back with you shortly. Just gonna take a small break for the final. It's gonna happen in about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll be back with you for a final between room temperature water and Baby Yodas. It's gonna be a best of 5 series, so stay tuned for that. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. See you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final series of the night. It's the grand final here between
The final.
Team Room Temperature Water, who we just saw win against Team NAAG 2-1, which is a bit difficult at first, but they got the win in regardless. And then we also have Baby Yodas, who were quite convincing on their Roadhog and Ham competition. So a couple things that stay the same, but one thing that isn't quite the same, it will be a third caster. Enter Never Melt.
Yeah.
Oi!
Oh boy!
I'm jumping in from the second Overstudent stream. Me and Devious casted 3 of the matches, so
Nice. He's gonna assist us with the big calling. So we'll have a bit of a different map layout. However, we will start with Team Room Temperature Water. picking the first map, so we're gonna be curious to see how that pans out. That should be fine. So yeah, we're gonna just go with the yeah. So we're just gonna go with the normal rotation. So we're gonna start out with Hybrid, then Payload, then King of the Hill, then
and then we're gonna have 2
CP.
CP.
Then
Hey,
2
what do
CP.
you mean you're afraid? Come on, brother.
I'm not afraid. I'm afraid other people will be afraid of it. So yeah, someone's gonna get the 3-0 sweep, and other people are gonna get bored with 2 CP. Now, I personally quite like 2 CP, but I think not everyone will like it as much. But
I
yeah,
think whatever it is, they should pick Paris.
definitely. But yeah, just so we've seen a lot from Team NAAG, if you will.
Yeah.
What have you seen from the other teams? We've only seen Team Room Temperature Water and what's it called? Team Baby Yodas. We've only seen both from
Them once. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you can
Alright.
give more info.
Yeah, fun fact actually, because we, me and Devious, we casted, we've casted this matchup before. So especially the first map.
Nice.
First map we casted was this one. It was Baby
Okay.
Yodas versus RTW, and not gonna lie, it was a really weird match because I think RTW ended up C9ing on Gibraltar, but overall, the Team Baby Yodas, the strategy that they pulled out with the Wrecking Ball, Roadhog, Doomfist-ish pick composition, it was, you know, it was very unexpected. On top of that, RTW wasn't really, I think RTW wasn't really warmed up at the time. Like, they didn't really seem to have the proper communication. They did try to pull off some like a dive comp, you know, Winston Wrecking Ball. They did get a few clean dives in, but other than that, they're like, it's just constantly like Ritter and Avoli and Lazy Turtle making these picks. And while Nereboss is just like rolling around on ball, he's just being a big distraction.
Yeah, we had something very similar happen on Junkertown where Ritter was just he went from one spawn, and then the enemy team capped the payload, so he just moved to the other spawn.
Yeah,
and
it was
stayed there for a bit.
It was half the time. Half the time we were watching Ritter just walk around the map on Roadhog, just being followed by 2 supports. Like it was just dumbest stuff.
And in our case, he didn't get followed as much. But yeah, we're gonna see if it's gonna be a little bit different here. Gonna see a quick test of the pause button. It definitely works. Scruty, what would you like to see from these teams here? Because we're gonna see King's Row again.
You know what? The thing is, Suzu is a great Mei, and I think this might just be the answer that the teams are looking for against Ritter and his Roadhog. Because A, you block and Hammond. Because A, you block hooks. B, you freeze Hammond and he's useless. C, you can also freeze Hog. And you know, I think and Suzu's very potent at Mei, so I would really like if that's what Baby Yoda's run, I would really like to see Suzu just pick that Mei and make their life miserable.
Indeed, because if they do tend to stick to the same comp, yeah, we're going to see a very similar composition, Mei Reaper, so any flanking Roadhogs will run into a bit of trouble, I suppose. We do see Ritter onto the Zarya now, so we're going to see very similar compositions. Once again, it's Baby Yoda's running out with that sort of peculiar Brigitte Baptiste, which makes it very hard to push into a team. Like, just imagine being a Reinhardt pushing into Immortality Field with Reaper, with Mei, with Brixton. How do you feel about that?
That's pretty unfortunate.
How do I feel about that? I was kind of surprised because most teams seem to pick out, you know, like the Moira and the Lucio.
Yeah, we were surprised as well.
Yeah, and these Baby Yodas have been running mostly Baptiste Brig.
Yeah.
Actually, with great success. It's very little defense apart from the Immortality Field. And like you said, the stun.
But it's great sustain.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
difficult to push into. So maybe we'll see some long range change, but for now we're gonna roll out with both teams running the Mei Reaper.
Yeah, I think I like it fits the style as well of Baby Yoda's. Like they're like to be very aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think Bap is really strong right now, and he's the best support. And if you don't have him, you're at a disadvantage.
We're gonna see some things coming back and forth. It's gonna be 2 next draw on the first blood onto Laser Turtle, and immediately a freeze coming in. Nice counter wall and an Immortality.
Huge wall.
Chris Creek does take down the lamp there. A lot of things coming back from Splash. Pedro is the next one to fall. It's gonna be a rough one. That's a great wall there by Suzu.
What the fuck is happening?
It was walls being stacked on top of one another, but it's only one team drawing blood here. And Chris Creek actually got like 4 or 5 kills in that. Great team play together with Suzu and with Crusted.
Chris Creek knows the W key on Reaper now. Like he's been playing so well. When we played on the Eichenwald as well, he because of him, they won like 3 fights in a row.
Nice.
He's been getting the drops with Death Blossom as well.
Miss Shatter.
Shatter from Crusader doesn't quite funny, and immediately the extra amplification makes the wall doesn't quite manage to block it up, but it seems like people are able to scurry around corners just in time. However, they're not trapped in a corner against May and Brig, and you know, that's never a fun thing.
Oh, Crest.
But you know what?
Whereas left and Crested
Nice
Yards
counter
big
charge.
play. The counter charge recovered late, really, but the draw blood this time, taking a bit of revenge here. They might be able to just push it and take that archway, because that's so crucial with May, having that archway under your control. Chris Creek just teleports out of there, nothing personal, kid. And yeah, we're gonna be curious to see how these teams work around each other's May picks, because on the one hand, it's a scary thing to get walled out, like be separated from your team by the wall. On the other hand, you can maybe scout out the May in advance and wall off her angle before she gets you.
Two nicks.
We're gonna see from the top row immediately. Nice graviton surge and the May Hall. A lot of hills being thrown back and forth, a lot of calls on my screen, but it's Ritter and Nerbal's drawing the first blood, and it's 4 or 5 kills. Nerbal's able to clean up just in time. That's 4 kills from the German man playing Reinhardt.
But you know what? How many times did we see this from room temperature? They use Grav, they use Mailed, and like they lose a fight pretty decisively.
I mean, the thing is, one of those two ultimates, either Graviton or Mailed, should be enough to win you a fight.
Yeah.
If you use both of them at the same time, you're just like doubling down. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it's like
using beat and trance, yeah.
Yeah, beat and trance or nanoblade and visor at the same time. It's not really needed. Right.
Oh,
Shadow
nice
here
block,
doesn't quite
nice
find it.
block.
The shadows have been a bit unsuccessful. Maybe we'll see some change there. It's going to be the barrier breaking double repo. One of them is isolated by the wall. Lead Turtle finds 3 kills with that. Hercules draws another bit of blood. Hercules is definitely one of the people that we saw shine in the previous round.
Yeah, but you know what? I think I'm starting to think that this is just the strength of Baptiste, because like whoever played Baptiste today, we kind of shined, right?
Indeed, they were able to make some clutch plays, but the hero is very well suited for that, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the meantime, they will just see Venus with the Lucio ult, so definitely Hercules has the ultimate with Baptiste, but a B-drop can be quite solid here. Will they manage to circumnavigate the wall? They actually managed to get a split of swords. That could be uncomfortable. Nervous now the first of all. Laser ult draws blood onto Chris Creek, nice little bit of retaliation, and immediately the Graviton Ritter finds another kill, and the B-drop comes in too late. Big freeze, but it's not going to happen to help too much in Ritter with another kill. For now, it's giving me memories of the last Overstudent Cup Tournament where Ritter was also playing this map. And they managed to hold this archway for like 4.5 minutes straight. And we're not at the 4.5 minute mark yet, but it's looking like it.
And that was Bunker last time around.
True. Decided to throw in a little bit of a change. So if you were the red team right now, if you were room temperature water, what would you do to change this circumstance, Jesse?
I mean, you just have to use Grav and Mailed in separation. Use them on different occasions.
There's going to be the first mail. The counter mail comes in, and the immortality falls quickly. It's going to be waiting, trying to keep everyone alive with that ultimate. In the meantime, it's Venus and Suzu getting all the kills, and I think they listen to us, folks. I think they're stream sniping. And it's going to be Splash is going to get frozen up as last, and it's just a Reaper and a Zarya on the right side. Maybe they'll get some extra stagger kills even. Chris Creek is going to teleport out of there, nothing personal, and then Chris Creek takes down Ritter. It's a nice little stagger kill. They should push the payload by now, but they have the space to push. Right, and now it's going to be crucial because they have 2 Nexus Graviton Surge and Chris Creek's ultimate, and there's nothing really to mitigate all that damage coming in from the Gravitons. If they use that well, they might be able to just snowball straight into the last point, and then it's going to be quite in their favor. However, Ritter
what's for lazy turtle in the subway?
Yeah. He's
boy.
Shadow comes in onto Kristen. It's or Nerval, sorry. It's the perfect kill to start off with, and then yeah, it's a Reaper in the background, but there's plenty of things to do with it. There'll need to be a little bit of help here for the Reinhardt from red team.
Okay.
Lazy Turtle coming in, gets a double kill Hercules, and then finds another one onto Suzu. I didn't expect things to go that way, but it ended up happening. Chris has a little bit of trouble teleporting, but I think he's going to get out of there just in time. The Ray form comes on. But it looked like a very good chance to win it for them, but things didn't come their way, sadly. They abandoned Crescent 10 on the front line, and that's very rough, if you will.
I do like the thought, at least, of maybe Yodas having this advantage in terms of like which teams can get most value out of Reaper. Because Splash has been playing this Brig pretty much all tournaments.
Yeah.
And if you should be able to look, or you should look to try to use the Sun to interrupt the Reaper ult.
Yeah, or even just like keep him at bay with like Flail Whip. When he just approaches you, you just knock him back and just create some distance. Definitely quite a handy trick there, well, yeah. I'm gonna see a big rotation. Next manages to find a double grabs on the lever, a lot of sustain in there. Shatter on the backline from the Herballs onto the back, and it's just a free or 4-man shatter and just clean up. However, Splash does fall here to Crescent 10. Oh, Venus loses the B drop. They couldn't really use that there. That's rough.
Oh no.
Laser Turtle finds another kill.
Yeah, that is rough because that beat was their pass to win the fight, and now
They're
No
looking at
beat,
20
no
seconds to get
nothing.
back out of spawn. Yeah, now it's going to be Chris Creek looking to go with something with that Repro, but he has to deal with so much crowd control. Suzu's pushing up, or Avoli rather, is pushing up to a new ultimate. We see Suzu now the Doomfist, and yeah, Chris 10 and Chris Creek have to make it or break it here. They're the only one in their team to have ultimates up. It's going to be Chris Creek and Suzu on the flank. You're going to see a nice little...
Chris Creek wants to drop here.
He gets the drop here, he gets one kill, he gets stood up immediately. Suzu now going in back. Hercules takes down Kristen, and with the rally, it manages to keep up Splash. It's a 1-for-1 and win and takes down Laser Turtle. Extra power drive on the point, but nothing really to take of it, and there's a lot of sustain coming in. Suzu now coming in, and there's an extra kill and an extra grab that comes in from Ritter, but now Win able to teleport out of that. They get 1 or 2 kills and manages to keep Suzu up. He needs to get back onto this point. Somebody's touching, it's going to be Narabos who falls, and maybe they take down Ritter. They can do it against all. Hercules takes down Phoenix, and now it's another Doomfist coming back in the fight. It's only one of them on the payload right now. It's going to be very rough, but the spawns will be a little bit closer. Dude, sorry, but we'll expire. That's another kill on Ritter. It's just what they needed. What a way to turn this around.
I mean, room temperature water, this is what they are known for. Like, they turning losing fights into winning fights and vice versa.
They just need to keep playing dive. Like, seriously, whenever they play Hammond, Tracer, and Winston, they just frag it out. Just keep it up. But big compliments there to Suzu and Wayne, and Wayne for staying alive so long together with Suzu to get all those kills going. That was impressive.
And so Venus kind of redemption, because, you know, she blew 2 beats, but she also stayed alive, touched the card multiple times, and it allowed for respawns to come in, and, you know, big plays.
And Venus already close to 70% to a new one, so she will be able to get one again soon, and maybe that will be a nice little push into the first point even. Gonna see a big fire shot coming in there from Kristen 10, looking to get a new fire, or a new Earth setup, rather. This week's now flanking up top, but there's only 1 minute, so they don't have that much time to set up. Suzu is gonna go in back and forth, and they gotta body block Ritter a bit, but it's actually Kristen 10 who gets stunned up brutally. Suzu's gonna be in a bit of a rough spot there, but he might be able to get out. Yeah, sorry, but we'll help him out a little bit.
Nice. Actually, I wanna really compliment Hercules here, because also, even though they lost the last fight before the second point, he was constantly in position.
Yeah.
On top of the subway gate. Oh, grab cookie.
A wall with a grab something. Will they be able to heal for all that? I mean, Winning's gonna have a new ultimate, that's for sure. To next match, to right click the ground, it's not gonna help, but Ritter also.
What is happening?
Bodybuilders are having some issues right now. Maldikill comes in just in time to keep everyone alive, and there's an extra meteor strike on top, taking down Hercules, finally dealing with that Baptiste. Slam onto the low ground, it's now a lot of low people, and once again, these waning moments seem to bring out the best from Team Room Temperature Water.
Very messy.
Very messy and very scrappy.
Laser Turtle not being able to teleport out there.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, room temperature, they just thrive in those messy fights. They win them. They just win them.
Venus now has the beat drop. This is the chance to get it going. So it'd be a good moment to get back out of spawn and use it instantly. Here comes the one. That's the beat drop hitting everyone now. And a Chris Geek and Kristen are gonna have those ultimates. They're looking to swing into the last bit. Here comes the reroll. The big shatter.
Nice.
1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kills. It's going their way, and they're actually in overtime. They're gonna push this entire way up again. Mails comes in
and a mail.
Yeah, it was just last second, and Ritter once again feeling very bad about himself, taking an easy way out. But it's gonna be an overtime push once again. It looked pretty dire. Like at that archway, it looked like Baby Yoda's hat that one covered like in the bag. But then suddenly, like the overtime kicks in, and Team Room Temperature was, I don't know, going up to boiling temperatures. They were coming in hot. They were flaming. Impressive turnaround, though.
Yeah, man. I mean. But you know what? I mean, also psychologically, I'm pretty sure they are pumped. They hella pumped. They like, you know, they just saw them losing in the streets, and then they take the streets, then they take the third point in like a minute and a half, and you know, you just gotta be pumped when it happens. Like, come on, brother, that's a crazy turnaround.
Yeah, this is a crazy turnaround in a very POC tournament, so it's definitely the right moment to get hyped up. Now I'm wondering if we're gonna see the same compositions, because that may Reaper break and Baptiste composition that Team Baby Yodas have been running a lot. It is proven very difficult for many teams, just very difficult to engage onto. But for now, it seems like Suzu and Chris are able to get into the little crooks and knacks and just get those kills when they need to. So that's quite impressive. So we might actually see the same heroes being played. We see Narabos on the Hammond for now. I'm not sure if you're going to stick to it. It could potentially work. We'll see.
Yeah, I think Baby Yodas, I think they strive the most when they can play their really weird, like all over the place comp with the Wrecking Ball and the Roadhog. Because when we casted the last game on Route 66, people were constantly all over the place. Like Avoli was on the Doomfist.
Yeah.
They had Laser Turtle on the Hanzo, and Nerobos on the wrecking ball, and they were everyone was just constantly taking a different angle,
Yeah.
and the enemy team was not like able to focus one target, and then they just pull you apart with constant picks.
Yeah, we had the exact same thing happen on Junkertown,
Yeah,
but
on
now it's
Junkertown.
a different map, of course. Like, I think it's a very tactical map choice here from Team Room Temperature Water to go for a very linear map where Hammond and Boomers just cannot run rapid as it's going to be a first engagement of Freeze, and Susan takes down Hercules. It's a good start for them, and now it's going to be the chance to engage further. But Avoli takes down Chris Creek, drawing blood, taking a bit of revenge. Now, the charge don't find anything, but the wall from Susan will be able to just buy some time a little bit.
Retarded charges from both ranks.
Into the statue.
Hey, it evens one another out, okay? Those things happen. Okay, nice separation there. Obviously, the first one to fall on that wall from Avoli cannot really quite find the same result. Lacerol has to back off there with the ship from Reaper. The mortality field has to be used, so it's going to be a very safe hold, if you will, from Room Temperature Water, because they just have a lot of time to basically fire from through without the mortality field on the other side.
Winning already up to the coalescence here. That's one thing.
True. Hercules and Ritter also have theirs, so that's quite impressive to charge up that quickly. Curious to see if one push from one another. That comes the immediate graviton and amplification. That is rough. Immediately the defensive mail from Suzu. He's been doing it quite a lot, and he's going to maybe find some success. That's still one kill down, but then extra mail comes in. 1 for 1 now. Venus comes in with the drop just in time. Will they be able to keep people up? They lose Kristen, they lose Venus. I think this might just be a little bit too tough to ask. But at least they forced out a lot of ultimates in that.
Yeah, the team was a bit split apart.
True.
Was it Suzu's Blizzard came in on the point? The team was a bit split, but the team they weren't able to capitalize on it, or the red team weren't able to capitalize on it.
Indeed. The red team now, Team Room Temperature Water, will have to walk quite a way back as they had split spawns, so a couple people are in the far spawn. We'll give a free archway passage, however, they will have their own graviton source coming up, and you know, it might be difficult to do it with that, because they don't really have a supportive, they don't really have a mail to counteract it either. So 2nex has a lot of power in his hands right now, so even though Team Room Temperature Water lost the first point, they have a good chance to retake the list. Now the walls,
big wall.
And immediately the immortality field also taken down, and Suzu falls. It's not a person that you want to lose, and then Avoli takes down Cresta 10, but
no barrier.
Big Shatter comes in, Rita takes down Venus, and then Laser takes down Chris Biggest counterpart, and then Laser takes down 2nex as well. Well, and it's a very solid push right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very solid push, but the thing is, you still have another fight. 2nex was disciplined enough not to use Grav. So you have Grav, you're gonna have Reaper Roll, you're gonna have Coalescence. These are nice tools, even though Ritter is gonna have another Grav, so
indeed
things are looking equal.
Looking equal, and the thing is, though, they really want to win a fight here on the street phase, otherwise it's just a massive time bank for Baby Yodas to work with. You don't really want to give him that luxury tool. Now, in the meantime, obviously, there's a hiding Reaper in the backline. A wall comes in, an extra Graviton now on the front line. They dislodge Reaper, but actually kills 2nex. So luckily, they did fire off the Graviton, but there's no kills coming from that. In fact, it's 2 kills being drawn from Baby Yodas. Nerobos is taking Suzu for a ride up in the air, and Ritter with another kill. Suzu is now going to be able to stall the pit a little bit with the shift, but it's not really any more than he can do.
I like that communication there, because I think Laser Turtle just jumped from the high ground into the enemy team. Hercules was on the high ground as well, and he threw down an immortality immediately.
Yeah.
And then he also got bubbled, so very good team play to keep the Reaper alive and allowing him to do his thing.
Yeah, we're going to see a little Reaper one from up top here. Both Zari bubbles being used on also an armor pack. Laser having a lot of support and actually take the hard battle. It's the most crucial battle you can win, I suppose. Luckily, Venus just displaced them from the high ground approach, but they might be able to get back up again. Since it does have the mail, and I think they might want to look to use now. Ritter coming up the graph, and immediately both mails being used, and an amplification matrix. Jeez, living through that, Reinhardt. A lot of people frozen up now, and Suzu takes down Vote to get away from 2nex, but Hercules takes down Suzu. Splash now coming over the brick, looking for a nice quick engagement. Other enemies are right. Don't want to give 2nex a chance to build up another ultimate. Ooh, that's a nice little kill there. Hercules' immortality field and himself falls to Chris, but then he gets taken down by Ritter. So now it's going to be a bit of a chance for Ritter's up on the front line. Christensen looking for that last bit of Earth Shadow charge. Ooh, the counter shatter just in time. Splash is the first one to fall. And then Nervos also gets knocked down as well. It was a crucial thing of both Reinhardt's pressing the Earth Shadow, but one just did it a little bit quicker. A lot of kills coming in there, and it seems like for now, Room Temperature Water is going to hold on to this point. Maybe some stagger kills as well. Sorry, this is very early. They want to get rid of it before he gets out with high charge. There it is. A charge for sub.
Man, but you know what? I really think that the Room Temperature, they should ditch Moira. Like, the value that map provides is so much bigger than what Moira can do.
Yeah, I love watching Nerobos actually just. I think he shot like he had time to shoot through 2 fire strikes through the Batiste ult.
Nice. talk about timing. In the meantime, though, we see both Zarya's basically pushing him to the grapple surge. There's no real support to help him out there. So Ritter's the first one to pull the trigger, and immediately the Reaper fall, but being separated by a wall. For now, it's Crusader being the first one to fall, and also the Zarya is in a bit of trouble. 2next. Now it's his own grapple surge, and in the meantime, it's late being taken out by Chris Creek. Crucial pick there. Hercules' immortality falls, and there it comes. You now see Doomfist May. Suzu gets taken out, but so does Ritter. So it's just a pick that they need. A lot of damage being tossed out of the window now. You know,
yeah, they have to
May pick is pretty good. Yeah, I agree that the Moira is maybe not the most ideal pick because we usually want to push with Moira, but you cannot really push into all that like crowd control, break and all that.
I'm gonna turn this. Both rally.
Yeah, they might.
Oh,
they get
there
you go.
Yeah.
He does it again.
The long sidelines kicking in. Sticking over the fire strike, and if you don't have the Zari Bubble or a Diva, good luck with it. 2 kills are coming in. It's going to be Laser will falling to Suzu, so Laser will not really shining on the Reaper as much as we'd maybe hope. Suzu gets out with a little bit of a wall. Extra charge comes in from Suzu onto the fight. Males gets popped as well. 2 males get popped, and an immortality field, and a bait drop. So we're going to see a lot of stall here on the fight. Chris Creek's up to stay left. Suzu gets his own ultimate to get out just in time. I think at least Chris Creek's also in a bit of trouble. Nice block on Shadow there. Suzu gets taken out by Splash, who was going for a very aggressive play.
He was dead in the back.
Oh, unfortunate charge.
And so does the healing. They managed to keep him just down. We're now popping the ultimate. Now it might look like a little bit of stabilization for him here. Just looking to push up on the front line.
Massive.
Fire strike, and the immortality field comes in clutch just again. Now it's going to be a counter engagement. Shield down, amplification matrix. It's going to be a last second reset. The timing's just so good. Wayden has to get out of here quickly, but it's going to get staggered out. This is not what the team could use right now. Phoenix is going to come back with an ultimate of his own, but there's nothing to couple it with. Someone has to get in onto that point. It's going to be someone to touch. It's going to be Venus actually. Then a Reinhardt charge comes in, doesn't quite find him, but they find Hercules instantly. Then the immortality is also down. A nice grab on the point, locking into Reinhardt, but 2 kills coming in back and forth. Both bubbles being popped. Crispic actually follows with that, and then Blaze Turtle with a nice little redemption. 3 kills from him in his last fight. And can they get it before they... Yes! 59 seconds, they get a chance still. The perfect stall for room temperature water. So close, yeah.
Dude, if you thought Nerebos was known for his wrecking ball, now he's known for shooting fire strikes through a Batista ult and just getting fixed constantly.
Hey, listen up. My first interaction with Nerebos was reviewing his Reinhardt. On Nepal. Shout out to Nerebos on Reinhardt.
Dude, when we did the first match, I think it was one of the matches in their team on King's Row as well. He turned around the fight by killing the support backline with 1 fire strike through Batista ult, and he just turned the entire fight. It's actually amazing.
Yeah,
nice.
I mean, you know, to be honest, that's supposedly the meta right now. You play Orisa Rain, Orisa pulls, BAP amplifies, Rain fire strikes, and everybody dies.
But can't you just go goats and counter that?
But you know, I mean, but still, I gotta say, you know, these teams are evenly matched, but you know, BAP just tips the scales. Yeah. You know, I really feel that the Baby Yodas, they're stronger not because they necessarily play better. They just have Baptiste. Yeah, and he just provides so much value. It's crazy, and especially in comparison to Moira, who just kind of gives you this healing. Yeah, she has coalescence, but it's kind of garbage. Without Orisa ult, so you know it's, you know.
Indeed, and with Moira, you really want to engage in the enemy team, but you can't really engage into a Baptist Immortality field and Mayfreeze and Brickstone and Reaper. So for now, we're gonna see a more aggressive position. Once again, the May Doom is coming in, so looking for a little bit of a separation and very quick burst. Maybe Moira will be able to prove more valuable there. Okay, we're gonna see some bubbles and walls being traded back and forth. A little bubbles being used as well, but it's gonna be Ritter's gonna get frozen up. No, he just gets out barely in time, but they have all the control of the point, and Suzu's up on the high ground, just looking to go, and Harper's not looking to go. I think he actually got saved by the enemy wall there, to be fair. Suzu, I wonder what to be in there.
That was a big stun from Splash.
Taken down.
Actually punched the Zaysturtle into the team, you got a pick.
Yeah.
So you immediately punished him.
Ooh, and that's an extra little kill there. Hercules and Laser once again popping off. And now it's going to be a lot of trouble there. Damage over is going to help you. Zarya getting walled off as well.
Man, 2next, he has to survive this.
Yeah, but he cannot, sadly. It's going to be 12 seconds to touch the point. Someone has to do it. I think it might be waiting to get it with Venus, but Venus has to stay alive right now. It's just the last second desperation attempt. Amplification makes straight from there. They want to let Suzu touch it. Suzu gets in there, gets the overtime, but that's all she wrote for now. They get 1 tick at least. That's a little something. But they have to hold first point for basically 2 minutes, because I don't think this is going to get turned around. I know overtime brings out the best in this team, but I doubt it's going to do it here. Immediate mail from Avolia. It's going to be a cleanup.
Wait, did they get a take?
Yeah, they got it. Like in the first push, they took immediate point control.
Yeah.
Okay.
1.2%. So
I mean, that's still something.
it's something, but it's going to be a 2-minute hold against a team that's been performing quite well. So this could be quite a nice start here.
Yeah, they gave over 1 tick just because Baby Yodas had to fall back into the hotel.
Yeah.
After that, they were able to punish Suzu for going in.
It was
that
actually
was a
Lazy
great...
Turtle coming in from the backline, like around the hotel, who killed Susan, and he like Ray formed out again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, props to Splash for seeing Suzu come in, stunning him, and he had to escape being low HP, which then allowed Lazy to finish him off. So yeah, good play by Splash as well.
Right, let's see. We're going to see the same thing on the board. For now, it seems like we're seeing a very familiar composition. We may see a little bit of an offensive peak by Narrowboss and Late Turtle, but
yeah,
Sigma.
we were actually talking about it.
We haven't seen much Sigma just like in general. Never mind. Hey,
no, but
sad,
what? It's still, I still think because Sigma is still really strong, and I think if you even pair him with Rain against Rain Zarya, it should still work because you still have a shield, you still have immense damage because Sigma's damage is just crazy. You have the rock, you have a really good ultimate, so I'm scratching my head why people are not picking Sigma. He's a very strong hero right now.
People are maybe just accustomed to only playing with Orisa now. They just go back to Ryan Zarya. Who knows? We're going to probably see Ryan Zarya coming in from Nervous again. We do have Suzu on a Junkrat, so there's a little bit more range damage there. So I think that might help them deal with the Brig a little bit better if they just keep their distance. It's going to require a bit more passive play from the
Get up the Sigma.
Yes, they do. It's quite nice. And Suzu's going to be the first one to lob in some grenades. He quite likes that.
There we go.
Ritter, which is a crucial first pick here. It's all well and good if you get some high charge, but you're not going to get high charge if you're in spawn. I think that's Suzu's motto right now. Chris takes down Laser Turtles. That's a good start.
Okay, Ritter swaps to... Yeah, I think they're gonna swap like Nerd Boss Ball.
It's interesting. Oh, they're pulling out this comp again.
Yeah.
This is interesting to see this.
It's gonna be Laser Turtle on the Genji, which he definitely likes to play. He doesn't always get to play it.
Oh, Farah, actually.
I think it might still like... That's an aggressive charge, but he's now in deep territory. Chris Creek follows to Laser Turtles.
That's big, but that's gonna get rest. Yep.
Yeah. Venus is able to work out quite well there. Not only good on Volusia, but also on this Mercy right now. But now it just seems like the enemy is taking up all the space. They take down Avolia with on the...
That's dangerous.
That's interesting. They get down Crested 10, and then a nice B-drop comes in, Splash reses Avolia, and then gets the kill. It's going to be a very difficult retake for him, and someone has to get in. Suzu's going to try his very best, but he has to maybe sacrifice his lives and his potential Riptire for it. There comes another kill from Ritter onto Creek. Someone has to touch his point very shortly, but there's no one there with any speed boost or any HP, if you will, even to get there. Phoenix managed to get there and managed to stay alive, but it's only him. Nice Hammond ult, or Potteref coming in, but it's so much crowd control and damage coming in there. Nice hook from Ritter. On the Phoenix now, it's just one lonely Hammond and a lonely Moira. A Riptire coming in from spawn, just looking for a nice desperation attempt. It's only half a minute, they can keep it up, just keep stalling it, they maybe get it, but there's no one else here. The Riptire finds Lazy Turtle from outer space. It's still only a soldier now on the point with the healing field. They actually take down another thing, but it's not enough. They gave it a good shot though, it was a very close round.
That was cool. I liked seeing that I hadn't seen Sigma and Junkrat at all this tournament.
Yeah,
me personally.
We've seen a bit of Junkrat on Dorado. It was a blast to see, really.
Nice.
Hey, but you know what? It was I gotta give props to Baby Yodas because that was very smart. Like they only need 50% of the point. It's not like they're gonna play it. They're gonna play like the entire map. So they just modified their comp to just be best suited for the task, and they just needed 50%. And the best way to do that is what they did actually against the enemy comp. They went Farah, they were cheeky Symmetra, they went Ball, Hog. That's a very tough comp to defend against, especially if they have a spawn advantage.
Yeah, we can do back to lobby, Scruty. This next match is going to start in just a second, it seems.
I forgot I'm the host.
Hello, host. So now it's going to be a payload pick. I'm curious to see what we'll see, because on the one hand, this very close range composition, or this very brawl close quarter composition, this very close range brawl composition is very good on a map like King's Row, but then again, if they whip out the Roadhog and the Hammond, it's going to be very difficult to play long range maps as well. So maybe even something like Gibraltar could do. Dorado was a good pick in general. It worked quite well against both comps, really. So I think Dorado would be maybe a solid pick. Because we saw on Junkertown what the likes of Ritter and Nerboss can do, and you just don't want to see that again.
So that's 1-0 for Baby Yodas, just to be sure.
Yeah.
Baby Yodas won the first map, yeah.
But that's still good. I mean, the series can be a pretty close one, because we saw Baby Yoda's adjusting, right? And that was a very good adjustment. Now we need to see a little better adjustment from room temperature water to kind of manage that. Because what do you do against Roadhog and Farah and Ball? You know, you need to react to that shit because it's tough to play against.
Yeah, I actually said this on the other broadcast as well. I think the reason part of the reason why Baby Yodas can run this comp so well is because Orissa's disabled,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
yeah, Nerebal's if Nerebal's playing Ball, imagine imagine an Orisa can just immediately lock you down, together with a Sigma and a Roadhog. Same for Ritter, who plays a Roadhog. He constantly tries to go on these flanks, get these picks. If you have double shield, you just get cocked by that. On top of Avoli, on any May or a Doomfist, Orisa can just walk out of a Mailed or be pretty much unaffected by Doomfist.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
One thing that Orisa cannot really deal with Fortify is a Roadhog ult.
We actually talked about it before the tourney began with Argyll, is that, Orisa, not having Orisa opens up so many compositions. Because just her presence, that you can pick her, and what she gives you, and what she gives to the team, is just so constraining as to what you can play against it.
Because she locks down the bunker.
Yeah, she's just so tough to play against, So not having her is just, again, opens up shit like this. You have Ball and Roadhog. Hello.
Yeah. Indeed, and now we have Wayne playing the Babsy, so it seems like they might be listening to your advice, and 2nex is sticking to the Sigma, which he did quite well, so I can imagine that he would do see the very mobile and chaotic composition coming again from Baby Yoda. It's fun to not see a Pharah here, because usually you're used to people playing Pharah, and especially someone like Susan and Lazy Turtle, they can both play the hero quite well, but they're going to pick different things for now. Curious to see how this will work out.
I would like to see RTW's comp here paying off, because it is actually the right idea, putting or at least a variation, like putting 2nex on Sigma instead of the Zarya, being able to kind of deal with both tanks.
Yeah, and Suzu to also as mate to have both of them as well, And there we go. They're really good.
There we go.
There we go. That's for free environmental kills and I guess Lazy Turtle.
Yeah, but Venus gets two as well, and
2 kills and Lazy Turtle also jumped off is actually in the favor of RTW, believe it or not.
But the X factor right here is Venus is already 60%.
Maybe go for a quick pause because it seems like Lazy Turtle has some lag issues.
Oh no. That was crazy. How did Nera get like 2 boops? I didn't even catch it.
Okay, both teams are ready again. How Nerbal's, he was basically, people were hiding on the left side bridge, and Nerbal saw it and just swung in there with Hammond.
Oh, right. Yeah. Because I remember now where it was positioned. That makes sense.
Makes sense. Well, Venus was also on top of that wall, just getting all the fingers down. Alright, we'll see Venus obviously quite close to the ultimate. Same goes for Nerbal's. How could that be if they both kill 2?
And there we go. That's Baptiste gone.
But then later the next one to fall due to Chris Creek, which is quite a nice counter pick here. Nice rock there onto Voli, but he managed to get out just like
that's another flank.
Barely off of a sliver of HP. Immediately they go for Ritter. They've seen him now. They've frozen him, isolated him. Nice little dodging. I guess that's how we deal with him. Voli's also in a bit of trouble. Rock to the fucking face there. Goodbye, Voli.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like Baby Yodas, they just have to switch. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work against this comp.
Crested 10, that's a nice snipe part right there, son.
Yeah, it's too hard for these tanks to escape from a May and a Sigma.
This boat. Watch this. Okay, bye, Hopper. He was just balancing on between the 2 boats.
But also we kind of talked about, that RTW, they have to adjust, and finally we see Wayne on BAP, because I think every map we saw him, he was playing Moira, and BAP is just such a vastly better pick these days. So yeah, seeing him on BAP, that's definitely a good adjustment.
Indeed, maybe throwing that immortality if someone gets hooked, or maybe just do what Suze did, dodge token, then freeze him, and then wall the Roadhog, and then hold hooks him down. That works quite well too. Hercules got a rock to the face. 2nex doesn't have a barrack right now, but they have a lot of ultimates here. Immediately hang on to the right heart Nerballs, and in this case the immortality is helping Crescent 10 stay alive. Barely, however, Susan does fall to Lazy Turtle. It's going to be an extra little ultimate onto Ritter. They really want to enable this man doing what is best. There's going to be a Bob, there's going to be a Universe singing for people, but it's also going to be Ritter there in the front line with Bob being bolted up. Nice little Bob there to save himself from the Sigma Rock, and it's going to be a good hold here for Baby Yodas.
Yeah. 2 ultimates used to contain it, Ash and BAP, which is okay. You know, they traded with Sigma ult,
Yeah. And,
so a fairly good trade.
Yeah, fairly decent trade. However, Suzu does still have that mail, and there's nothing really to mitigate all the damage, and Ritter is not quite up with that graviton yet, so they can't really counter push it quite as easily. So this will be a good one for Suzu to get a kill. Well, that's the first kill without a mail to even need it. Able to just push it dry, able to just one ult. That's 2 kills, just clean off the back of that.
We're not boys.
Right. And it seems like they're quite out without pushing this. It's gonna be a very nice kill there. Extra amplification rate is just to seal the deal. It's not only a break splash on the hill, but it's not gonna help them out too much.
Yeah, Splash.
A bit much. Too big a deal.
Yeah, Splash just trying to help out frontline as long as possible, but you know, 3 picks already went through, so
yeah,
nothing much
not
there.
much of a front line to help.
Yeah.
Right, Suzu with another pick onto a volley. Onto the main stage. Yeah, so gonna see how that one works out. People are probably gonna start to recharge his shield, but it's looking like a pretty big ultimate bank here for RTW, and you know, Ritter and Laser do have their ultimates, so I'm wondering if the Immortality Field from Wayne and a nice Radar can maybe help. That's the Immortality Field out. Need to kill as long as it can. The Amplification Matrix comes in. Nice killer, and then there's also an extra rally coming in. Crispy just teleporting the front line. Suzu with the wall, just making sure his teammate doesn't get immediately blown up. Laser Turtle takes down Suzu now. It's just a 1v1 between Brig and Sigma. I think Sigma's gonna have a rough time there, especially when runners start getting in the mix.
Completely caught out.
Yeah, just nice separation there. So it's going to be a good hold here. However, it's still a 4-minute time bank for RTW. They've made quite a good showing this round. They've used 2 ultimates there. Maybe a little bit rough, but then again, the enemy team also used Grav, Hanzo ults, and Brig ult. So you have a good chance to counter push this. Sigma Rock being hurled up into the air.
Nobody.
Not going to find anything, sadly, but you know, it's still a nice attempt. It maybe distracts people a little bit.
This is going to be a very long, or a very strong ult economy going up here from the red team.
Definitely RTW is looking solid in that card. Wonder when they're going to actually pull the trigger, because in the meantime, Avoli's just looking to flank on the back line.
Oh, there you go.
Universe stuck in front, so that's going to be Ritter in trouble. Just drop on the floor, but immediately the Immortality Field comes in to help him. Ritter's still in there, also gets frozen up now. Walks up to his frozen face and gets rid of it. Extra freeze round to Avoli with another kill for first weekend, and Nair boss taking that by Chris to 10.
Yeah,
push here. It's still about 3 minutes to go, and it seems like RTW is making a very solid statement here. They're definitely in the search that they don't want to give it up yet. They're looking at a very solid time back here.
Oh, they actually forced Immo Field in the spawn.
Yeah, indeed, and Chris Creek still has his ultimates. He's like, yeah, no Mortality Field. I think it's time to go ham. Ooh, immediately counteracted. They get cancelled the mail by Avoli, which is just what they need, and immediately the counter and the double kill from Reaper. What a way to swing the ultra combat economy. Now it's going to be a little bit of trouble for the Reinhardt here, but Ritter is the first one to fall. A very quick time, like 2 minutes 46. I don't think we've seen it that quick, really. Have you seen that quick, Jesse?
I don't remember. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
Look, let me tell you this. I am so happy for RTW because finally they searched for a comp to deal with Baby Yodas, and seems like they found it. Because you know, like again, that's what we were talking about. Like Sigma is a very strong hero, and if you pair him with Rain, you have double shield. So you know, it's basically a double shield all over again. And we kind of saw it. They always were at an ultimate advantage, pretty much, because it's so much harder to charge ultimates for the enemy team. Because you know, first you have to go through the shields, and you know, shooting shields don't generate any ult charge. So you know,
they have a matrix.
Yeah, and then you have an additional matrix. So you know, I'm just so happy that they finally decided to play some Sigma, and it paid huge dividends for them. Because you know, he was the pick.
Indeed, I'm going to be curious to see if maybe Baby Yodas will emulate it in some ways. For now, they're sticking to the tried and true trusted composition. It's basically these teams are almost playing a mirror, barring that off tank, and for now it seems like 2nex's Sigma is definitely paying off.
I mean, it's just so much damage from Sigma, and you know, this utility with the baby matrix, and having the rock, having additional shield. Obviously, these are all huge things that he brings to the table, as compared to Zarya, who just you know can pop 2 bubbles that have 200 HP and that's it. So just in terms of how much sustain he gives to his teammates as a Sigma player, I think it's way more valuable than having a Zarya and her 2 bubbles.
Definitely, and a lot of pressure in that sense on Ritter to make those 2 bubbles count, but it's very difficult to do it if there's so much sustain and so much in terms of shields in the way. For now, people are just scouting out a potential Pharah, but
they're hiding
up.
Yeah, they did this before.
Done it before, and immediately rocking hope from up top. He's just going up top there. Very aggressive charge here from Crest of 10. It's going to be a bit rough if this team goes. Creek is the first one to fall. And for now, it's just a stalemate on the payload, but a slight advantage here for Team Baby Yodas. And it's going to be a little bit of a retreat. No barrier from Crest of 10 left. 2 next barrier is also not long for this world. However, Suzu managed to buy a little bit of time with that May wall. plays very nicely in between them. Wayne already has his ult, so he might just go for a sneaky battlefield here. There, ooh, that's very far.
A little far.
Don't think that's what he had to aim for in that Kristen also. There's a lot of staggers coming in back and forth. Sue's the last one to fall, and it's going to be probably just the last ditch effort on point A. Otherwise, it's going to be a very quick take from RTW or for Baby Yoda, sorry.
Oh, a little bit of trash talk going on.
Yeah, you got to do something when you're capping the payload.
Damn right. But
There's not much else to do.
Losing Chris was the big thing the last fight, you know.
Yeah, now just it's a good immortality field.
Yep.
I will maybe not be able to find anything, but how long are they been able to keep this up? Not long. The immortality field falls. A kill comes on Chris, there's no shield. Only Sue's stalling on the payload now, and it's looking pretty rough. Yeah, all the kills come in. A very quick take here from Baby Yodas. I think like for now they're able to deal with his Sigma quite well, although he is going to have his ult up now.
Yeah, the immortality field there only stalled out the inevitable. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. If they were able to counteract with some ults, but it was just not to be. They didn't have the ultimate advantage, and the graviton and the amplification makes just so much damage. However, we get a very quick pin here onto Ritter, but then it's actually an airball who falls for Suzu with a crucial pick there. I have no clue where it came from, but it worked. The wall managed to block up a little bit of that, and Razor takes down his counter for Crit Creep, but still, it's looking like a good chance because there's so many ults. That's a lot of ults being popped back and forth. Big signal, but then also a kill to Hercules was just what they needed, and they counteract the Mayolt again with a stun.
Yeah, they did pull the trigger on the rally, so they might be able to turn this around. Lazy Turtle goes for it, and he just
2 kills.
He finds the angle there to drop on them.
And
yeah, Rally was huge because people were in Sigma ult, they were about to die, and Rally just constantly gave them this armor. And you know, in the end, kind of nobody died to Sigma ult, which is huge.
Only Hercules died, but key shout out to Tunix as well, who managed to stun up Avoli as he was casting his mail. So that's one of the advantages they have there now. Suzu might be able to go for a retake here. The last time around, they actually managed to lose his point, sadly. It's going to be a flanking shatter, and that's going to be a biggie. Defensive mail being dropped by Suzu. Is it going to be enough? They're going to find a Reaper and a Zarya isolated. Ritter is the first one of always just a kill they want to get out of the way. It's going to be Splash in the backline onto Venus. Crispy takes down Lazy Turtle. Nice pin onto Nerabos by Kristen. Reinhardt's battling out, but Hercules managed to win the battle there. It's still a slight advantage here. It's going to be a nice little kill from Chris Freak, who managed to swing the fight in their team's favor. Someone needs to touch his point that was only 3 meters off, but they managed to get a little bit double kill. It's just what they needed.
That might have gone so differently if Splash was able to stun Chris Freak out of the deal.
Yeah,
definitely. I mean, the fight was slightly in favor of Baby Yodas, but then again, the spawns were in favor of the red side. But then Chris Creek just came over with like 1 or 2 kills, and that was just a very nice way to stabilize it. Alright, let's see. Our Ritter is going to have his grapple surge up, and there will also be an extra.
No ammo field.
Very quick first pick. There comes the grapple surge. No immortality field to help you out there. The wall's going to last a little bit, but not long. Extra shoot comes in away, but it's already 2 or 3 picks down. It's going to be very rough to deal with this. And Chris tries to swing it with the hammer, but it's not going to swing anywhere. It's only going to swing it back to spawn. Lazy Turtle does fall to Christian. And that wall does actually help out a little bit. He's able to get out in time. He gets out to maybe a small chance at a recontest, but it's going to be very difficult. Now they're going to leave it be for now. Both teams with a very sizable time bank pushing into this last point. Indeed, we will see 2 males coming up shortly. We do see an amplification matrix for Waynen, and obviously a signal. Then there's nothing really to mitigate it, so this might be a chance once again for Tunex to show what he can do on this here, because he's been doing quite well. First Riley being popped in the immediate amplification matrix.
Window?
Indeed, and the Reinhardt Nervals definitely started all the damage on the shield, and he can only last for so long as to do so much damage, and then a nice rock onto Hercules. Does amplification matrix actually increase damage from rock? I think it does not, right?
I think it doesn't, no.
Okay. Otherwise that would be pretty intense.
That would be very intense.
The rock just doubles in size.
I mean, I'm not sure if it was a good idea to pull the trigger on Rally, because, you know, against this many ultimates and this much damage, it didn't really matter. Yeah. And they could definitely use it to push, as opposed to, like, win a fight defensively.
Yeah, and big props here, though, to RTW, because they only used the Baptiste ult, and they basically just traded 1 for 1 and relatively similarly charged ultimates, and they did very well in that. Here comes the first mail. Maybe there will be a defensive one. That's
a little long.
There's only 1 person actually stuck in there. Big shatter onto Wayne, and the immortality field pulse is not going to be long here. Susan managed to stall up a little bit, but it's not going to be for long, and that's just a lot of ultimates being pressed, and yeah, that's going to bring it down quickly.
Yeah, they decided to not pull any triggers on their ultimates.
Yeah, there's going to be a last second hold, and they will have to retake probably into an amplification matrix and very shortly thereafter a graviton, I imagine.
I like the decision because they know they have a very handsome ult bank and they can just recontest. and easily like win the fight.
But this is their last push. Like, this is the last fight. If they mess it up here, they're going to be in trouble. However, it's not going to happen now. Just one old juice didn't really quite find anything. Still one up for them, so they might still be in a pretty solid position, really. The Reinhardt's probably going to be the next one to get focused down, or the Zarya, because Zarya's now stuck in between enemy lines together with Brig. Yeah, Zarya isn't long for this world, but now it's just cleaning up the front line. There goes the Reinhardt, and Erebos in a lot of trouble there. Susan managed to get the final low.
And so impressive. Again, only one ultimate.
Yeah, and it wasn't even successful this time around. Just two very quick kills. Yeah, they do have a good ultimate bank, however, maybe this is the time when you want to start using ultimates maybe a bit more aggressively. Just don't allow the team to push in with their Graviton Reaper ult coming up or whatever.
Yeah,
because
I
the time
agree.
bank isn't that greatly in their favor, and they actually have 5 ults now. Just use something, win 2 fights. And then because Riz going to come in with that Graviton. It's telegraphed. Nice wall comes in, nice pick up, and there comes the amplification matrix. Both teams amplify it. Nice first kill there by the Reaper, just pushing through these 2 amplification matrices, and it's a frozen up Reinhardt who manages to survive just barely. It's actually 1 up here for the blue side, and they want to push it here, but there comes the Graviton Flux. Susan now comes in, an extra kill onto Nerboss, and now it's just a wall keeping people separated. Ritter now completely on the sideline, blazes the hill, takes down Crusader, but Crusader himself gets taken out. Ritter wins the 1v1 in the off-tank category, but for now, the spawns are so much closer for the red side. Avoli takes down Venus. This might actually be a nice little chance to push if they can reconvene quickly.
Yeah, they coming back, so this is gonna be a re-push, kinda.
Yeah, a Reaper main push.
They will make some meters here, but the team's able to group up very quickly.
True, but there is a Reaper mail on the line for Baby Yodas. If they can combine those two, then good luck dealing with that. The Immortality will still be the go sign. Nice grab on Surge here onto the main deck to make sure there's no shield in the way to block any of that. 1 kill now onto Crescent, the rest of them survive for now, but it's not going to be for long. Extra Shatter, Chris Creek is not having a good time right there, and it's just a full team kill. Immortality, or Amplification, it's going to help them much there. Extra Immortality on the payload, and with just a little bit of time in the time bank, they go for a free again. This time, the time banks aren't as close as they were, but still, we've seen what they can do with limited time banks.
Yeah, that's great there. Like, they immediately pulled the trigger on the grab once the Immortality field was used there.
Yeah, it was quite nice.
Yeah, and I think this is to allude to what Argel was saying. If you have an old bank, you're defending, you want to pull the trigger first. Like, you're defending. Don't let the enemy team come to you and use their resources. Use your resources first. You are the one defending.
You already have your ultimates. You're not going to get anything from spam.
Yeah, so I would like to see them a little bit more like decisive and eager to use these ultimates, because it seems like they keep them, like they like the safety of having a lot of ultimates, but then they just don't use them, and or maybe not that they don't use them, like the enemy team uses their ultimates faster, which is in many cases, like with the Gravitons and such, you want to use it first. You want to be the aggressor.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if we're going to see these same compositions, because both teams are very adamant about sticking to their comps, but this composition from Baby Yodas is very strong when they actually get all their ultimates up, but there's only 1 minute, so maybe they would like to go for a Roadhog or maybe a Hanzo to just get that instant value, maybe, but for now they seem very confident in this comp, both teams seem so, in fact.
I'm actually surprised there's no Bastion. Like, double shield Bastion, well, why not?
Maybe we'll see it on the other side.
Maybe.
For now, both teams are just no like real spawn traps or anything crazy like this. Both teams playing safe for a normal engagement, looking for their time to shine and their time to strike, really. Immediately high ground taken by both the Reaper and the Mei from Baby Yoda, so they definitely want to get the cheeky angle there, and it's immediately Hercules taking the other high ground. A lot of people being surrounded. Hercules has to get up there and get himself out. It's a very aggressive engagement once again from Cresta 10, who's going to lose a shield, but not going to lose much further than that, so it will be a little bit of a push for people trapped in between 2 walls. It's just like this one episode of Pokemon where things will go wrong.
It's a May wall sandwich.
Yeah, nice counterpin onto Laser Drill. It will be a reset probably, but at least they have the Reaper out of the fight for now. But someone needs to reset very quickly. Ooh, are you gonna get Chris Craig? He gets staggered out. This is not what they could use when Hercules is standing up top.
That still is a wasted window, so maybe it's gonna bite them.
That would have been excellent to have here, especially when they're coming over their bridge.
Yeah, especially right now.
Yeah.
Now comes
there you go.
Speaking of amplification rates, there's the dual shielding it up front. Nothing really happening quite yet, but they get the first kill onto Hercules, is just what they need. He is completely isolated as well, so he cannot do anything. Big shatter, but luckily the Mailed and the Immortality come in just in time. Beat drop comes in from Phoenix, who got it at the last second as the Immortality falls. Shatter comes in onto the Bay. They want to deal with that quickly. No one's seen on his payload now. Ritter doesn't quite have anything to use quite yet, but there comes the Sigma ult. The Reaper manages to escape for now, but it's an immediate kill onto Splash. Now it's just a very low HP Reaper gets taken down as well. Owns are on a payload, and there comes the Reaper ult just to clean it up.
Yeah.
Nice retake though. Good recontest.
Yeah. Definitely. And you know, I think difference maker was the window. If the blue team also had the window, that would be an entirely different fight.
You can even cross the bridge in that case, yeah. Key shout out though to Venus. Well, basically it was quite fun because Ritter yeeted in the Graviton surge, but immediately the Immortality field was dropped and the Mail was also used just as the Graviton came in. And in that, Venus was able to get that last bit of percentage on the beat drop. And as soon as the Immortality field broke, you saw the beat drop going down, just keep everyone up. And all the ults and all the HP was just in their favor. Now, 3 minutes 16 on the timing to basically get first point. Now, this can be a difficult point to take due to how the people can entrench on the last point. You saw it happen a bit at the end there. Or 3 minutes 16 is a good timing, and it seems that for now, yeah, it's going to be Baby Yoda's going for a little bit of an experiment.
They're doing it. But you know, like, to be frank, like, why not put a Bastion in this little room with the mini? The room with the Kroiko? That's on top of the gate, like the Kroiko thingy.
Yeah.
Like the machine room, kinda. You just put a Bastion there with double shield, and like, what do you do against it?
Yeah, it will be pretty difficult, I imagine. But yeah, for now, it seems like Crescentin is not quite sure what to pick. Okay, he's going for a run, so they're playing to the same comp. A lot of characters are coming in from Narabos and Lazy Turtle in particular. They have the boobs, and I've only asked to get some good clicks here with the McCree. In particular, for us, it was Bokai playing a lot of McCree and did well. So we're gonna see if we can see a replica of that.
But an interesting thing, like they, I mean, Baby Yodas, they don't play neither Brig nor a BAP. It's Merciana.
Indeed. Quite a nice life and blood displacement. That's the first kill from Lazy Turtle onto
Chris was so
and an extra hook there onto that as well. These DPS are making it work for now. Nerval's now looking like, hey, that's a bridge. Can I get on her? Yeah, I can. They're looking on the sideline. It's very low HP there. Lazy Turtle takes that first attempt. For now, it's working. This very chaotic composition. Maybe this is what they thought.
I think they just didn't expect it. I mean, RTW didn't expect it.
Yeah, Chris now swapping onto the McCree, maybe dealing tomorrow to some extent. They are going to keep Suzu obviously for freezing up the tanks, but we'll see if they can play around Chris Creek well enough. Wayne is going to be quite close to the ultimate. He's going to be up there, but immediately Suzu falls. Lazy Turtle getting back, and then Lazy Turtle and Ritters in both fights just open up the fight by both getting a kill. Only one of which was not an environmental one.
This is exactly.
Okay, they trade at least one kill, so they just need to reset now.
This is exactly how they want to play, like just getting these random picks, just random, especially here on this bridge. It's so scary to walk over with the Pharah and you don't know what their helmet's gonna be.
Yeah.
And Ritter's standing up there on that balcony.
Hey, but you know what? These deaths, like Suzu died twice, like into the water, and these are the tilters, you know?
Yeah.
It happens once, you kinda tilted. It happens twice, you're like, dude, fuck this shit.
Yeah. It happens 3 times, you're gonna play Sombra. Suzu does have a very nasty Sombra, and he's going to be able to get onto the attack and gets the first attack onto Nerabos. He's not quite able to do his ball antics. Seems not going to be quite able to follow up, but...
That's 50% EMP.
Yeah, exactly.
EMP, yeah. That's what Suzu does. Alright, they get some space now. Bully's also quite low in HP, but they need to get this Immortality field off, and Ritter is now in a lot of trouble. Actually, no. Ritter manages to survive for now. Somehow against the wall, he's still up there. Chris Creek gets 2 kills. He does what he needs to do, but one of them got rest and then another extra pick. Ritter so survival on this Roadhog, incredible. They're going to be looking to hack Narabos again. This will be now an extra stack. No, not an extra stack. I'll let them manage to stay on the edge. Immediately a Roadhog ult and the Nana boost.
Ritter just goes. He just goes.
I mean, the question is, will we actually see Ritter switch spawn at some point? Will he do that, or is it just not needed? It's only 1 more minute to go, and his chaotic composition has been working very well, and they have a couple ults to show it. However, they do have an EMP and Deadeye now that might work quite well. Chris Creek might also use the EMP just as something comes in. Ritter's now in the backline looking for a flank. This team has to hurry up because they've spotted Nerabos up top right. There comes the Hammond ult immediately. Maybe they'll be able to deal with some extent. Minesweeper is being played right now. Ritter is on the flank. Gets 1 hook of onto Chris Creek and they immediately find 2 kills. Lazy Turtle takes down Suzu as well. It's not the start they've been hoping for. It's looking pretty rough. They get an extra hook there. They manage to keep winning up just in time, so it's just a little bit of a disadvantage now. An extra sleep dart. Lazy Turtle takes down Crescent, and there's this one Lonely Sigma now sleeping on the cart. 15 seconds ago, they get the extra res off. They slip the McCree, which is a big sleep. And the two next matches keep up for now. Extra kill there. Onto Delicious. Vini's in a bit of trouble, but they get a nice little EMP up there. So he's in a lot of trouble. They take down Ritter, so he's actually dealt with for now. This is what they need. Chris Creek walking up there with the Deadeye. He needs to at least zone people out to find something. Suzu takes down 2 people now, but Splash did take down one. This is the one. A lot of ultimates for the red side. No one needs C9
Oh,
though.
C9.
Okay, they knows it just in time. They will have Venus coming back, obviously, with a... they have a lot of ults to come back now, though. And if Cresta finds a good shatter, that can probably just turn this fight right around. They hack the Hammond, just not dealing with that. They have to get out of the way of this now. Crusader in a lot of trouble. They find the first kill. So they need to let 2-man shatter there onto a Voli. He gets nano boosted, and they get the fire ult to like just knock out the sky. It's some very low mercy now on the point. It's going to be an overtime push, but it seems like for now it is going to be Team Baby Yodas in trouble. And Chris Creek with 3 kills or something there, 70% more centimeters, and they get it. A 1-1 in this series. Okay, that was one hell of a Rialto map. Jesus.
That swap to Sombra was clutch.
I mean, I always had faith in Suzu's ability to play Sombra. I asked him to play Sombra back in September 2018. And he's been playing in all sorts of conflict, and so I'm happy to see him back at it again. But yeah, what a mad this was, because it looked at first as if this Sigma pick from Tunex was going to just help RTW so much, and then suddenly we see the turnaround, and it almost seemed as if it was going to be 2-0 for Baby Yodas. But things were to be, and we actually get
50,000 damage blocked. Wow.
Yeah, as Reinhardt, remember? Right, we'll do a quick BL2 back to lobby.
Yeah, sure thing, bro.
A 2-minute break. 2-minute break should be alright, so we'll be back with you in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a piss, so feel free to talk about stuff while I'm gone.
Yeah, well, we will be just on mute for a little bit, and we'll be back with you in 2 minutes. See you soon,
Okay,
Vikes.
see you. Hello?
Hello. Seems like most
Welcome
people
back.
are returning. Yeah, we're only waiting for Crested 10, I believe. Jesse will be back in a couple minutes, but allow for us to what's it called? Continue to cast. We just have to pick a King of the Hill map. So a King of the Hill map.
Let's go into the Baby Yoda.
Yeah. Let's see what we'll get. Because we've seen Ilios and Legion, obviously.
Yeah.
I could see some Oasis. I want to see Oasis.
Oh man, I would love to see Oasis.
Okay, they're going for Ilios. You're also typing something. Very nice.
But yeah, you know, I am pumped because this series has been great so far. We've seen adjustments all over the place. You know, RTW experimenting how to stop that hog ball combo. They tried May, they tried different stuff. It kind of worked, but you know, Sombra is actually maybe the pick because you know you just hack them and they just useless. And there's 600 HP of useless for you to kill and just to get ultimate from.
Okay, we can start the game because it seems everyone is ready. So
Alrighty.
It's gonna be fun. We're gonna see Ilios again. No Orisa, so if we get to play well, it's gonna be a very fun well map, I assure you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Ritter is gonna play Roadhog.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna start off on Lighthouse, so we'll have to wait for it a little bit if it even gets there. But yeah, definitely the Summer pick from Suzu. I know he's just traditionally been quite good at the hero, and he's showing it so far. However, Summer will need a little bit of help to clean up the Hammond and the Rogue. Obviously, he can do a lot of damage, but someone else needs to shoot it.
Yeah, but you know, she's like an enabler. She's always been an enabler. It's not like she's gonna get 4 picks. She's enables the whole team to. She neutralizes the threat, and then she enables the team to deal with it.
Enables your own team by disabling the enemy. Hacking UP. Let's go. Followed
that's
by
that's pretty dirty, but you know what can you do?
Well, you can also just put Suzu on Doomfist, and they're gonna play the same composition as they have done so far, and we're gonna see the more chaotic composition coming again. I think this might actually work quite well in the favor of Baby Yoda because they just have such long sidelines with Lazy Turtle, and they have a lot of survivability as well. Like who's gonna get the first killer? Farah, Doofus, Roadhog, and Hammond, or one of these close-ranged brawlers? See what's gonna happen here.
Hey, is our boy Jesse in here?
He's just AFK for a little bit, but he said he will be back mid-cast somewhere.
All right. No probs.
All right, let's see what happens here. Going to be Lazy Turtle up in the skies very quickly. However, Venus will be able to speed boost the team out a little bit, so he might be able to get a little bit of first point control. However, Hammond is already lurking there. Nereboss, I see you behind that pillar, son. I see you, Nereboss. They see you now as well.
All right, he didn't get any boops.
Indeed, they have to use a couple abilities, and it's going to be a very quick split there onto the Baptiste, who had to wait a little bit, and then immediately the Farah came in as well with the Hammond. It's too much damage, so drawing first blood here is Nereboss with the help from his Farah in particular. Suzu's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Will he be able to get out, I think? For now, no, he will not, and it's going to be the first blood drawn here by the blue side, by Baby Yoda. So they definitely want to look to capture this series right now. Avoli with another kill. He's been getting 3 kills already this fight. Make it 4. Solid start from Avoli here, definitely, and then an extra kill onto Chris Creek by Lazy Turtle, so...
I think
working out for them.
Yeah, but I think RTW they cannot play this. They cannot play it into Ball and Roadhog and Farah. It's just not gonna work.
They need either something very stationary or just something very mobile. I think you're definitely looking at maybe something more mobile because this is
but
too much damage to deal with.
If you were to win stationary, you would pick Orisa.
Exactly, and that's not really an option here. Because you can see Wayne, like after the fight ended, Wayne was on second death, but after the fight ended, he was on 35% ultimate charges. Baptiste and Chris is only at 30 as well, so these heroes are just not able to get into the element. Avoli is now very low, but cannot quite be finished off. Suzu cannot be shielded quite yet, and Chris is now also in a lot of hurt, and they get an extra kill. Ritter just going ham again. And it's back to the drawing board for RTW, and I think it will not be bad if they swap things up a little bit.
Yeah, because I think the problem is, like, on a map like Escort or Payload in general, you can disable this comp pretty easily with Sombra, as we saw, but on King of the Hill, it's much more difficult.
Yeah, and just try to retake into this with your Reinhardt. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. It's immediately Suzu, 2nex actually taking down a Avoli here, so it's someone else being hit here. The 2nex swapping to a different offlane, that's definitely helping him out for now. Immediately, Nereboss swoops in with the Hammond, and they have to play Minesweeper. He's managed to do it just in time. Lazy Turtle takes
stunned.
Stunned out the ultimate.
Out of ultimate.
Suzu does take down Nereboss, which is a good kill, but now it's only a Reinhardt on the point. Preston in a lot of trouble. That's another kill for Venus, helping him out just up. They need to get the shields off here to make sure Doom does kill him when it takes down Wayne, and extra little damage in there, but it's so much damage for Avoid with a triple kill. Three people are on there, they couldn't be quite find one another. It's gonna be a res kicking in, but Suze is not able to deal with all that crowd control. Avoid with a triple kill. His Doomfist is popping on this
that was clutch, because they were about to lose the point, and then Doom came storming down from the heavens.
Indeed, Crescent is now also going for more mobile options, so we're going to almost see mirror compositions there. We do have a Lucia still in the Baptiste, maybe we'll see some swaps there, but it's only 10 more percent, and well, you need to get this beater off to maybe confirm this one right. You do have 2 DPS souls to work with, and they need to work with them quickly, but it's going to be 1 kill already, Ritter onto Wayne, so that's not something to worry about right now. The overtime is secure, but it's already 2 picks. A big Anthony does come in. Venus gets his ultimate just time, but then it's Crescent falling off the map. They're not as practice on his hammer now. It's only Venus on the point. They get Splash, but that's all she wrote for now. It's going to be Suzu back in the fray together with 2 next. Takes down another kill, but that's all she wrote for now. And now he's going to have to get back from the other side. It's not going to happen. First map very convincingly to Team Baby Yodas.
Yeah. I mean, this comp works on King of the Hill. It's just, it's very tough to play against.
Indeed. And maybe Crescent isn't too comfortable on the Hammond. Maybe they can go for a Winston then. It is difficult, obviously, because Winston just doesn't get as much value as Roadhog, Sigma, or Assault, which she's not played. But it's very difficult to play Winston and get value out of it. But maybe it's better for them if they're more comfortable with it. Here comes the sword.
Yeah, but you just go mobility, and you have a very nice dive target in Ana.
True.
And your dive is just directed at Ana. You kill her, and then you just work from there. You see how the playing field looks like, and you play with 1-up all the time because Ana is just, because she's alone all the time. Like, there's no one to peel for her. Because everybody's somewhere else.
It's going to be a tried and true composition for Baby Yoda with obviously Ritter on the flank as well. We're going to see a bit of a similar composition coming in from the other side.
There's
but it's going to be a bit peculiar still. We're going to see Winston, which is hopefully we're going to see this work. I would hope so.
Back on the cast.
Hello.
Back on the cast. Hello. First map was won by Baby Yoda. We're going to see,
very convincing. 100 to 0.
Yes.
Oh, Doomfist battle.
Doomfist battle, and it seems like for now Suzu's getting the upper hand. Definitely he gets it. Now, in the meantime, Nervos gets double for now. Ritter does take down Wayne, which is a nice counter but maybe
Wayne is not having a good time.
Not having a good time, but someone should get onto this objective here. Like, it's a 1-for-1. Why not? 2next takes down Nervos, which is just to kill the need. Kristen now going for his work, at least to zone him out a little bit. Hook doesn't quite find anything, and now it's maybe the go time to go on to the knock.
What?
2next got knocked by Farah, I think.
Yeah, I think
on
so.
the edge and then he got killed, but then Souza takes down Splash. Souza is definitely making it count on his Doomers right now. Takes down Laser Turtle as well. Now it's just Ritter on the point together with Avoli, who takes down Souza, but then trades. Then in the meantime, Splash does get resurrected by Hercules. Now it's still Ritter in the front line. He's finally dealt with. Kristen is also on a sliver of HP. He needs to get out of here before he gets powered over. Double kill.
Huge.
The healing wasn't coming in quick enough, I suppose, when either wasn't hitting shots, didn't have Nate ready to help each other out, and then it's still blue team once again. Baby Yoda just coming in hot, but then it's Suzu. He's not having any of it. He wants to get back in there. In a bit of trouble because he doesn't have any ability now to deal with all this coming his way. And Erebos with another kill. Chris Creek gets rest and does take down Laser, but you get opening.
Oh,
finally.
Unlucky punch.
Indeed. Extra. Yeah. Being power-driven into a minefield, into a hook is not fun. 2next does take down a Volt, so he might have a good chance at a retake, but for now, it will be Baby Yoda just very firmly in control of this map. And there comes an extra hook from Ritter.
Oh, actually, Nerobos kind of taking the spotlight there from Ritter for a moment on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it was looking very good. Suzu actually won the Doomfist battle right away.
Yeah.
Then he got 3 other picks. I think one of them got rest.
Yeah.
Then Nerobos came in on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, double pile drive. That was huge. It turned around.
In trouble, but he manages to get out just in time. Now it's Wayne in trouble once again. He doesn't really have anyone to help him quite yet, unless that grenade and that rock comes in. They get him out of the way for him, but they can't really quite get the kill on Nerobos. The team is very split right now, and someone has to draw blood here. It's Suzu getting the first kill onto Splash again. These Anas are not having a great time. Now when Nerobos
playing a stationary support into it,
yeah.
it has to be.
That's a good kill. 2next finally drawing blood now, getting some revenge. They take down the Ana Avoli, but luckily they've already capped the points, so no further stall. They might even be able to resurrect. There we go. Venus swooping in. Now we will see Laser Turtle and Hercules both swapping. We're going to see McCree Lucia coming in, so a bit of changes back and forth. We will see Bob, we will see Doomazil from Suzu, and we do have a Nanobus as well, so that may be able to help out one of the tanks. Laser Turtle now going for the Hanzo, maybe get a little bit more burst and shield break. The rest of the things are saying, so maybe we'll see a Nano Hog again. What do you think, Jesse?
Alright, Hog is sleeping on the right side.
Oh. Yeah, he gets Nanobus.
What a bait.
Oh, there we go.
What a bait.
Yeah. It's one kill from Suzu to counteract, but there's so many kills already. Venus is now just dead there. Will anyone try to stall this? No. Crispy gets hooked off there.
I'm getting away from Ritter, dude.
Dude, you know what I found scary? Cresta was full HP, right? And then he just wasn't. His nano was a rock in his face, and then he just wasn't.
I mean,
he was just instant dead.
yeah, he ate nano boosted scrap from half a meter distance in the face.
It was even in the bubble, and so like before he even left the bubble, he was dead. Right, the Tigers are definitely in favor of Baby Yoda, but they do manage to isolate Ritter right now. He's on top, but gets taken out by Suzu just in time. This will be their time to push it, because this should not be resable. Nano boost, they want to make him shine, and definitely Suzu with an instant kill. Trying to go maybe for the other Doomfist again.
Oh yeah.
Suzu, yeah, 3 kills, making that nano boost count for him. That's going to be a minefield from downtown. Playing Minesweeper once again, Crust 10, but he doing what he does best. It's going to be a nice little Hercules hook, and then Hammond. Hammond isn't able to touch the point in time. Big anti-net and damage comes in. It will help him out a little bit, but it's not going to be enough for now. Baby Yoda is on the back foot again.
I mean, a little bit unnecessary mines. Maybe they could use them like at a different time, but...
Indeed. They trade back and forth, but take down Ritter. That's a very big pick for them. Crestquick still has the bubble. He's now currently, well, quickly going to be in spawn. Crescent takes out another pick, and it's just what they need. 1-for-1 both Anna's down. It's going to be a super little rest from Crestquick, who has the bob, so they can stall this out for some time. Both teams about to be equal, but 2x falls as well. This cannot be resurrected. Nice little boop there, but then suddenly Hercules also falls.
Still, but we are approaching one fight territory, so...
For both teams.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. Probably...
Instantly dead, yep.
That's big.
That's how stun works.
Especially that he was 10% to be in Raging.
Indeed. Luckily they do have a Bob, so maybe call some fit, but then when it gets taken down instantly, Crestquick needs to fire this one off shortly. There goes Bob onto the other corner. Doesn't quite find anything, but finds something inside. It's going to be Hercules in trouble, I think, or Splash. Both teams lose their main healer. Kristen is now back in the fray, takes on a volley, and is going to get straight back into somebody. He has Prime Rage, he's not afraid. They get the brave off to Suzu, has to probably bolt out a little bit, but he's going to get stunned up by Hercules again. Hercules is now trying to find the last target. Now it's just only Lucio on there with Hammond. There's an animals who win, so they might be able to clean this up. This might actually be the best chance they got for that. No, another mine's attempted, but it gets cancelled.
No!
And he
no,
doesn't he runs just too late, and they get the swap as just to get the flip as well on the objective. This might be a good chance for them. Ritter takes down another kill, and it seems like Baby Yoda is going to take the one down. Ritter with a break head at the end there. Nice little kill from a volley. Can they get this overtime? I'm not sure if that was overtime. It might be. I think not. No, it is overtime. So if someone gets a touch, it will be quite nice, but I think it might be all short for this map. That's very unfortunate because it seemed like there was more in that for RTW.
Yeah.
Baby Yoda takes the lead here, and this was definitely their map. Good news is now you don't have to deal with well anymore.
Yes. Man, like but the thing is, yeah.
I kind of like how it was looking good for RTW for a while when they managed to pick off Ritter like in the beginning of like 2 fights. It was really able to do anything, and then they went to like Boop City, and seeing as you know the enemy team doesn't have Ritter anymore on the Roadhog, Suzu's just kind of going out on the Doomfist. Yeah,
I think Suzu's doing a very good job, but I would like to see Chris step up to the plate a bit more because I feel like he could use his ultimates much more often and get some value. And in this case, they oftentimes play with using ultimates, and then they lose 2 people, and then you can't use those ultimates anymore. So I would definitely like to see Russian Industries, nice, Skya. But I would definitely like to see a little bit more of a proactive usage of ultimates from Crestquick in particular.
But you know what I like? I like that you could see that they are really try to focus Ritter because he's a lot of out of position, trying to get picks, and they really clamped down on him. Like anytime they would find him, like a whole team would collapse on him, and they would confirm that kill. But you know, that last fight, it was just so unfortunate. Cresta dying in a pit, and raging. And you know the Bob, that was kind of meh because he just
getting a kill, but it was inside the room, so it wasn't.
He ran inside, so he definitely didn't get his full value. And you know, but that's the point. Plays like this, like these are in general, these are misplays. However small, they still are misplays, and they affect like the outcome. Because if both of these ultimates, for instance, were used more optimal in a more optimal way, you know, probably the outcome would be different.
Yeah, and then they would have had a Ruins map of 2 very capable snipers, but maybe a different map where you can play snipers is this map. It doesn't seem like we're going to happen for now. Baby Yoda is going to stick to that very aggressive chaotic composition, even on their defense. We're going to see basically a very similar, or like the composition that they've played quite well so far from RTW. So the Reaper, the Zarya in this case, so no Sigma, but they will keep to the Mei and to the Baptiste, which will be able to maybe focus on those tanks a little bit more, but it's still not going to be easy.
And keep in mind, if Yodas win this, they take the trophy.
I think they do, yeah. Yeah, they do. So it's definitely something to keep in mind. It's going to be match point for him. Right, Nervos is hiding upstairs there. I think no one has seen him yet. They've definitely seen the bar out, that's for sure. But now Nervos is looking for his little engagement. Chris Creek still in spawn on the Ash. It's another very clean engagement here from Baby Yoda. They get the first wall off. Maybe they can capitalize, but it's going to be difficult still. 2nex is sleeping, so they'll have to chill a little bit now. Luckily, they dodged the hook, which is a good thing to do. But so much damage being fired in from up top. Laser already 65% on the ultimate.
Okay, Ritter is going hunting for Ash.
Yeah, Avoli is the first one to fall here. Wayne takes him down, so
yeah,
big visible now. It's going to be an instant whoop in the backline again from Nervals, and I see a corpse from the Doofus flying through the air. Not pleasant, but sure. Right, we're going to see a little bit of an isolation there onto Nervals, who counts. That was actually quite clever from Suzu, disabling that little escape path for Nervals. Now they do have one pick, but they need to actually confirm it here. Wayne is in a lot of trouble, but he managed to get saved by his own immortality field. Nice hook there on the 2nex, and it's actually going to be 2 kills now for RTW. Now it's going to be Wayne on his own. Nothing to help now, but it's still an equal fight. If they can get a killer, it would be perfect. Ritter is taken down, just within it, and then Avoli. Nice ultimate comes in from Laser. If they can win it here, it's still everyone's game right now, but there's just no range to deal with all that damage from afar. Yeah, they have this one locked up for now. At least they got like 50% on the point, but we'll see.
It costed them a tick, but Baby Yoda they did end up finding a few picks which enabled their comp.
Yeah. Which in a situation like this, you're fine with giving picks because it looks kind of grim for you for a while, and you're like, okay, let's disengage a little bit, and yeah, so you can properly contest it later on.
And this is just what they need to do. They got 1 kill, and then they immediately focus down on Bully and Nervals. We can upgrade now just 2 up. Now they should be able to an extra Bob on the point who gets up, but at least is in there as well. It's just an extra queens to confirm. Ritter is now on the back on the flank. Bob is just guarding him right now. It's like, no, I'm the bouncer, Ritter. You cannot go through. Okay, now we can go through. My shift is over. Alright, they get all the kills and then extra immortality. This should be the first point cap. About halfway, so they've done quite well. The first fight took quite a while, but big shout out
still
to
good.
Chris.
5 minutes.
Yeah, big shout out to Chris Creek for immediately finding the kill onto Laser Troll when he was playing far, and that forced the Resident. Immediately 2 kills came in from Suzu on the front line, onto Evoli and onto Nervals. That's quite a nice way to stabilize that one there to get a little bit of first fixer. Nice bubble there. Still Minefield gonna maybe wreak some havoc. A lot of trouble there for Crested 10. Nanoboost comes in as well. Nice shot to lose one, but they might be able to capitalize on it. Extra mail comes in there. Reinhardt gets slipped, but they might be able to do it now. Splash now back on the break. They get 1 pick, 2 picks. They might be able to stabilize here. 2 people frozen in the back. It's still going to be Ritter just healing up. Only an Erebos on the player right now. It's a lot of trouble here for Crested 10, who also falls. If they can get a ticker, it will be perfect. They get an extra grab. They don't want to lose all this progress they use. An extra meter strike comes in. They get 1 tick. Can they get more? No 2 ticks. It's only 1 tick. They can get it maybe soon. 6.5. There's the extra.
That's another tick
taken. Now it's only up top. Gonna be Venus, or sorry, Splash, I think. Now on the Lucia, swapping heroes back and forth, just getting those last bits in. And it's 98.3, but they managed to touch just in time. Is anyone going to be able to get back in time? It's the immortality from winning, buying some time. They get a kill in the meantime. Nice bubble there. Onto Ryan, just keeping him up in the fight. Chris is going to be very close to the bubble. He falls to Nerabos, but then 2nex take down Splash. It's going to be Suzu who's going to have to carry this fight now with the males coming up. Somebody he gets taken down as well. Now it's just all raw abilities. 2nex on the high charge. He's the hero in charge now. Venus on a sliver of HP, but also gets taken down by Nerabos, who finds these little last remaining scavengers. And I think like for now they might be able to hold it. Nice charge there onto Nerabos, who actually takes him down. This fight is not over quite yet. They refuse to give it up both sides. Immediately focused the Moira there by 2nex, but I think it's all Shiro for this push, but it's still a very solid push. A shatter, but it's not gonna matter, sadly.
Oh man, what a fight.
What a fight. I want to give compliments to Nerabos. What a scavenger. He just took down 3 people that were low on HP and they were about to escape. But he managed to just confirm the kill and actually swung the fight like in his own advantage favor. Still
2 CP, lol.
3 more minutes to go with just 1 more tick to take, and you know, they have the grab May combo.
But look, the fight was so huge that, you know, Suzu got another ult, 2nex got another ult.
Yeah.
You know, it's like all over again. And it was like they still probably pretty happy with it because they snowballed 2 ticks.
Yeah.
And now they can just go in with like full ultimate set yet again.
Nope, they even snowballed it with 1 down for a part, which is quite a we get a first look on the first Minefield Immortality also gets you, so a lot of abilities being traded, but no lives being shed just yet. So we're just going to go for a little bit of a delay, but then after the mines go down, we should go for a new push, it seems. There we go. Nerbal's going in for the backline, but immediately a very big ult finds 2 very quick kills, and then the Moira ult is not going to be able to cover all that damage. Still Nerbal's on the backline, but Ritter is also taken down. That's just only a Moira on point. Ainun comes in from behind. But is he going to find anything? It's going to be difficult with a quick reload, I think. Extra beat drop from Venus just to confirm it right here, right now. And with a little over 2 minutes, a very nice tick. And, you know, Baby Yoda is definitely a good team, but it just goes to show that this RTW side is not giving anything up for free. Like, they had a tough time on Ilios, which is just an unfavorable map for them, and just the maps weren't in their, like, rotation favorably. But they're definitely making a good showing here.
Mm-hmm.
No. Jesse, you've casted Baby Yoda's a little bit more. Can you maybe tell about what you would want to see them do for to recover from this one?
Well, they're on offense now, right?
True.
Yes.
So I don't know. Maybe I feel like maybe they could just pull off the same comp, and maybe because it's not offense,
Maybe
we'll
even Ryan
pay out
Zari
for them.
Maybe even Ryan Zari could work again. Because as long as Chris and Suzu don't pick long range heroes, which they haven't really done a lot, the Brig will just add a little bit of solidity to that composition. Get a bit of mid-range here from Chris, so they will have a lot of crowd control here, with Wayne just being able to toss out immortality fields, Suzu being able to freeze, and Chris also being an extra lock on the door. We are going to see the Reinhardt Zarya's from both sides, so it's going to be the good old story of an unstoppable force versus an unstoppable force, maybe, or just an unmovable object versus another unmovable object. Gotta budge.
But you know, I want to double down on what I said after Ilios. I feel like Suzu is really taking it on his shoulders to contain Ritter. Like, anytime he's somewhere on the flank, whatever, Suzu's immediately there to freeze him. Because, you know, if you don't freeze him, if you don't, like, collapse on him, he's just gonna press E and escape.
Yeah.
And they've been really mindful.
Kill one of your teams.
Yeah, and they've been really mindful to not allow this to happen anymore. Like, to freeze him, to kill him, and, you know, easy money.
Yeah, and Ritter is not one of those Zarya's that don't have to worry about the Roadhog fight yet. Maybe it's something for the future. But we are going to see Splash on the Baptist again, just adding a little bit of solidity. And Chris is now just on the high ground, sort of close. Oh, that's very risky. Chris at 10 going far too deep against the May. Cannot afford such moves. Now it's going to be a very difficult first point hold, and it's potential here to snowball for Baby Yoda. Ritter pushing in aggressively, once again the high ground now being taken. The immortality field is being used by Wen, and Chris Krieg is just in a little bit of hurt, and it's going to be a difficult task to retake. This is the immortality field falls. It's just Suzu close to the point with his Zarya, but that's all there is really to it. Suzu used to use both his abilities quickly, and now he's just in between 4 enemies, and it's very difficult to push through that. It's going to be a very quick take here. Christensen going in for another big charge, but it's not going to help him too much. You got to try something, and they actually use immortality field and amplification, which is not what you want to see being used here. So much of an investment from a team that's already not really able to use such things, because now it's going to be Ritter pushing in.
No, they need to die. They just need to jump off, both Tunix and Lucio.
They were banking so hard on the comeback there on turnaround.
Yeah, but it was not really possible, I feel. Tunix now also still being isolated. Can they get him out? At least they get the wall to maybe isolate him a little bit. They can get this kill perfect, but it doesn't really quite happen. And yeah, now it's going to be a very difficult snowball. Ritter immediately follows up with another ult as well. Immortality is going to help him a little bit, but for how long? Chris then falls down quickly, and immediately Shatter comes in after, and the Reaper ult. Baby Yoda is making quite a turn on, but I must say it's completely up to RTW just tossing this one in the bin. They really didn't play it up quite well. We're gonna see Tunix with his own grapple search. Can anyone get there in time? Venus can get back in time with the bait drop.
Damn.
RTW, to be harsh, RTW has themselves to blame.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, obviously Crested, that was an extremely risky play. He got punished, obviously, but I think, like, Tunix not just jumping off and resetting with Venus, and instead trying to speed back, it's a huge, like, misplay from a game sense perspective, because if you jump off, you're gonna immediately respawn, because that's how it is right now. You just spawn immediately. Yeah, and I mean, I guess he just wanted to save, because he was charged a lot, like he was 80 charge or something, but it doesn't matter. You want to reset as quickly as possible. You're very close to grab, and this is your only tool to stabilize. And if you don't do it, and especially if you, because that was a huge stagger in the end when you think about it, because as they were pretty much coming onto the point, they just killed him, because, you know, they found him running back. So, you know, I think that this was actually the play that cost them, and it can have very big...
Wayne and also Crested 10 went twice, so there was just a stacking of mistakes there, and they cannot afford it if they want to stay in this tournament, because it's do or die for them, really.
Yeah. And, you know, and again, they could also use that amplification matrix, you know, as the enemy team comes in, you just use it, Reinhardt fire strikes, maybe you get an instant pick, but still, it's just, this whole damage amplified is so immense, it's so difficult to run through it, so, you know, they threw all their chances away. at stabilizing.
Definitely, and now Wayne is able to get a little bit of full charge there, and they only have 2 minutes to actually battle against this 5-minute 16 timeline, so this will be their moment. That's a very quick isolation automate. Both teams battling out this wall, and the immortality comes in quickly from Wayne, and so a lot of people know Ritter is the first one to fall. It's just the pick that they were looking for. They just need to heal up a little bit. Wayne has the amplification matrix. Suzu's now going in aggressively as well. Everyone's just stuck in a little room, and there comes the amplification matrix, just looking to push through, looking to get that extra damage and healing. And Shadow does quite find something, but they are able to heal it up, and it's a nice pickup. Both Mays out of the picture, so people actually move now. Chris Krieg is taking that one right after that. It's going to be an extra amplification matrix. Once again, people very sure.
What the hell? Like, this is the exact same mistake by Hercules right now.
Yeah, people are trigger happy on his ultimate, and just what RTW needed here, just a very quick take.
Because I think, you know what's the problem with Baptiste? It charges really fast, and I think people just don't realize how powerful it is. It's like, oh, it charges really fast, I'm just gonna use it. But like, no, it's so good. You know, you keep it for the moment you're gonna need it. Like now, when they're gonna charge in and try to snowball.
Yeah, because look at this, 2x, 85% on that gravity.
Yeah.
Only on 21. Obviously, Ritter was the first one to fall, but you know, this might look like a pretty good moment for them to snowball and actually keep up the good work that they have been doing thus far. Barriers do fall, and both teams use their immortality, but now comes the Grafton on the back line. Perfect May wall to just mitigate all that coming in. That's such a nice May wall there. And now it's going to be the first pick onto Neredos, and then the Shatter comes in, doesn't quite find anything, but it buys a lot of time for them again. Now it's immediate freeze onto a villain. It's 2 picks. Extra mail there for the just freezing everything up. Two Zari bubbles mitigate most of what's happening there, but still, advantage is definitely up for grabs now. They need to actually get some quick kills, but it's actually Neredos or Chris Creek, sorry, who falls to Hercules, and now it's going to be a repro in there. Laser Turtle gets taken out quite quickly. That repro's not going through quite yet, and it's still no definitive tick. Laser Turtle still being kept alive by Brig, and somehow,
incredible.
Take out of this. Ooh, Lazy Turtle. The target focus was just so split, and it was such a good moment for them. Like, props to Ritter, he uses bubbles very well to actually get people out of the blizzard. But they had people like just separate and taking apart, but everyone just went for a different little fights, and they only really got one of themselves killed with it.
I see a little ball waiting to contest.
Yeah,
they got this little way too early though.
They got the overtime. That's all that they really needed. They take down Hurt, that's nice, and then it's just gonna be up to Chris Creek on the Reaper. He needs to get this one in quickly, gets stood up immediately, and then they're able to take down Wayne. And now it's just a little bit stalled, but it's gonna be difficult for them. I think the best thing they can do right now is just take it to a draw and then hope for a King of Hill tiebreaker map. But holding point A for 5 minutes, it's gonna be a rough one.
Man, and you hate to see it because it was such a nice snowball. Like, it looked like it at least. You know, they coming in, they have all these ultimates. They get initial picks, and then it just collapses. Everybody is doing their own thing.
Yeah.
And here's a Reaper just being on point, shooting you in the face, and he doesn't die.
Indeed, indeed, and yeah, I mean, if they can manage to hold first point for 5 minutes, that would be very impressive. But I think the best thing they can sell for right now is just for a draw on 2CP, and in that case, we just go to a King of Hill tiebreaker map as always. And then they have to show it on that because there's at least no Ilios in the tiebreak and the King of Hill maps anymore. But it's very unfortunate because we would love to see more of this team from RTW, but they shot themselves in the foot in their defensive round, and now they have to make sure they don't make the same mistake. I mean, they're up against a gargantuan task, guarding, like not losing in 5 minutes, and that's going to be a difficult task. Just, you know, if you were RTW or not, because you obviously know a little bit of players in person as well, what would you give them in terms of advice or how they could beat this monstrous task?
Good question. I mean, I honestly have no idea. You know what? Switch to Brig.
Just win a game for it.
Yeah. Switch to Brig, and then just fucking go.
Just fucking go. Well, Chris already fucking went and got his fire strike in. First damage is for him.
Hey, but you know, but Brig really works again in these sort of compositions because, as you said, is against the Reaper. You know, you just stun him, and a lot of his like tools or his impact is lessened just by the stun.
Indeed, we're gonna see how this first fight unfolds. Both teams pushing to the right side of the point, so no super close holds here. However, it does seem like it is a little bit of a shield advantage, but then the Maywall comes in, separating the team quite nicely. Then another Maywall comes in and just, I don't know, divides that again. However, one immortality field was used, and Wayne is going to push up to his ultimate already. There's no shield to block anything. This might be a good moment to push the takedown Ritter, which is just what they needed, getting that big carry Zarya out of the way. Nice charge coming in, Hercules taken out. It's maybe a bit of an overinvestment, but it will secure the fight for them first and foremost.
Yeah, but again, these are these small plays that may mean the difference because they really didn't need that matrix.
Indeed, they already have 2 kills.
And maybe the next fight this would be exactly what they need. And when you think back, you hate to make plays like this because then you realize that well, I just could have waited.
Yeah. Right, well, luckily we will have Venus pushing up to a beat drop, which will be able to mitigate with a big amount of damage. That's going to be a crucial separation there. It comes to the beat drop from Venus just in time. They actually take down Laser Turtle first, and then they take down Airboss as well. Shatter comes in from a volley, maybe not needed, but they at least managed to secure the fight for now. Ritter does take down Crusader. That's not really the type of stagger or kill that you want to see. They will be able to get the stagger onto Hercules, which will help them out. But
like, fortunately, Rain is going to be back pretty fast because he's just going to charge back, and then Lucio is taxiing him.
But Nerabos is now onto the Hammond. They want to just get this out quickly before the Reinhardt's back, and I can kind of see why, because it will just bring them in a very steady position. They do have a Mei and a Zarya ultimate, of course, which will be good tools to use separately and just draw out this fight, because they're already past 2 minutes, essentially. They've already managed to hold off for 2 minutes. Obviously, there will be ults coming in for Baby Yoda, but, so far RTW is doing a good showing on this defense.
Yes.
There comes the first rally now. Immediately the grab on the application. It's a lot of ult being tossed back and forth, but now it's the defensive ult from Suzu. The first kills come in their way, and it's going to be a lot of coming in back and forth. I think it's an equal fight, really. The Mei will actually keeping them away from that Reaper ult. And then later it falls to Chris. Hercules draws blood onto Wayne, but I think getting that Reaper kill was just what they needed. Chris setting up big to the plate there. And now they just need to. That's a very aggressive play from Chris. Can he get out here? He's going to have to get some help from his team.
Oh,
no. Get the shield, Terribles.
That's awful.
That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. I think this is going to be the take on point A, and that's going to be a point B hold for a possible King of the Hill tiebreaker. You hate to see it, but at least you forced out a lot of ultimates. Like, you forced a Rally, you forced a Zarya ult, you forced a Reaper ult.
Well, but now you're facing Mei ult on the second point.
Yeah, so you just have to try to play around it for it. It's going to be a tough task still, but they did quite well. They ate off more than half of the time bank, with close to 60%. They just ate off on point A, and I think it's quite respectable. Because if they manage to get this draw, they're still in this series. Maybe Crusader can farm up his ultimate quite quickly. Venus might have a little bit more of a struggle, but now it's Ritter on the flank. Not sure if anyone has noticed that he is on Roddick or that he's on the flank, but we're going to find out very shortly. He's on top of the high ground. Takes down
no!
There's the first pick that they needed. They're going to find him instantly. They're now all going to go for him, but now there's no one else to help Reinhardt. Just 2 tanks up front, trying to get out of this, but it's such a tall task. Hook now doesn't quite find anything, and Ritter's still up there on the high ground. 3 kills coming in. They need to make an answer to this somehow, but in the meantime, it's seriously just in so much trouble. They get down the immortality, but that's all she wrote for now. They freeze up the Roadhog.
Oh no!
That's now going to have to go in. 2 mobile tanks on a point, and there's nothing else left. Only Suzu being relatively close and open, needs to get out of spawn. This might just be all short to next turn. So as long as he cannot leave, but he gets democked instantly. No Dallas Fuel 6 leave, and there's going to be the last tick taken. Chris Creek gets onto there with Reaper. That's an extra lotion, but immediately the hook comes in. Chris Creek also falls to the little blizzard as well, and that's just only 1 person left on point. Someone is going to have to touch. It's Suzu down now.
Okay.
A Wrecking Ball back in there, but it's also weighing it down. Only a Wrecking Ball gets hooked out of there and immediately shut down.
And that's
the GG's. You hate to see it. Props to Baby Yoda. They've obviously won all series, which is a big amount of respect to them. But I felt there was more in this map for RTW, but it wasn't to be.
Oh boy, what a series.
Indeed. And definitely props to both teams. Like, we've seen Baby Yoda being undefeated, essentially, so in that sense, it makes sense for them to win. But I did like to see the adaptability from RTW, who have really grown into this tournament, which is quite nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Kills from Erebos here as well. 67% on the Hammond. That's quite impressive.
Excellent.
Excellent.
That was great. It was great. I kind of lost my thought near the end there.
Yeah. We can do a back to lobby. Scrutinizer.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, boy. But yeah, what did you want to say, Jesse?
No, not much. I kind of just want to say, I think I'm gonna head off.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. Yeah, because no, because I'd like to be here for like all the MVP stuff and
It's gonna be tomorrow. So no worries.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh okay. Yeah. So but yeah, I did like casting the games. It was fun to do. Only thing is, yeah, I was kind of tired and stuff. And near the final map, I lost my fucking mind
Brain.
when Venus used the B drop on the mine. Like I just
Yeah.
lost it.
Unlucky.
But yeah, I just want to say I did enjoy the casting, and I did enjoy casting the finals and shit, and all the stuff for the tournament. But yeah.
Right, we're just gonna give you the final standings. We have team Non-Alcoholics and Gallia. Sadly, they couldn't win a series, but they did win a map quite early on today.
And they played really well. They played really well.
We had a pleasure casting them.
Oh,
and followed up by Bold and Brash in third place with a 1-2 record, so 1 win, which was against NAAG, of course. They have a lot of good maps as well, and they actually had a lot of series, but it went 2-1. Respected them there. Then Room Temperature Water, who managed to beat NAAG quite well. They also needed a little bit of extra time for it, but once again, they got the job done, which is quite nice. And with the 2-1 record, they went into the finals against Baby Yodas, who were completely undefeated throughout the tournament. So they were 3-0, so 3 wins and 0 losses in the group stages, and then a 16-1 map record, which is quite impressive. And then in the finals, obviously, they lost one other map, but other than that, they can also ascribe 3 maps themselves. So a 9-2 record for them without a single drop in the series.
Nerf that.
Yeah, nerf that. Big props to all the teams, because we've seen a lot of different comps here. Like we saw the Hammond Roadhog shenanigans, we saw the Baptiste break, which is very difficult to engage into. We saw some McCree Hunter in particular from Team NAAG. So a lot of variety in compositions there. So we like that we got to open things up in that sense. As you know, we usually do vote for an MVP. However, because we want to take a little bit of time for that, we'll probably do that tomorrow. So you guys are not forced to stick into this lobby and in desperate times and very late times. So just once again, a big thank you to Jesse for co-casting.
Oh yeah.
Woo! Oh yeah.
In the first, in this second stream.
Yeah, probably. I just want to do a quick shout out to Devious. Good friend, even though he's a little bit unexperienced at Overwatch, the game itself was still quite fun casting. And shout out to my boy Gabriel for my MVP nominee.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's gonna be a
Oh yeah, Brigitte, alright.
Sorry, that's gonna be a permaban. No.
Okay.
A big thanks to but a big thanks to Jesse and Davies, obviously, for being able to cast the other game. We were always in the same lobby. We could only cast the other teams once, so it was nice that you could cast the other guys as well. And obviously, we saw some different teams in the finals, which maybe helped out in the casting distribution a little bit.
Hell yeah.
Big thank you to the guys like, or guys and girls like Ramsey who helped host the stream, and Gadget and Void were able to answer questions and sub in every now and then. Big thanks to all the players as well, as we're always happy to see you guys show up and try your best and try all these different compositions. It's always heartwarming to see. And then we'll announce the MVPs tomorrow. And that'll bring us to the end of this little broadcast. It was a nice 5 hours again, but we stayed relatively within our schedule, so I quite like that.
Yeah.
We should do that more often.
Yeah, definitely. Good job by the organizing team and everybody. So another tournament bites the dust.
Yes.
Last tournament of the year.
Last tournament of the year. No, but it was a pleasure casting again, and maybe perhaps I'll be back for a 5th cast in a row, because I've never been off that stage. So,
That's true.
Stay put for that one, I suppose. But that's all for now. Thank you for tuning in once more, and we'll see you on the next one.
See you.